around and sit back knee. Waiting to see who wraps this thing up first.
I might need you to help me with eyes since they're not handstand walking. It's a little hard to tell what round they're on. So if you just see something I don't like, feel free to chime in.
And they should be moving the sandbag, right?
I thought that they advanced, but
A new location for the Masters Games CrossFit athletes. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez in Birmingham, Alabama at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. Several divisions will be taking the floor over the course of the next 4 days.
Yep, so what you see here is just one of 3 different competition floors. We already have event 1 in the books for most of these athletes. We have another stream and another event floor taking place with Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram on the call here, but we are on event 2 for these women 65 plus.
65 plus. Each age group is going to be a little bit different, but for these women, it's going to be 3 rope climbs to a 12-foot target and then 6 sandbag cleans at 50 pounds. Tommy, what are those keys to success that we're looking at?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different for each because the workout does change, but grip it and slip it. A lot of athletes focus on the up, but there's a ton of ground to be made up in the transition down. So being able to slip down that rope quickly could pick up some precious time and pace to perfection. We've seen some athletes in the 70 plus division hit failure on the rope climbs. You want to pace early to make sure you have plenty on the tank so you don't come crashing down to a halt.
4 total rounds with a 12-minute time cap, but our eyes are going to be on lane 8. Julie Holt, a familiar face in the 2023 Games champion for the Masters age group.
The reigning champion in 2023 and 2022 in this division. She is the woman to beat, but she's got some fresh talent with some athletes having recently aged up.
And this is a 20-person heat. On one side, we're going to have the even lanes, and then on the other side, the odd lanes. We will keep you up to date as our Masters 65 to 69 are underway.
You see Julie Holt in the center of your screen there, trying to make it for a 3-peat this year. But like I said, we do have some new athletes in the field that have made the jump from the 60 to 64 division. So with one event in the books, Julie currently sits in 5th after the first test. So a little bit of ground to make up.
In lane 16, Sue Lawson, she took that event win in our earlier workout of the day, running and deadlifts.
And so what you're going to see here on the screen, the athletes are divvied up in those lanes. On the left-hand side here are all the odd number lanes. So you see on the very front end of your screen, that's lane 17. Then it goes 15, 13, 11, 9, and so forth. And on the right side, it goes on the even numbers. So just something to keep in mind, a little bit of a switch up here as all athletes work towards the middle.
And Julie Holt already with a strong lead onto her second set of sandbag cleans out of 4 total rounds. Back to those rope climbs, looking at a total of 3 for this age group to that 12-foot target.
And then the 65 plus, you're going to see a couple different rope climb techniques here. You see Julie opting for an extra little wrap around her foot just to anchor and make sure that she's stable in that pinch. A few other athletes you can see on the left-hand side going more of just a traditional J or S hook pinch. It's quicker, but it's a little bit less secure under fatigue.
And even Julie taking that deep breath before she goes, making sure that even though she's in the lead, to keep that lead and not blow up early.
You see a handful of athletes onto that second round with some of the sandbag cleans. So one thing to note here, the athletes are using the same standard from the CrossFit Games just a couple of years ago, which of course the games took from the strongman implement where you have to show control with the arm out with the bag at your shoulder.
And several hands in the air as the athletes begin their 3rd out of 4 rounds on those rope climbs.
A lot of athletes working through their second round.
Julie Holt is on her 3rd round of sandbag cleans.
And that's lane 5, Geraldine Traherne. She was actually 4th in that first event, so not one of the top ranked athletes coming in, but she had a tremendous start on the run and deadlift, so making pretty solid work of those rope climbs and hoping to have back-to-back strong finishes for this day.
And for this specific age group, this will be their last event of the day, just 2. And we will look at other age groups that will have 3 events today. So as we mentioned, a couple of differences in programming that will keep you guys tracking throughout the whole day. This is one stream, and then we do have the other stream on the Legends YouTube page.
And in lane 11, Pauline Shasha, a long tenured athlete in the Masters division, making work of her sandbag cleans. And that's your overall leader right there, Sue Lawson. First place in the first event, but a little bit behind. She was struggling with the rope climbs just a moment ago. So got 100 points to start the day, but has a little bit of ground to make up here, particularly with the rope climbs.
Judge's hand is in the air as she finishes up with 2 reps to go. Looking at a 12-minute time cap as our clock on the top of your screen counts down. Final round in lane 16, current leader. Lawson chipping away at those rope climbs. She'll have a total of 3.
On either side of Lawson, you saw Susan Carter. Susan Goodale and Martha Redinger. We've got a whole batch of new athletes in this field. Martha is a 4-time Games athlete. And Goodale is making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games.
Denise Moore in lane 13 will get on your screen in just a moment as she finishes just over 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
Denise Moore was second in this morning's event, the run deadlift. So she's the first so far in this heat. So that's a tremendous start for her weekend. A first and a second to get things going here on Thursday.
And Denise Moore made her rookie appearance in 2021 where she took 8th in the 60 to 64 division. So this is her second Games appearance.
More athletes starting to cross the finish line as we get past just the 6-minute mark. Remember, or approaching the 6-minute mark. Remember, this is counting down. It's 4 rounds for time. And so the other divisions have handstand walking. For these 65-plus divisions, they will not have the handstand walk. It's just the sandbag cleans and the rope climbs.
So Sue Lawson and Martha Redinger are across the finish.
And most of the field here is done. Just a handful of athletes still on the competition floor. Lane 18, Susan Goodale. Lane 20, Betty Nobin.
And keep in mind, for the 65-plus division, this is the only heat. So they're only against the ones on the floor right now. As we make our way into the lower age groups, that's when we will see 2 or more heats of competitors.
We saw Susan Goodale just a second ago, a stumble on the rope. Still got plenty of time in this test to get underneath the time cap.
6 athletes making their way through the rope climbs onto the sandbag.
Betty Nobin finishing up her rope climb back to the sandbag. Like we mentioned, Lauren, grip integrity and grip strength is really coming at a premium towards the end of this test. A lot of athletes struggling with the top half of that rope climb. For some of the younger divisions, like the individual division, we'll see that with legless rope climbs.
And there in lane 8, that's Julie Holt. We mentioned her at the top of this heat. She was your champion from last year. She is on her final set of rope climbs, her final rope climb.
You see her utilizing her hip there, almost like a kipping rope climb. Obviously, we use the kip in a variety of movements on the gymnastics side of things, pull-ups, bar muscle-ups, ring muscle-ups, with that hip pop, toes to bar. But
sandbags look like they are no problem for her.
See just about everyone on the odd number side. The only athlete still on the floor on the left-hand side is Sandra Capozio.
And Holt is in with this just 3 athletes on the floor.
lane 2, Patty Walkover. Still working on her rope climbs. You can see just the fatigue starting to pour in, struggling to find her footing on that rope. That's one of the tough things with these rope climbs under fatigue. You're so focused on your hands and your upper body that there's a disconnect there with the feet, and so you don't get as solid of a pinch.
Susan Goodall is in under the cap with just 2 athletes left on the floor. Lane 19, Sandra Caposio. And lane 2, Patty Walkover. Just under 3 minutes left in the time cap for the final event for the women's 65+ division on the day.
And the 65+ divisions will only be doing 2 events. So some of the younger divisions will be doing 3 today, but just a way that they highlight the different needs as far as testing for some of these age divisions. You adjust the weights, you adjust the loading, the reps, you'll also adjust the total volume across the weekend.
We're about to get a closer shot of lane 19, Sandra Caposio. It's right to the left of what you see, and there she is.
And it's just off the left of your screen. You can't see it, but you might be able to hear it. There's a whole host of volunteers working the event team that were cheering on Sandra, trying to will her up that rope.
And she chips away at her last set of sandbag cleans to get in under that 12-minute time cap. 50 pounds in that sandbag for this age group. Judge's hand is in the air with just 2 reps left. And 1 to go, and she will get in under that cap. Sandra Caposio. With just 1 athlete left on the floor, we will turn to lane 2. Patty Walkover with just over a minute left as she still is chipping away at those rope climbs.
You can see the rest of the 65+ field trying to rally around Patty.
And the spectators too, Tommy. Everybody knows how it feels when you reach that fatigue, and you don't want to go too early because then you risk potentially failing. So you have to wait until you know you're going to get it.
And it's such a heavy cost for a failed rep on something like a rope climb. How often do we see athletes get all the way up there and just become a few inches shy? All that energy used for that climb, you want to make sure it goes towards a good rep.
And this is Patty's 3rd appearance at the CrossFit Games. She finished 10th last year, but we first saw her in her rookie debut in 2022, where she finished 6th in the 65+ division. And that is time for your 65+ age group. Before we reset the floor for our women 60 to 64 division. Welcome back, everybody. We are now welcoming to the floor the women's 60 to 64 division, a slight change from the previous age group. They still will have 3 rope climbs, but instead of going to that 12-foot target, they now will go all the way to the top to that 15-foot target for 3 total reps. Then they are looking at 6 sandbag cleans, sandbags still 50 pounds, 4 total rounds, with a 12-minute time cap. Tommy, in the last division, several athletes, we'll say most of the athletes, were able to get it in under that time cap.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a problem for them. Really what it came down to is management of the rope climbs because, you know, grip integrity was a big issue and, you know, a few keys to success. Grip it and slip it. Obviously, you need to be able to make sure you maintain your grip on the ropes, but making up time on the descent, we saw a few athletes pick up some precious seconds, being able to slide down that rope and pace to perfection. Last thing you want is to be one of the last athletes on the floor because you didn't pace properly and you hit absolute failure on the rope.
Lane number 9, that is going to be your 2023 age group second place finisher, rather. The champion from last year will not be competing this year, but that is Betsy Vanderberg. And right next to her, Lori Mishiznik. She was your Event 1 winner from the run deadlift workout from earlier this morning.
You see Betsy on your screen, the top returning athlete from last year. We do have the second and third place finishers in this, or at least the second place finisher. Now Mishiznik was third in the 50 to 54, so she was the top qualifier coming into this week.
So in the neon yellow, right in the center, that's going to be Betsy. And then on the other end, that we'll show you in just a bit, that is where Lori Mishiznik is going to be placed.
That's Lynn Natman, I believe. Oh, no, sorry. Betsy Vandenberg, my apologies.
Three total rope climbs, several hands in the air from judges as we wait to see who is the first athlete to advance. And it is lane number 13, Marion Volkenberg. She will strike first at the 6 sandbag cleans, 50 pounds in that sandbag.
And joining them now is Lynn Natman. A little bit of CrossFit royalty. Lynn is the only athlete to have qualified for every single Masters CrossFit Games. Made her first appearance way back in 2010. Before we had all these fancy divisions. It was pretty much just one division back then. And she's made every CrossFit game since. 14th appearance. She's qualified 15 times because remember, we didn't actually have the finals in 2020. Trained with Chad McKay down in Australia. She is CrossFit's Iron Woman for sure.
Well, and even the development of the Masters age groups over the course of the last several years, several of these athletes that you'll see competing this weekend hold either a level 1, level 2, or level 3. And I think, Tommy, you had a stat that more than 80 athletes competing this weekend are affiliate owners.
Yeah, a significant chunk, about 80 of these athletes competing in these CrossFit Games divisions, 65 all the way down to 35, are in fact affiliate owners. That means they live, sleep, breathe the CrossFit methodology. They teach it to others. They've built communities in their hometowns and where they live. And they're excellent ambassadors for the methodology at all levels, especially here at the CrossFit Games.
Not far behind Betsy, lane 11, Lynn Watt, shipping away her second round.
You see lane 11, center of your screen, Lynn Watt.
In the white shirt.
She's pushing Betsy Vandenberg, who is in the lead right now.
And she's in the center in the neon shirt, but then right to the left of your screen in the white, it's a race between them two. That's Lynn Watt. As Vanderberg just has one rope climb to go. So just one rep ahead of Watt before both women head to their sandbags. And we'll get your leader on the screen in just a minute, but it's going to be in lane 9 still, Betsy Vanderberg.
You see Vandenberg on the center screen, knee on top, finishing a rope climb there. She has been the leader most of the way. Apologies, we're having some technical difficulties.
And Vanderberg, she is a mayhem athlete. Served in the Air Force from 1980 to 2003, and also is a retired OBGYN physician.
Tremendous rope climbing technique, really driving the knees up, getting a good pinch. No problem with those 15-foot rope climbs.
And you notice her cadence through each round has been very similar. She doesn't look like she's fatiguing. Now as she chips away at the 6 sandbag cleans. So she is in that neon shirt towards the top, and you can see her. She unofficially crosses the finish line. She didn't need anywhere close to that time cap.
The battle now for second place, which is going to be
Betsy Vanderberg. What a great start to her weekend. She'll have the rest of the day off before she heads back to competition tomorrow, Tommy.
Can't ask for a better start than that. Couple of event wins to set the pace here on day number 1. We still have 3 more days of competition for these women. See Lynn Watt on your screen in lane 11. She was close behind Vanderberg for most of the event, starting to fall off the pace a little bit, but just a few more cleans for her to finish up her workout.
And she's got 2 more reps to go before she finishes her 4th and final round, unofficially 6:25.
5:36 and a second place in this heat.
In lane 6, I believe Teresina Orsado just finished as well. More athletes starting to cross the finish line.
And we have Lori Mishiznik has crossed the finish line.
Mishiznik, one of the most tenured athletes in the field, 10 CrossFit Games appearances, dating all the way back to 2011. She was a Masters champion back in 2019.
And there, right in the center in lane 13, Marianne Velkenberg, excuse me. Big smile. She's in under the time cap. And Yvonne Howard has finished.
Yvonne out of CrossFit Diablo over in California, just up the road from me. Long tenured affiliate in NorCal.
With her husband, Craig.
We've still got about 4 athletes on my side of the field looking to close out event number 1.
So all the way to the left in the right shirt, that's going to be Denise Carlson, and right next to her in the neon top, Colleen Fahey, as they finish their last set of rope climbs.
I think that's Ondine Eason.
Oh, you're right, because the even numbers are on the other side.
Yeah, little adjustment it's going to take here, especially with this odd and even lane assignments. A little bit different than we're used to, but it allows all the athletes to kind of square off with the athlete closest to them on the leaderboard.
Oh, and both of them advancing to the sandbag at just about the same time. They have 6 reps here to go. But in lane 10, touch and go, Carlson. Her speed of the rep is just a little bit quicker than Ondine in the neon, and she is in. Carlson, and right after her, Ondine, with just 3.5 minutes to go before that 12-minute time cap.
It's going to be a close one. I think just about every athlete is done now. The full field finishing well under the time cap with just over 3 minutes to go.
And we have one athlete still chipping away in lane 2, Sherry Yacalis, on her final set of rope climb. With 2 left to go. Couple of athletes making their way to continue cheering her on. And for this women's 60 to 64 division, this will be the only heat. Got to get all the way to that 15-foot marker.
Maybe one more pinch and pull here.
And there, she gets the top.
About just under 2 minutes left. She should have enough time to get this one rep in, hopefully, if she rests accordingly, and still be able to get the last set of sandbags in. Those 6 cleans for most of these women weren't taking much more than 15 seconds or so.
And you can already see several of the other athletes in her division on the right are crowding over, cheer her on, give her some encouragement to try and get that in under the time cap. One rope climb to go.
Not that there isn't, a community aspect within the individual ranks, but over the years, the Masters division, the athletes competing on the floor have become very, very tight-knit. They're competing for, a different reason, right? They exhibit fitness over time, which for us is the definition of health. And so getting to see these athletes year over year across multiple divisions, you're able to build these close relationships, and it's not necessarily as cutthroat as we see in the individual division. So it's not uncommon to see the full field out here cheering on the last athlete. And also, hamming it up on the sidelines before and after the event.
And it's good. She is done with her rope climbs. 6 cleans left. Just under 50 seconds to get these in. 4 to go.
3 to go with 35 seconds remaining.
2 reps to go. She'll reset. 1 more and she's done. Got to shake it out quick. And Yacalis will finish under the time cap. The entire women's 60 to 64 will complete event number 2 of the day under the cap, and they will be done for the rest of the day before they show up back for competition starting tomorrow. We are now going to reset as the women's 55 to 59 take the floor in just a moment. we are now welcoming in the women's 55 to 59 division, and this is where we start to change the programming up slightly. In the last two divisions, masters groups that we looked at, there were no handstand walks. It was just rope climbs and sandbag cleans, but now athletes will go through 4 total rounds of 3 rope climbs, 6 sandbag cleans, still at that 50 pounds, but then they will do a 20-foot handstand walk.
So we're adding another skill component here for these athletes. Handstand walk is typically a higher level skill for a lot of athletes in your average gymnasium, but we're slowly starting to introduce them more frequently for these masters athletes and even in the older divisions as well.
And while in the last age group we saw every athlete finishing under the time cap, now that we've added this other skill component, another level of fatigue, we might see some athletes getting closer to that time cap.
Yeah, we also assume, right, with some of these younger divisions, the baseline level of the skill components for the rope climb and the sandbag clean is going to be a little bit easier, so they'll be able to get through those other 2 portions a little bit faster. Obviously buys them time for the handstand walk.
With this division, what are those keys to success that we're looking at?
You know, it kind of holds true from the earlier divisions. Grip it and slip it. Obviously, you know, solid grip and solid pinches on the way up, but being able to descend quickly. We've seen a few athletes basically do the firefighter slide down the rope and be able to pick up some seconds. And then, you know, pacing well, obviously. Some athletes are going to be able to go full bore the entire time, but if you're worried about being able to hit failure on the rope climbs, saving a little in the tank early can definitely serve you well with these handstand walks.
And athletes are underway in the center of your screen in the neon shorts. That's Shanna Bunce. She was your 2023 Masters second place finisher, but to start off her weekend, she took the Event 1 win earlier this morning.
Shanna, a well-seasoned athlete here. She was actually the 2022 CrossFit Games champion in this division. Came up just a placement short of going back-to-back last year, but an extremely talented and experienced athlete, having competed at multiple off-season competitions, including the original Legends Championship before it became the CrossFit Games finals.
And most of our women are now onto those 6 sandbag cleans. And we'll see in lane 14 on the other side of your screen, Marnie Callens. She is our first athlete on her hands for our 20-foot of handstand walk. Well, and she gets a no rep just as she crossed, so she has to go back just 5 feet, get those hands behind the line before she can kick up and get over. Both hands must cross, and she is good.
And handstand walking, similar to rope climbs, when you hit failure on that, it can really open up the door for other athletes because it takes so long just to reset and gather yourself to finish that rep.
And Faith Hahaya, she's going to be in lane 9 towards the top of your screen, finishing her last rope climb of her second round, moving into her sandbag cleans.
And to the left-hand side, that's Tammy Saunders as well. They were both towards the front of the pack. They actually were able to make the pass off that handstand walk mishap that we saw from
all the way to the front, Elizabeth Thatcher. She will now move into her second round of 4. So if you've been with us through the last couple of rounds, you'll notice our clock now is counting up. So we are just about 2.5 minutes into one of 2 heats for the 55 to 59 division.
And Marnie Callens, who had that handstand walk no rep just a second ago, was able to pull back ahead in the lead during those rope climbs and sandbag cleans. So clearly those first 2 movements are strength for her.
Lane 12. Francois Mahahi.
Tammy Saunders is going to start round 3 with a slight lead over Faith.
And just like we saw in the first round,
Lane 5, Shanna.
where Marnie was ahead going into the handstand walks, Faith, Ohaya, and Tommy Saunders were able to pull back ahead during the handstand walk. So as long as they're able to get to the handstand walk reasonably close to Marnie, they've been able to finish the round at the front of this heat.
And there in lane 13, Christy Brown. She has a very gymnastics-like handstand walk. Feet straight up and together, toes pointed. It seems as the years have progressed in CrossFit, you see less and less of this technique.
Well, you have to think about the sport of gymnastics. Technique is a scored component, right? So keeping those straight lines, keeping everything stacked on top of being incredibly efficient is also something you're being judged on. And, you know, sometimes in CrossFit, we just find the fastest way to get something done. So if that means your legs kind of fall to the wayside a little bit, or you see someone scorpion, sometimes that's okay for the sake of speed.
And that's Marnie Callens in the center, just about to kick up into her third of 4 rounds of handstand walks. Next to her on the right in lane 16, Tracy McGee has to reset. So they do have to get those 5-foot increments unbroken before they can kick down.
And there's Tommy Saunders finishing her set of handstand walks. She did that unbroken just off screen. So while Marnie is still struggling to get that first 5, again, Saunders is able to just blitz the handstand walk and pull into the lead.
And early ahead, we did see several athletes going unbroken, but now as fatigue sets in, more are chopping it up, except for Saunders. And Callens in the center, making her way to her rope climbs.
She's got no problem getting to the top of that rope. She almost uses a pinch and then another kind of half kip to get up the rope. Just a smidge over 2 pulls to get to the top. You know, we're past the halfway mark here as far as time's concerned, and most of these athletes are on their 3rd and 4th round. So similar to the heat before, we're going to see a lot of these women finish under the time cap with ease.
Shanna Bunce, Tammy Saunders, Marnie Callens, all just about a couple reps within each other.
You see in the back left of your screen, Tammy Saunders' last rope climb to go. Just another
taking a deep breath.
Just another half pull is all she needs.
There she goes, and she gets it. 6 sandbag cleans here before she'll start her last set of handstand walks. Lane 5, Shauna Bunce kicks back up. She'll just about, and her judge gives her a no rep. She'll have to go back for that last 5-foot increment all the way to the top of your screen, and she gets another no rep.
Nope. I think she got released, but you can see in the center of your screen the white top upside down. That's going to be the last one for Tammy Saunders as well as Faith Ohaya.
And both of them will run back. So that's going to be, you'll have to check competition corner between lane 11, Tammy Saunders, and lane 9, Faith Ohaya. Looking at each other, hands in the air, not sure which one will have the...
And you can see towards the center left of your screen, Marnie Callens in the black bra.
About a 1/10 of a second apart.
Marty was the first athlete to the handstand walk every single round, and she is still out there. So the skill component of the handstand walk being at the end of this event really was a roadblock for her. And Francois Mahier was able to catch up with Callens. Nearly passed her there for the last one. Tremendous gymnastics skill under fatigue.
Most of these women into their fourth and final round. This is just one of 2 heats, so that time to beat is going to be around that 7:40 mark that we'll have to remember as the second heat of women take the floor in just about 6 minutes. Elizabeth Thatcher will kick back up to get her last set, and her hands are...
Ooh, that was close. It looked like one of her feet came down just before she was able to get the second hand across the line. Again, the standard, both hands clearly across that white line before either of your feet touch the floor.
And we'll see. And her judge says it's good. Looks like she still has 1 round to go. She'll chalk up before getting back to her rope climbs right in the center, lane 8.
We got lane 10, Amy Jo DeMeglio in the back left of your screen, white top, green shorts. She's got a nice little cheering section behind her with her own custom banner out of the CrossFit Roots out in Boulder, Colorado.
So that's closest to us in the black, that's Tracy McGee. DeMeglio kicks back up, but she'll have to go back. Got to make it all the way through that last 5-foot increment of handstand walking.
Starting to see the midline fatigue really start to have an effect on these handstand walks. Athletes kicking up and not being able to stabilize through their midsection. You see the slack just kind of pull their feet back towards their starting position. They're unable to keep the momentum going forward.
And just above her, Sandra Curtis, all the way to the top of your screen, finishing up. And DeMeglio under the time cap with 1 minute to go for these ladies in your 55 to 59 age group. And that's good. In lane 13, Christy Brown will get in under the time cap. Just a couple of athletes left getting to work. Sandra Curtis gets back to her nameplate, or lane assignment, excuse me. About 4 athletes left. For their final event on the day. And that is time for your women 55 to 59 heat 1. 1 heat to go for this age group. That time to beat about 7:40 between Faith Hahaya and Tammy Saunders. Welcome back, everybody. We are watching your women's 55 to 59 Heat 2 taking the floor for event number 2 on the day. 4 rounds for time, starting with 3 rope climbs, 6 sandbag cleans, 50 pounds, and that 20-foot handstand walk. We saw how fatiguing that set in as we got about halfway through this workout from the first heat.
For sure. So energy management is going to be huge because we saw a handful of athletes basically come to a dead stop on both the rope climb and the handstand walk. You will need to pace to perfection because the skill components become so much more difficult at the end of this workout.
Time to beat into the second heat is actually Carrie Lindman. She was on the other side that we didn't get to catch, but the time to beat 7:08. That is what this heat is going to be gunning after, and also just getting under that 12-minute time cap.
Yeah, we had about 4 or 5 athletes get capped in that last event, or the last heat, sorry. And those are some of your top-ranked athletes coming out of qualification.
This will be heat 2 of 2 for this division before then we move to the men's 65-plus division. So your last group of women before we reset the floor and swap out the sandbags.
3, 2, 1, go!
As we kick this heat off, and a little reminder here that the floor layout is a little bit different than we are used to. From our perspective and from your perspective at home, the right-hand side of the field is all the even-numbered lanes. Left-hand side, all the odd-numbered lanes.
And for updated results, you will check competition corner. That is where we will have live results as they get entered from our judges on the floor. 3 rope climbs. And several of these women are right into those 6 sandbag cleans, 50 pounds. Sandbag cleans have been serving this division, no problems. It's the fatigue that will set in with the rope climbs and the handstand walks that we'll keep an eye on as they get deeper into this 12-minute time-capped workout.
And we've seen some athletes fly through these first 2 movements, but really the handstand walk can be the big separator. You see Marianne Hoberg didn't just cross the line, she crossed like 10 feet into it just to be sure.
And she is already back up, took no time to get into her next rope climb all the way to the top to the left screen. Short white hair.
Our athletes are completing 4 rounds, 3 rope climbs, 6 sandbag cleans, and then they are walking on their hands for 20 feet.
Our athletes on the screen are into the second round of rope climbs. Lane 16 still working on her first set. Cece Fuger. And your leader, Hoberg, for her last rope climb. Getting those legs all the way up, and that will be good as she advances to her second set of 6 sandbag cleans.
Right behind her in lane 13, Lazara Magnani.
Marianne making the trip over from Denmark. High-level handball player. Not really a sport you see much here in the United States.
Unique background.
But very popular overseas and a contested sport at the Summer Olympics.
And she'll shake it out before she kicks up to her handstand walks.
And in round 1, she did this set of handstand walk unbroken.
Tia Mavere walks back to the ring for round number 3.
Tia Mavere all the way to the left corner in the white shirt. She already is advancing into her next set of rope climbs. This will be her 3rd round. And then she's joined by Hoberg as she takes a breath and gets back to work on her rope climbs.
Most athletes here on the right-hand side on the even lanes making their way back to the rig. Remember, 12-minute time cap, so we're just past the 3-minute mark, so about a quarter of the way here.
Time to beat 7:08 from Carrie Lindman in heat 1 of that 55 to 59 age group.
See on the left-hand side of your screen in lane 6, Robin Nickel, beautiful technique on the rope climb, really driving the legs up, almost getting to a near inverted position to get that pinch and really chew up real estate on the rope.
Schaefer up and moving in lane number 4. We're going to close out round number 3 of her handstand walks.
In lane 15 in the white shirt, shaking it out all the way to the left. She will kick up. This is her 3rd set of handstand walks. Maver, your leader, but she has a little bit of company, and she will move on to her 4th and final round at just 4.5 minutes to event number 2.
Yeah, Tiu Maver, super steady through these first few rounds.
And that was lane 13. Lasara Magnani.
Magnani looks to be okay. She had a smile on her face standing up. I think we've all been there. Just got a little bit over your skis and take a tumble on these handstand walks.
17 finishes up. Lee Coates goes back to her set of rope climbs. And she is good. Those are our even lanes. Lane 16 kicks up. CC Foger. .538. I think there was a little miscommunication between the judge and the athlete. She is done. She thought she had one more round to go. That's in lane 4. Julie Schaefer thought she had one more round to go. And she will be your winner. And then on the other side, Tia Vesser just finishes up under the time cap. She was an athlete we talked about early on, kept a nice consistent pace, but Julie Schaefer just edged her out into that last round.
You see Vesser sitting on her knees and on her nameplate. She's a experienced games athlete in her own right. This is her 3rd appearance as a master. She was actually the champion in the 50 to 54 division just a few years ago in 2021.
Just over halfway for our time cap here. A foot race between lane 17 and lane 15. Lee Coates and Teu Maver. We'll have to check Competition Corner for their official times. Several other athletes get in under this time cap.
Rose Wall in lane 8 just finished up, along with Joyanne Cooper in lane 10.
They are all the way to the top left-hand side of your screen, sitting down on their lane numbers. Is closer down right in the center in lane 14, getting to work. Claudia Jacober, finishing her 6 sandbag cleans, getting ready to shake it out before she goes into her final set of handstand walks, 20 feet total.
On the right-hand side, CC Fujir, just one rope climb left.
And she's got one more pull to go, Tommy.
Hopefully Cece's all right. She's back on her feet.
Smile on her face. Talking to her support system just on the other side of the barrier.
Talking to her coach, Todd Wise, at the barrier, trying to pump her up. That's what's so disheartening about these rope climbs. You can get so close, and just a few inches is the difference between a good rep and a bad rep, but so much energy gets expended in the process.
Sherry-Ann Benoit on your screen. In lane 9 in the black sports bra as she kicks up for her final set of handstand walks. Looks to be no problem for her. 5 feet to go. And she is in and finishes under that time cap, 9:06 unofficial.
With how easy those handstand walks were for Benoit, you have to think it really came down to the other two movements and just the compounding fatigue of the rope climbs and sandbag.
We got about 4 athletes left, with 2.5 minutes left till the time cap and the closeout of our women's 55 to 59 division.
And Cece going with the tap and go technique on that sandbag. A lot of times you see techniques start to carry over from the individual competitions. Athletes being able to kind of short arm that sandbag, stay cupped underneath the bottom, and be able to rip multiple reps at a time instead of just dumping from the top.
And in the middle in the neon, that's Murray Cruz Prieto. Got a no rep, had to go back, start over the handstand walks. She's halfway through 10 out of the 20 feet. With just about 90 seconds to go before that 12-minute time cap.
90 seconds.
3 athletes remain on the floor. Oh, and couldn't get that second hand in before that foot came down.
And that's one of the minor details of the timing components to finish off these handstand walks. A lot of times you're really fighting to get across that line. Legs start to come down. Just can't quite get the second hand across the line in time.
Beth Licapoli in the neon top, shaking it out before she kicks back up with just under a minute left. And she got 5 more feet in. She's good. 5 left to go.
You can see Beth's midline really starting to pull away from the direction her hands are going. Really heavy arch in the back. It requires the legs to scorpion over the top.
And she's good. Goes back to her plate, and she will be in under the time cap.
Heads up the rope for her final round. 30 seconds left on the clock, athletes.
She's actually got 1 more round, so hustle back to the rope, trying to get as much work in under the time cap, because remember, there were athletes from the previous heat who didn't finish, so she's competing with those athletes right now as we bear down on 12 minutes.
Neon top, Prieto right in the center. To her right, lane 14, Jacober, as she'll try to get as many reps as possible under that 12-minute time cap.
She will get credit for the sections that she did, so could be a few precious reps to help her stay ahead of a few of the other athletes that did get time cap from heat number 1.
And that will close out our women's 55 to 59 division. We will reset the floor, increase the weight of those sandbags as we next welcome on the men 65 plus division momentarily. More than 400 athletes will compete over the next 2 days here in Birmingham, Alabama. We are inside the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex for the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Tommy Marquez. We are taking a look now at the men's Masters division as they will take the floor for event 2. Each age group is going to be a little bit different, but first we have the 65 plus taking the floor for 4 total rounds. They have 3 rope climbs to a 12-foot target and 6 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds.
And every division will do a different variation depending on the rope height, depending on the weight of the sandbag. Younger divisions will actually have a handstand walk mixed in, but these athletes, 100-pound sandbag like you mentioned, no handstand walk, pretty straightforward, a 4-round couplet.
12 minutes to get all of that work done. When we looked at the women's Masters divisions that didn't have the handstand walk, almost all of them finished. So what are we looking at for those keys to success for this field?
So, management of the rope, obviously you want to have a solid grip and good pinch on the way up, but you can pick up some time if you're proficient. Slipping down the rope, as we put it, the descent is something that athletes don't always focus on, but can be advantageous for you. Then pace to perfection. One of the potential issues here, if you go out hot too early and you hit failure on the rope, we've seen a handful of athletes hit that wall and just be staring there at the rope, unable to do any work, and that could be costly.
And if you're new to our stream, we have 2 separate sides. We have lanes, the odd on the left, the even on the right, but we're going to be focused in on lane 3. Dan Miller, he was the 2023 champion. This is his 3rd games appearance.
Yeah, we have some well-versed individuals here. Obviously, Dan Miller, you just mentioned in lane number 3. David Hippensteel on your screen in lane 11. He is a multi-year CrossFit Games champion, 3 titles under his belt, 5 podium finishes, one of the most decorated Masters athletes in the field this weekend.
And he's not just a full-time athlete, he also is a full-time dentist.
No doubt, a lot of these athletes still maintaining full-time careers, as we see Dan Miller hoping to maybe go back-to-back here and add a 2nd CrossFit Games title to his belt.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off for 3 total rope climbs to that 12-foot target. A little bit different setup than what we're used to. You have all of the odd lane assignments on your screen right now. On the other side of the floor, that's where we have all of our even lanes. As we already have Dan Miller moving to those sandbag cleans. As he advances each round, they will move the sandbag forward so you know which round our athletes are on.
Dan and Dave's ears must have been burning. They were the first 2 athletes to the sandbag.
Just a few seconds apart, but all of our athletes onto that first set of 6 sandbag cleans.
If you're just joining us, the standard is the same from when we had the sandbag clean max at the games a few years ago. Athletes need to show control at the shoulder, need to have that offhand presented or flashed to the judge to show control. A standard that was taken directly from the strongman sport.
And in the neon shirt to the left, lane 11, that is Hippensteel. This is his 10th CrossFit Games. Look at the way that he slides down so quick. We'll reset.
Gripped and slipped,
He was listening to your keys to success, Tommy.
Quick descent. I mentioned that Dave is one of the most decorated athletes in the field, but really the longevity, the 10 CrossFit Games appearances, you talk to other athletes behind the scenes, a lot of them have used him as inspiration to try and get to this point in time and to be able to compete at a high level.
And to the right of Hippensteel with no shirt, Tom Denolf looks to be 1 rep ahead of Hippensteel as he takes a break before he gets back to work. Now just about rep for rep.
Absolutely flying through this workout, y'all. Lane 3, Dan Miller heads back to the
On their
round 3.
2nd round. But Dan Miller all the way to the top of your screen in the white shirt to the left.
Lane 9, Tom Denolf looking to see if he can catch Miller.
There's Dan. He made a huge move on this last set. of sandbag cleans. In round 2, when a lot of athletes were dropping, he went for a couple touch and go reps, was able to pull ahead. He is alone working on his 3rd round of rope climbs.
And he's already moving back to his sandbags before the next athlete even strikes on those 3rd set of rope climbs.
Super relaxed. You can see him. Some athletes are choosing to get the sandbag further up on their forearms and move it up in one motion. He's choosing to pause at the hip, kind of shelf it for a second, re-grip, pop it up. That's someone who's super comfortable with the weight, so they're not worried necessarily about grip. And they can really ease some of the tension on their back by shelving it there at the hip and then almost kind of like power cleaning it a little bit up to the shoulder.
And Miller holds 3 event career wins. We first saw him on scene in 2022 where he finished 4th in the 65-plus division, and he will now move into his 4th and final round with only 3.5 minutes. Tommy, we have a 12-minute time cap. He's not going to need anything close to that.
I mean, there was no hesitation back onto the rope. He is in complete control right now. The main focus here is the slip up at this point could only be if you burn too hot on these rope climbs. There's only one left. Really, this is your entire competition, right? We don't have multiple heats of this division, so you can take a beat, make sure you get that last rope climb, and then you're pretty much home free after that.
And he's good. 6 more sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, and he will lock in his 2nd of 2 events of the day. This age group will only complete 2 workouts today and then have the rest of the afternoon off before they take the floor tomorrow morning. Judge's hand is in the air. As he finishes up just a couple more reps, and now he has to go back to his plate. Dan Miller, 444. And at this point, we have a couple other athletes making their way on their final set of rope climbs.
I think that's Tom DeNolf now. He was going rep for rep with Hippensteel, but Hippensteel took a little bit of a break now, and Nolf has been able to move into 2nd in this heat.
And that's Tom Nolf taking a break.
And directly across from Nolf in lane number 12, Freddie Cherry made a huge move as well.
3 reps to go for Nolf.
You can see
but in
Cherry
a white shirt all the way to the top, almost all the way to the top with the sandbag in his hands now.
Cherry made a huge move in the back half of that event where a lot of athletes starting to stall out on the sandbag for the final few reps. Cherry was able to move into 2nd ahead of Nolf. You see Nolf starting to struggle there, getting that bag up to the shoulder.
And Nolf is in. 5:54 unofficially.
And just off to the left, John George able to make a push too and sneak in there. Maybe a top 5 finish.
And Hippensteel is in that neon shirt just crossing the finish line. Top 5 finish in event 2 for him. In lane 15 in your white shirt, Thomas Ackerman. This is his. And you talk about longevity in the sport. These are the divisions where you truly see that coming up with several athletes, not just 5, 6, but even 10 plus years of games experience and experience CrossFitting.
And you've seen how they've been able to evolve as athletes even as they get older. I mean, you look at athletes like Hippensteel or Bruce Marco or even Steve Anderson, who first competed back in 2011. It's been 13 years since he last made his CrossFit Games appearance, and that's stretched multiple divisions, 3+ divisions for some of these athletes.
Rick Chopa, he locks it in under the time cap, 7:52. 12-minute time cap. As we have almost every athlete finishing up their 4th round.
And I love the attitude and resiliency of these older divisions. Yesterday when we were going through the athlete briefing, some of these athletes found out that they weren't handstand walking, and instead of being, hearing a few cheers, most of them were a little disgruntled because, like, hey, I was looking forward to that. I want the higher skill. I want to kick up on my hands, and just the idea for most of the general population about a 65-plus-year-old athlete kicking upside down and walking their hands just seems so foreign, but here it's something that's readily embraced.
These age groups want to be challenged. And there in lane 6, Bruce Marco. And right next to him on the floor, Matt Bell. With just a couple athletes. Now every athlete is either done or chipping away at their 4th and final round.
Just under 3 minutes.
Lane 20 in the white shirt, Steve Becker with his last rope climb, and then to the left in lane 16, John Guthrie. This is his rookie year.
We might have a little bit of a race here. They both are done at the same time, both back to the bag.
Guthrie to the top of your screen, just off now. He was your event 1 winner with the run and deadlift from earlier today, but Becker will strike first on the sandbag.
Yeah, Guthrie, you can see just a little bit gassed here. That running and deadlift really works the posterior chain. The deadlift, especially for heavy reps, can do a number on your central nervous system, and looks like Guthrie is just spent here.
And these are your 2 last athletes in the 65-plus men's division on the floor. He gets a no rep, couldn't get the sandbag all the way up to the shoulder.
Guthrie to catch up. Both athletes now with 3 reps remaining. Guthrie with a chance to sneak ahead.
Guthrie and Becker, just 3 reps to go. Guthrie will strike first, but he gets a no rep. Becker tries to get it up to his shoulder, but just can't, sets it back down. Both judges' hands in the air.
We're seeing them both fail at the transition point from the hip up to the shoulder. A way to kind of mitigate that you see a lot of times is when they shelf it at the hips, really squat down and try and get that sandbag as high up on the bicep. So really you're just standing up with it. Instead of bringing the sandbag to your chest, you bring your chest to the sandbag as much as you can by hinging at the hip.
And
there.
Guthrie and Becker just with 2 to go. Guthrie trying to get it. And now he has just 1 rep left with less than a minute till that 12-minute time cap. You can see more hip power, Becker. Both athletes, 1 rep to go. And Guthrie will get it, and he will finish under the time cap, 11:25. Becker has 1 rep to go with just about 30 seconds left.
And this won't affect his placing at all. His placing is sealed, but this is more for, a little bit of personal pride to finish strong and be able to walk away knowing that you completed that under the time cap. It gives you a little momentum going into the next day.
All athletes finishing under the time cap, but Dan Miller, your 2023 champion from the age group division last year, finishing in a blazing 4 minutes and 44 seconds.
I mean, there was no question how comfortable he was with both these implements. It was fast transitions, quick up the rope, no hesitation with the sandbag. Easy work for Dan Miller, and that's going to be it pretty much for this 65-plus men's, because remember, they only have 2 tests today, and you couldn't quite see it on your screen, but one of the 65-plus male athletes just now after the time cap decided, you know what, there weren't handstand walks in our event. I'm going to do one anyways, just to show off a little bit.
And that will close it up for the men's 65-plus division. We will reset, get your next group of athletes onto the floor as we welcome 1 heat of men's 60 to 64. Welcome back, everybody. We are now welcoming the men's 60 to 64 division to the floor. If you were with us through the last division, standards here will remain the same, 4 rounds for time, with 3 rope climbs just to the 12 feet, and then 6 sandbag cleans, 100 pounds for these athletes.
Pretty straightforward, classic weightlifting object gymnastics couplet here. As you see the start list for these men.
And we have our 2023 champion from last year in lane number 5, Stuart Swanson, as he makes his 5th games appearance.
We have both of the top 2 finishers from last year's games. In addition to Swanson, you have Tom Famery, who finished 2nd just behind him last season.
Fun fact, Tom Famery was at the first affiliate I ever went to,
Really?
CrossFit Green Bay.
Nice.
Yep, met up with some old friends, his coach and some other athletes.
Green Bay, Wisconsin, salt of the earth.
Oh, it's beautiful. You go up to Door County in the summer.
Not a fan of their football team, but you know, that's
That's for a different discussion.
as a Cowboys fan, they've caused me a lot of pain.
This will just be 1 of 1 heat for the men's 60 to 64 division and their final event on the day. They've already completed event 1, a couplet of deadlifts and running.
We saw Dan Miller in the previous heat blast this in just 4 minutes and change. I would expect something similar here from this division.
2, 1, go!
And they are underway, starting off with 3 rope climbs to the 12-foot target. And the speed of these athletes, pretty quick so far, Tommy.
We have, 7 different podium finishers in the ranks here, so it should be a pretty fun competition to watch all weekend long. In addition to Swanson, Joe Ames has 2 titles under his belt. Shannon Aiken in lane 12 has 2 titles under his belt. So, athletes with a tremendous pedigree coming into this should make for a pretty tightly contested competition all weekend.
And in lane 16, Tom Famery was the first to strike on his 2nd round of rope climbs. A couple other athletes now joining him. Tom Famery to the right on the rope in the white shirt. 2nd of 3. And you'll notice as athletes approach the sandbag, they will move it forward to designate which round they are on. And it's a race right now between Tom Famery in lane 16 and in lane 10, Joe Ames, his 5th CrossFit Games appearance.
You see Famery, no problem with those sandbag cleans. He's a bigger, longer athlete, able to tap and go there, keep that bag at extension and not have to pause at the hip. Really one fluid motion there, just raw power from Famery.
Famery and Ames starting round 3, heading back to their rope climbs. In lane 18, Warren Jennings, he is in the neon shirt, and joined next to him in lane 20, Michael Beamer, as they finish up their 2nd set of sandbag cleans.
Peter and John looking to edge him out.
And we have Ames. He looks left, he looks right, as he moves
Just under 3 minutes
to his next set, his 3rd set of sandbag cleans, with Tom Famery just shortly behind him. Ames in the neon top to the left top of your screen. Famery was in the white just below him.
Ames able to build about a 2-rep lead over Famery right now. I mentioned the height of Famery and the size of Famery as an athlete. Ames near identical. Both the 2 tallest athletes in the field at 6'1", 200 pounds. You know, we have a term for us in our group. That's a rig shaker right there.
That is a rig shaker.
As a fellow tall athlete myself, love to see him doing well.
Ames in the center in that neon. He's already 1 rope climb in as Tom Famery now gets his first rope climb in. About 1.5 reps separates these 2 athletes. They are your leader. Just 1 heat in this age group, 60 to 64 for the men.
And Ames doing an excellent job of getting a good jump off the ground, but to get his first pinch, he doesn't need more than 2 pulls on each of these climbs to get up to that 15-foot crossbeam.
So what we're looking at is the left box of your screen. That's Ames advancing in lane 10 in the neon. You'll be able to see Famery to the right in the white shirt going up the rope for his last rope climb. That is your 1 and 2. Ames judge's hand is in the air. This is his 4th and final round with just 2 reps left. Tom Famery now approaching his last set of sandbag cleans, and Ames, last one in, he is in 4:43.
You can see in lane 16 there, center of your screen with the white shirt, that's Famery. He's only got a couple of reps to go too. 3 reps for him to lock up second in this event.
And now with Ames out of his sight, he knows he just needs to get the second best time. Going any faster, if nobody's in his sights, won't do him any favors as they are the only heat.
And you know, this is a different floor layout, but in the very least, at any given time, he can see half of the competition field in front of him in his field view.
And Famery is in 5:20 for a second place finish on event 2. We have more than half of the time remaining, 12-minute time cap. Almost all of the athletes are into their 4th and final round.
Stuart Swanson, last year's champ, he's the next athlete to his final round of sandbag cleans.
And he's just a little bit higher on the screen, and there he is in, or nope, he's up just a little bit higher in the white shirt, just at the top of your screen. But he is joined by company. And Stuart Swanson will be your 3rd athlete to cross the finish line. Right behind him in lane 9, Rob Burnett also in. As several athletes now finish up with just under halfway to go before that 12-minute time cap in event 2.
Lane 20, Michael Beamer just crossed the finish line. A handful more athletes wrapping up their event. Lane 6, Bruce Young just finished.
And Jose Luis Vaz, all the way to the left, neon shorts, crosses the finish line. Finished 2nd in event 1 on the day, and he is making his rookie debut. Just a couple athletes left on the floor. And then they're done for the day.
Alan Duarte just wraps up his day. Just 2 events on tap for the 60 to 64 and 65 plus athletes. From the 54-year-olds down, they'll be doing 3 events today. So a slightly adjusted work volume across the entirety of the weekend.
That's John Schatz trying to finish up for sandbag cleans to go, 100 pounds.
And just kind of goes back to our point in some of the earlier heats around pacing. Schatz was actually one of the first people back to the rope for round 2. So burned in a little bit hot here, and then now we're seeing him out on the floor, hit a bit of a wall. It's tough to replicate this competition environment in your training facility, wherever you are, whether it's at home or in an affiliate. Sometimes you just get full of fire in your belly.
And John Schatz, he's a retired Christmas tree farmer. Unique background.
I like that.
He's got some holiday spirit in him, I'm sure. About 3 minutes to go. As Schatz now has 1 rep before he locks it in under the time cap for event 2.
And remember, these athletes ran and deadlifted earlier today, so for some of them you can see the cumulative effect of doing so much pulling from the ground. Posterior chain just lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, I see what you did there, Tommy. And the neon shirt still getting to work is Carl Bax from Mount Zion, Illinois. He is in your 3rd round of 4, trying to get as many reps in as possible before that time cap.
You can see it's just the sandbag that's really posed a problem for him. Even on the good reps, it's taken a long time between reps for him to be able to recover and pull from the ground.
And then rookie athlete in the white shirt, Vaz, he's there trying to give him some moral support, encourage him to keep going.
It's just, you know, these odd object movements, once you hit your fatigue point, it's really tough to be able to breathe and recover around it, just because they're just so different than any other movement that we do.
About 90 seconds now in event 2 for our men's 60 to 64 division. We got 2 athletes still working. Also Tim Vienna. He is finishing up his final set of sandbag cleans. 1 rep to go.
And all the way at the top left of your screen, that's
Mitchell Taylor crosses. And Tim Vienna, both finishing under the time cap.
Carl Bax is now on to his final round. He just wrapped up the 3rd round of sandbag cleans.
Moving that sandbag forward, untightens the belt, and we'll have 3 rope climbs at that 12-foot target to start his 4th and final round with just 30 seconds to go.
And realistically, he probably only has time to maybe get 1 in, and that's even if he decides to jump up on the rope. At this point, his placement is locked in. He could be thinking about the rest of the weekend and trying to save some of that pulling strength, but you know, it's not in the nature of most of these guys just to stop. So
as much as you want to factor in the accumulated fatigue over the course of the weekend, you also don't want to give up. But that will have it for your men's 60 to 64 age group. And it was Joe Ames, his 5th time at the CrossFit Games, taking that event win at 4:43. now taking the floor is the men's 55 to 59 division, and this is where the programming changes up a bit. The last age groups we looked at, it was a couplet. It was rope climbs, sandbag cleans. Now, as we enter some of the younger divisions, we are also going to incorporate a 20-foot handstand walk.
Yep, and these athletes will have 5-foot sections to complete this handstand walk. So if they do come down at any point during those sections, they will return to the last fully completed section that they finished.
In previous heats, we saw nearly nobody needed the 12-minute time cap, with athletes finishing under the 5-minute mark. But from what we've seen in the women's masters division, things will change up as you add the fatigue from the handstand walks. But in lane number 7, we have Mike Egan. He's making his 6th CrossFit Games Masters appearance.
And he is a former champion, winning way back in 2022, just a couple of short years ago. He was the top overall finisher, and we don't have a returning champion from last year, with last year's champ in this division, Kevin Kester, sitting out. I believe he's actually in the crowd this weekend. He's one of those athletes that tends to alternate years on, years off. So it's an open door for a new champion this season.
Athletes looking at a time cap of 12 minutes, 4 total rounds. You'll notice that they will advance their sandbag as they move through the rounds to keep track of where they are. And for this age group, 55 to 59, there will be 2 heats. So these athletes are going to need to put that time to beat, knowing that there's still athletes waiting in the wings to take the floor.
In 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
And these athletes are underway. They will now have 3 rope climbs instead of the 12-foot target. This division will have to go all the way to the top. Your standard, probably what you most recognize, is that 15-foot hand all the way to the top of the beam.
Chris Rowe, lane number 6. Mike Egan, lane number 7. Shane Taylor, lane number 8. Liberson Caparelli, lane number 9.
Kevin McVeigh, is the first to strike for the sandbags, but joined by several other athletes. As we will see who kicks up on their handstand walk first after their 6 sandbag cleans. Lane 16 to the left in the neon shorts, Ivica Huckman.
McIvy's already done with that first handstand walk. He went touch and go on the sandbag. He went the full 20 feet on his hands, no hesitation, and no hesitation back up on the rope. That is the pacing of a man who knows he can hit one out of the park here, and he is not holding back.
Oh, and lane 13, Bob Beardsley, neon shorts, took a spill but will reset. They must complete the handstand walk in 5-foot unbroken increments.
Just under 2 minutes in, Kevin McVeigh is starting his 2nd round of sandbag cleans.
Most of the rest of the field is still on the rope on the opposite side, and McVeigh is already ripping through those sandbag cleans. You've seen him slow up a little bit with the tap and go technique.
And he will take a break before he gets back on his hands for a 2nd set of handstand walks. That is on the left, black shorts. He's got 10 feet in, 15 feet in, and final looks to be no problem as McVeigh, all the way to the bottom to the left, starts his 3rd of 4 rounds.
And just to his left, in lane 13, Bob Beardsley. Not sure if that's his 1st or 2nd round, but looking pretty smooth on the handstand walk.
He head back to the ring for a round 3.
Neon shorts, Bob Beardsley taking a break as he resets for another rope climb.
See most of the athletes working through their second set of handstand walks.
And that was Jake Taylor all the way to the top. Now you can see he's moving to set his next round of rope climbs.
And a lot of athletes were in this division were happy to have the handstand walk because it was a big separator. And you can kind of see why. In lane 16, Vika Huckman really struggling with his first set of handstand walks. For some, it's a really their time to shine. And for others, if you're just not comfortable upside down, there's no way to kind of sneak around this movement.
And a couple of no reps as they struggle to get those 5-foot increments of unbroken. And then back to lane 15, McVeigh finishing his third round, about 4 minutes and 14 seconds. He's got one round to go, and I don't think, Tommy, he has any company quite yet.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of the field struggle to maintain the full 20 feet unbroken on the handstand walk. A lot of athletes starting to break it up into the smaller chunks. See McVeigh in the left screen, up on the rig in the back. Only 2 reps left in his fourth and final round on those rope climbs. No issue whatsoever.
And if McVeigh can lock in an event win, that would be big, as this is his rookie year alongside many other competitors that have been in the Masters division for several years.
And unlike the previous 2 divisions that we saw, there's 2 heats for this one. So he's not just competing with the guys he can see on the floor. There's a whole nother round of athletes, including some of the top qualifiers coming out of semifinals that he'll have to contend with. So no rest for the weary. He's got to keep his foot on the gas pedal.
3 final reps for Antonio in lane 11.
And just about the halfway mark as we approach 6 of 12 minutes before the cap. And there's McVeigh chipping away at his last set of sandbag cleans.
Still holding on to touch and go, and you can see the cots there, right? One of the things that happens when you do those touch and go reps, you saw his bent arms where you don't actually get that release from the grip in the biceps, and over time that can be really, really taxing on a small muscle group.
And Mike Eden, he is finished. I think we heard 6:18 unofficially. As we talked about him at the beginning, Tommy, this was his 6th CrossFit Games. He will now hold that time to beat, as we still have one more heat of men to take the floor.
Yeah, just off your screen, you can see left-hand side of the screen, the split screen here. You can see Egan standing on his lane 11 mat. He kind of sat behind McVeigh for the middle chunk of this event and made a big push on that last set of rope climbs, and that's a good start with 1 heat to go, knowing you're the top time. Oh, I'm sorry, that's
Boldrini.
Yeah, that's Antonio Boldrini.
Antonio Boldrini.
Yeah, so we had 2 athletes sneak ahead of McVeigh there in impressive fashion.
And your official times will be on Competition Corner under the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. That will have all of your official times and leaderboard standings. Another athlete just locked it in lane 8, Jake Taylor, will be good under that 8-minute mark.
Athletes 4 minutes.
Lane 14, John Carvalho.
John Carvalho finishing up his day.
Andy Byron heads back to the rope for round 4 of rope climbs. 5 sandbag queens left.
We got a handful of athletes who have locked it in under the time cap. Some still working on the handstand walks and sandbag cleans. There, lane 12, Marcos Yamada on his rope climbs. Jay Sanderson on his hands. Able to go unbroken on his last set. Sanderson just under 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
And off to his right, John Carvalho just finished up his event.
Lane 9, Emerson Caporali is looking to close out his 3rd round. Plenty of time left, athletes, just under 3 minutes.
Lane 16, another no rep on the handstand walks. That's Ivica Hookman. Struggling to get both of those hands over and keep that tilt of those legs driving him forward.
Handstand walks 5 feet at a time.
Bringing it across the line in lane number 4, right around that 9:51.
John LeConte making his rookie debut. He was able to lock in a 3rd place win in event 1 of the day. Both hands get in.
Interesting start there, making sure his hands were planted on the ground and on all fours before kicking up. Usually that's a sign of a lack of confidence in your setup to be able to get that dynamic handstand walk start. You see athletes do it with a handstand push-up when they're against the wall. It's a little bit different to see it here.
And I think in lane 13, Lemerson Caporali, he took a spill on his handstand walks. Now has medical on the floor.
Hopefully he's all right.
60 seconds, athletes.
Lane 17 and 13 still getting to work on those on those rope climbs. Lane 12, handstand walking, Marcos Yamada has to go back, but he is able to lock it in under the cap, 11:20.
Yamada able to make quick work of the handstand walk. Really, it was the sandbag that was tripping him up a bit.
30 seconds until that time cap before we welcome the second heat of the men's 55 to 59 division. And Bob Beardsley in the center of your screen, he had an early start, but has now fallen quite a bit behind, right in the middle.
We're going to count this thing down in 5.
Yeah, you can see he got a no rep there. Didn't stabilize the bag at the shoulder.
And he locks it in as we close out the first of 2 heats for the age group 55 to 59. Mike Egan, Antonio Boldrini Welcome back, everybody. We are taking a look now at your second of two heats for the men's 55 to 59 division. 4 rounds for time, 12-minute time cap, 3 rope climbs all the way to the 15-foot target, 6 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, and then a 20-foot handstand walk, 5 feet unbroken increments.
Yep, and we saw the first heat, a lot of athletes struggling with this triplet towards the back half of the event. The mixture of kicking upside down on your hands, the weight of the sandbag, and the fact that they've already done an event this morning with some running and deadlifts, really taxing the midline and the shoulders.
And these athletes did have one workout before this event. Shannon McGibbon, he is a rookie, and he was able to lock in 100 points and an event win to start the day.
Yeah, what a way to start your CrossFit Games career. Your first appearance, first event, and you win going away. Won the first event by 5 seconds over Vic McQuaid, who's also in lane 13. So those are your 2 top-ranked athletes coming into this event. So a strong start for both of them, and they're going to have a few athletes to fight off, including last year's runner-up in lane 12, John Kim.
And keeping in mind, we did already have one heat of this division. The time to beat is from Mike Egan, a 6:18 finish time. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on as these athletes lock in their scores.
And that is your overall leader, Shannon McKibben, in lane number 6. Just to his right, Greg Gertis, a 2-time podium finisher. He was second in 2019. He was actually the top qualifier coming out of the 2020 season before the rest of the season was effectively canceled. So an experienced athlete in his own right. So he'll have some heavy hitters on either side of him to go toe-to-toe with in this event.
Stand by, judges, stand by. Going in 10. In 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
And your final heat of the men's 55 to 59 division is underway, starting with 3 rope climbs to a 15-foot target. But that big separator is going to be once these gentlemen get to those handstand walks. And John Kim strikes first with his sandbags.
With last year's champion Kevin Kester not competing this weekend, he is the highest returning athlete from last year's games, as he gets a reminder from his judge to flash the hand out at the top. And I mean, he is coming out firing.
Already on his hands, 10 feet done, 10 to go. And he's done with 1 round. And already up on his next rope climb to your left. Now the center of your screen, 1 done before the next athlete can even get to their rope climbs.
That's just great rope climbing technique. It's a huge jump before that first pinch. You see him kind of butterfly his knees out wide on either side of the rope. Allows him to get his feet up closer to where his hip position is. Means only 2 pulls for him to get to that 15-foot marker.
And Kim into the second round of his 6 sandbag cleans. This is his 4th Masters CrossFit Games. And Kim is already on his hands. Just 2 minutes in, and he is halfway done with event 2. It's to the left in lane 8. Greg Gertis is on his hands, finishing round 2 of 4. And Kim will now be 2 rope climbs ahead of Gertis with 1 to go.
We're seeing athletes on the other side of the floor start to make their way back to the rope climb to start round 3. So pretty close race outside of the leader, John Kim.
Taking second in this heat behind John Kim in lane 12.
And Kim all the way to the top to the left of your screen. Taking a bigger break before he finishes his sandbag cleans and gets to his 3rd set of handstand walks.
Interesting, he instead of switching to singles and keeping his momentum, he decided to stop altogether and stick with touch and go.
And even with that break, Kim still holds the lead. And so far, all 3 rounds going unbroken on those handstand walks. He's got 1 round to go. Just 4 minutes in with a 12-minute time cap. Keeping in mind that time to beat 6:18. So he has about 2 minutes and 18 seconds to finish this round to lock in the event win.
And it was worth noting that 3rd round there took as much time as the first 2 rounds combined for Kim. So his pace slowed significantly. Could have been just maybe a few smart breaks here to make sure he has enough gas in the tank to push through on the final round. Typically when you have like a 4 or 5 round workout, the second to last round is the hero round, right? Because once you can see the finish line in that last round, it's a little bit easier to empty the tank. To get through that round before is really where you see who's got the grit, who's, who paced well, who's able to check themselves accordingly.
Albert Police in lane 11, taking a break before his handstand walk as his partner next to him, Vic McQuaid, making his way back to the rope climbs in the neon shirt. He took a 2nd place in event 1, and this is his 4th appearance at the Masters CrossFit Games.
And right now McQuaid's in 2nd in this heat. He's the next athlete in line behind Kim, so if he can hold on to this position, he'll probably move into the overall lead because a pair of seconds should be enough to put him into 1st overall.
And Kim, if you look in the right middle portion of your screen, neon shorts, he's back, kicked up. Time to beat 6:18. If he can go unbroken again, then he will lock in that time, 5:51 unofficially for an event win for John Kim.
Robert Davis, minus tied with John Kim over in lane number 12.
And that was a much needed performance from him because Kim took 16th in the opening event. Not exactly where he wanted to be to start the weekend, but able to bounce back nicely with some impressive gymnastics and odd object movement here.
Could have been a little damage control early on the weekend. We'll see how it fares out as they will close out their day 1 of competition. 4 days total that these athletes will compete in, today through Sunday.
John Kim will take a 1st place and right behind him by like 0.5 of a second. Lane 3, Robert Davis.
Robert Davis also locked in a time just shortly after John Kim, so both of them finishing ahead of the time to beat from Mike Eden that now has surpassed of 6:18.
Leonardo Lima, Greg Gertis, a handful of athletes all done on the right side of your screen.
We are more than halfway done to that 12-minute time cap. Lon Allen to the top, getting back to his rope climbs, and then in lane 7, Mark Sewell. on his sandbag cleans in the center.
Gonzaga halfway toe with that leg squeeze, 10 feet in.
Mike Ives, lane 15. Trying to close out round 4. Less than 5 feet on those handstand walks.
And in lane 6, we just had Shannon McGibbon, who took the event win in event 1. He is now locked it in.
Lane 15, Mike Ives just crossed the finish line.
Michael Miles across the line, 8:29 official.
Michael Miles just crossed the finish line. Good to know he's a comic book dealer. With a name like that, Michael Miles, that sounds like a superhero.
You and Sean would be nerding out, and Chase, the three of you.
Michael Miles, you get the alliteration. That's a superhero name. Miles Morales, Peter Parker, Clark Kent.
Couple athletes still getting to work with just 3 minutes left to that 12-minute time cap. This is the second and final heat for the men's 55 to 59 division. And then as we get into the younger age groups after this, programming adjusts just slightly as we move down the line.
See Anders Amren in lane 14, got his fellow Swedes behind him, making the trip over from Europe.
Waving the flag. David Usan Dezaga, excuse me, in lane 16. All neon, getting to work on his sandbags. Anders Amren.
Yeah, he's wrapped up. We got a few more athletes out on the field.
Robert Davis now in. Less than 2 minutes to go.
You can see just the sheer amount of effort from David Usandazaga into every single one of these reps. Really having to fire his hips. Gives you a clue as to how much energy was probably being zapped from him with each rep.
Deletta in lane 4, 3 reps to go. A couple of his opponents cheering him on as they have finished event 2 of the day.
Pretty good technique from Sandro Deletta. I mean, pulls it pretty high, gets a good shelf and pop right up to the shoulders. Probably leads you to believe maybe it's the handstand walk with the gymnastics component that got him, because he's moving the sandbag pretty solidly, even under fatigue like that.
1 rep to go, 45 seconds left. And then he'll have the 20-foot handstand walk to close it in. That'll be good. Getting a little bit of coaching from his competitors around him. Some claps. Ooh, almost a handstand push-up, freestanding for him there.
Yeah, he's able to do the old huck and pray, where you just throw your hands across the line and hope they hit before your feet.
We have all been there.
Little Superman.
And that is a wrap for the men's 55 to 59 division with John Kim, last year's second place overall finisher at the Masters CrossFit Games. He will take an event win with a time of 5:51. These age groups, 55 plus, have closed day 1 of competition. We have more age groups, though, coming up. We will now hand it off to Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram as they finish up on our other stream, and we'll head over here to continue the 35 plus divisions. And Tommy and I will see you guys back for more of the Masters games tomorrow.
we see the drone footage. Okay, that's program.
Yeah.
Action continues here on day number 1 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in beautiful Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and we are ready for the third event of the day for the 50 to 54-year-old women. It is event 2, and this one is much different than the event we last saw them do,
yes,
which was event 3.
Yes, and this one is about 4 times as long if you just look at the time cap alone. 4 rope climbs to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds for the women, and then a 40-foot handstand walk, as it is going to be a much more grueling event than that speed sprint we saw earlier today.
Now, this age group will perform 3 of those 4 rope climbs. Everyone else will perform 4, but everything remains the same in the event. So 100 pounds on the sandbag for these women. First of 2 heats for them, 15 women on the floor, 30 total women competing in the 50 to 54-year-old age group. This is their third and final event of day 1, and we are underway with the 3 rope climbs.
12 feet is the height. They've got tape markers as they'll touch the beam and they'll come back down. And this is one of those where, I mean, yes, the time's different, the stimulus is different, but as far as how you approach this, drastically different, because rope climbs that they have, sandbag cleans, handstand walks, all things that can go away if you miss pace the early rounds of this event.
Lane number 12.
And in lane number 10, it's Tia Gebby who is on to the sandbag cleans. So 6 reps they need to complete there. They're not going to advance the sandbag. They have to get it to the shoulder for the rep to count. Gebby in lane number 10. And she comes in 11th place overall with 126 total points. Finished 22nd in the opening event, which is event 3, but then really bounced back in event number 1, taking 5th place.
And as standard we see, obviously it starts on the ground, secure to the shoulder, and then the hand out to the side. Something we saw in the sandbag clean back at the 2022 CrossFit Games. And I like this standard. It's been over the shoulder a lot of different ways, but it just shows a bit more control that you have control of the sandbag in the movement.
Now Gebby's onto the handstand walk. One of 3 athletes onto that portion of the event. The other 2 are on the left side of the floor in the odd numbered lanes. Carol Mezin and Gaina Savary, or pardon me, Sema Burba in lane 3.
They saw him come down over in lane number 7, and you just have to do this section that's 5 feet long, unbroken. So you can come down, you'll just have to take a step back, start behind the line, get past the line.
In lane number 9, working her way up the rope in the long black pants, that's Priscilla Mulm. So 3 rope climbs here to start round number 2.
Giving with 1 rope climb left to go in lane number 10.
And that's Priscilla Mulm, who's trying to finish up her handstand walk. I misspoke. Lane 7 was Carol Mezin. So Mezin in lane 7 on the rope climbs. And Mezin, right now, 3rd place overall. She won event number 3. She's in the long black pants there in lane number 7, working her way up the rope. And then Mezin came back in the first event on your programs, lane number 1, that running deadlift event. She took 13th there. So 3rd place for Mezin, 164 points. She's 30 points back of Cheryl Bross for the overall lead.
6 sandbag cleans, 100 pounds. You saw Mezin had to redo that rep as she didn't show control yet. She dropped to the hang, didn't drop it all the way down to the floor, so a way to at least hold on and do that rep again.
Rachel Robinson in lane 15. I believe this is her first handstand walk. She just kicked down in the sleeveless shirt and long black pants. Tia Gebby on the other side of the floor is now also onto her second 40-foot handstand walk. So Gebby is now back in the lead, as Rachel Robinson is looking to put the finishing touches on her handstand walk. Gebby is now back in the lead on the other side of the floor and working her way back
Making her way back towards her lane marker.
towards the rig.
Looks like Carol Mason is going to be about 20
And Gebby is now all by herself
10. Tia Gebby.
out front. Third appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Best finish was in 2022. She took second in the 50 to 54-year-old division out of Sundown CrossFit in my neck of the woods, Santa Clara, California.
Now, Sean, all fitness being equal in this particular event, you're taking less time per movement you move to in this triplet. The rope climbs are going to take the bulk of the time it takes to complete them. They're just slower reps to be done, and as we get to the other divisions, there's going to be more reps to be done. Sandbag cleans a little bit quicker, even though it's 6 reps, and then the shortest, which we'll see a lot of athletes start flying down the field in this, is the handstand walk. So to understand that, you have to know is that you're going to make up the most time in the thing that takes the most time to do, and that's the rope climbs.
Gebby on the right side, or pardon me now, not on your screen. She was on the right side of that box on the left side, but now we're taking a look at Cindy Hinkle, who's, I believe, on her second
Edging out the gap between
handstand
her
walk.
and lane 7, Carol Mason. She has one final rope climb.
The 12-minute time cap here in this event. Gebby, I think, is still the leader here. And Gebby is on her third set of sandbag cleans as Hinkle continues to work her way through the handstand walk.
What I like about this one, Sean, is that if you don't have one of the 3 of these skills, you are going to fall so far behind because they're difficult to do. If you have poor climbs, we just told you it's going to be the longest part of the event, so you're going to fall way behind. The sandbag, going to be pretty even. You might be slower. No one's going to not be able to lift it, but even though the handstand walk is only 40 feet, it's still a skill that you either got it or you don't. And when especially under fatigue with the amount of interference we have in the upper body with this particular event.
Gebby in the long black pants and blue shoes. This is her third of 4 handstand walks. She's got to go down and back, so she is very much out front here. She's a round ahead of the woman next to her in lane 12, and that's Nicole Abbott.
And it's not fast, but it's controlled. She's been able to do every length unbroken. It's 20 feet down, 20 feet back, 40 feet total. And it's just been that slow, steady pace that you've seen from her on the left side of your screen.
The right side of the screen, lane 17. That's Ronnie Whiteside, and the yellow shirt getting called back to the start. Now, this is where, as you said, Chase, Tia Gebby has really been able to separate herself. She's the only athlete who is making quick work of that handstand walk.
And what I like to see from her, too, is that though she's not, I would say she doesn't look like she's moving terribly fast, she's also not taking a lot of breaks in between movements. A little breather between the rope climbs, a little just move to the bag and pick it up, set the bag down and kick up into a handstand. So her transitions, though not blazingly fast and intense, she's not wasting a lot of time. And that's what we talked about, pacing this event specifically for your skill sets the right way, and she's doing a masterful job of that.
Well, Gebby is on her final rope climb in lane 10. In the middle of your screen is 7 minutes have now gone by, a 12-minute time cap, and she's looking like she will have a really good chance of setting the early time to beat here. She's back to the sandbag, 100 pounds, 6 reps for Gebby to close out her 4th and final round.
And the only difference between the 50 to 54 division and the other 4 that we have is that they're just doing 1 less rope climb. They're still doing 6 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. They're still doing 40-foot handstand walk as the younger generation, or generations, I mean, I guess it is a generation, but younger divisions are doing. I don't say there's a generational disparity between the athletes that we have competing here.
3 reps remaining for Gebby, but she is all alone in the lead here. She has 4 career event wins at the CrossFit Games. Looking to pick up number 5 with this performance, but we still have 1 heat to go for the 50 to 54-year-old women after this.
They should have set it down, not step away terribly far, saddle back up to the bag, but just pick it up again.
And Gebby is on her last sandbag rep, and now 1 handstand walk remaining for her, and she has about 3 minutes, 45 seconds to get that done here. Should not be a problem for her because, again, she has been the only athlete in this heat who has been consistent on this portion.
That's not fast, but it is unbroken, and it's steady, and it's in control. And
Gabby is through.
It's great. It's exactly what she needs to do. She does a quick turnaround, but that's a decently quick transition for these athletes in this heat. They're just kicking down, gathering yourself, and kicking back up.
The final 20 feet for Tia Gebby, looking to pick up the heat win. Oh, and now that is going to send her back
The first time.
just to the last line. You only have to retreat 5 feet, so good news for her. And she is in at 9:04 unofficially. So 9:04 for Gebby.
Right behind Tia, second in this heat, lane 7.
And it's interesting to see how this event is designed, Sean. As we said, the rope climbs will take the most time. The sandbag cleans are the sandbag cleans. But the one that could be the shortest can be, and has been, the biggest crux of the entire event for this division.
Well, Carol Mezen in lane 7 was closing the gap on Gebby. She came in about 10 seconds later. Now Mezen, you saw her just briefly. She was recovering in that. There she is in lane 7.
And she just got a no rep. She had put her hand down right on the line, so they sent her back one.
So Carol Mezen, she's having a solid day. So that second place finish in the heat will really help her. She's in third place overall with 160.4 points as Mezen, and Tia Gebby came in 10th place overall. Or make that 11th place overall, pardon me. She had 126 points, but Gebby with the time of 9:04, looking to pick up an event win, would be her 5th of her career. But again, one heat to go as you look at left side of your screen, lane 5, that's Gaina Saburi. About 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Those are our ladies on my side of the field are closing out round number 4 on the competition floor. Looking to get through those handstand
Well, lane
walks
16
in
sitting on her
80 seconds.
sandbag. That's Allison Sternad signing her scorecard. Lane 5 is Gaina Saburi trying to get through this handstand walk. You think back to Masters competitions in the past, 10 years ago when these divisions were really starting to take off. This was a skill that was not going to be tested in this age group.
It'd either be
at all.
taken out completely or it'd be bear crawls. And I was just thinking that while we're just sitting here watching it, is that it's great to see the advancement of the athletes and to see the programming advance along with them. But I tell you what, man, programming for the Masters is a tough thing to do and nail down. And you got to be really in the know of what these athletes are capable of. And sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid off, raise the bar, and let everybody rise to the occasion. And we're seeing that this weekend.
The lane 11, middle of your screen, is Bronwyn Clasher, and she's done.
Bronwyn's going to get across the line. Right behind her, Priscilla, 11:43 unofficial.
Out of Australia is Bronwyn from Raw Iron CrossFit
Down
in Queensland. Queensland, I should say.
The Queensland,
in 5, 3, 2.
the land they banished you from.
Time.
The home of Jeremy Austin, that's
There you
all
go.
I know.
Shout out to Jeremy Austin.
The 12-minute time cap is hit, and Tia Gebby is going to be your heat winner. 9:04 unofficially for Tia. Heat number 2 for the 50 to 54-year-old women. Coming up next, we'll see if Tia Gebby can hang on for the event win. Action continues here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 2, much different than the sprint that we saw in event 3, and it's really coming down to that handstand walk.
Yeah, we got a grinder here, and you think, oh, maybe it's the rope climbs, the sandbag, because that's going to take the most time. No, you either got the skill or you don't, and if you don't, you are going to have a hard time keeping pace with those that do. Now, for this division specifically, it'll just be 3 rope climbs to 12 feet. The sandbag number and weight will be the same along with the handstand walk.
What are the keys to success here?
I wrote grip it and slip it. What I mean by that is when you come down to the skill level of the rope, everyone's great at climbing up, but now the trick is everybody's gotten so good, can they do well coming down? That little slip down the rope is a skill that a lot of these athletes now need to start mastering as much as they did on the climb. And then pace to perfection. There's a lot of opportunities here to go too far into failure. The climbs on the rope, the grip on the sandbag, and that interference and fatigue going into the handstand walk. If you kick up too soon, you could fatigue out early on with this 4-rounder.
Lane 11, middle of your screen, that's Cheryl Brost. She's your overall leader and the defending champion in this age group, making her 12th appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's got a first and a third so far today.
And 3 years of individual competition under her belt, dating all the way back to 2010.
The best finish as an individual came in 2011 when she took 7th place overall.
And I think she was actually in what would be current Masters age, 35 plus. Doing it as an individual.
All right, folks.
So Tia Gebbe has the time to beat at 9 minutes 4 seconds unofficially, and there goes Cheryl Brost on her first of 3 rope climbs. The odd numbered lanes are on the left side of the floor, and the even numbered lanes will be on the right side.
Lane number 4, Stephanie China, lane number 5.
Said 3 climbs to 10 feet for the 50 to 54 division. And you see some of this pacing here on the left side of your screen. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It can get caught up way too early in this 4-round event on these 3 climbs. Like, oh, I feel great, let's go fast. No. There's a lot of work that has to happen to not screw up what the crux is so far in this division specifically, and those 40-foot handstand walks.
On the right side of your screen, lanes 4 and 6. They're at the far ends of the floor. That's Sherry Stevenson and Stephanie China. They look to be the first 2 onto the 100-pound sandbag. 6 reps here. And then it's that down and back trip, 40 feet total on the handstand walk. 4 total rounds.
Sandbag over the shoulder and 40 feet of handstand walk. They have 12 minutes on the clock to complete this workout. It looks like lanes 9 and 15.
Meanwhile, we have 2 athletes now, 3 onto the handstand walk. Lane 15 is Lori Pruitt. Lane 9, Jen Dieter were the first 2 onto the handstand walk. And in lane 6, that's Kim Purdy. So already the pace in the second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women much faster than the prior heat, as Tia Gebbe was able to win that handily at 9 minutes 4 seconds.
And we'll see this event evolve as we move to different age divisions, because certain parts of this will actually be more important later on, as the handstand walk will eventually just be a placeholder for the rest of this event.
Lane 9, Jen Dieter, right now looks to be the early leader in this second heat. She'll be in the box on the right side of your screen, moving up the rope there in the long black pants. Dieter has 7 event wins in her career and has been at the CrossFit Games every year as a master since 2015. The only exception is 2020. She still qualified, but just didn't get to compete.
Quite a resume to have.
Now, her best finish was 3rd in 2021 in the 45 to 49-year-old division. She's from First Coast CrossFit, representing Duval, Jacksonville, Florida.
100 pounds on the sandbag, 6 reps. They have to stabilize on the shoulder, show control, and extend that arm out to display that. What I'm curious is maybe in these later rounds in age divisions, are we going to see some touch and go on the bag? Are we going to see unbroken with a turnaround on the handstand walk? And then now it's going to, we're going to switch gears, because the handstand walk for this division may be the deal breaker, but as we get to other ones, it might come down to the rope climbs again.
Dieter's on the left side of your screen, and lanes 4 and 6 on the right side. They'll be at the far ends of the floor. Sherry Stevenson and Kim Purdy are trying to keep the pressure on Dieter, who is now halfway through her second of 4 handstand walks. She's taking a break.
Still unbroken and steady.
And now in lane 6, that's Kim Purdy trying to catch up to Dieter, as Dieter is working her way back. And she'll be halfway through this event once she crosses the line. As Purdy makes a quick turn, trying to catch up to Dieter. So Dieter is now done and into round 3.
Dieter took about a 10-second break at the midpoint of that handstand walk, where taking that break out bought her about 7 seconds.
Dieter's first back to the rope as you take a look at Sherry Stevenson.
Stevenson done with the first half of her handstand walk. She'll make the turn.
The left side is Sherry Stevenson. The right side, those are the odd-numbered lanes. That's where Jen Dieter is working. She is in lane number 9. That's her second of 3 rope climbs. You can see her working the way up in the black pants. So 4.5 minutes gone by here. Again, 9:04 from heat number 1 is the time to beat.
Lori Pruitt as she gets on the rope for round 3, just ahead of Pruitt. Ladies, you are just under 5.
With the top 2 right now,
5 minutes.
Jen Dieter and Kim Purdy in lane 6. They're on opposite ends of the floor. There is Dieter through her 3rd and final rope climb here in round 3 of 4. Back to the sandbag for 6 more cleans. 100 pounds in the bag.
Rope times took a little over a minute on that 3rd round for Dieter.
Breathing heavy in lane number 9, y'all.
Kim Purdy in lane 6 just closed out her 3rd set of rope climbs. Those are your 2 leaders, lane 9 and lane 6.
A couple of reps behind Dieter.
See Purdy in the all black top, black shorts on the sandbag. Looking to close out her 3rd round. After this, it's another 40-foot handstand walk, and then back to the rope for 3 final reps there. The 2 reps remain for Dieter, trying to get a read on the judge for Purdy. She's got 2 reps remaining, so Purdy is starting to chip away at Dieter's lead. Dieter's now done, as Purdy's on her final rep. So Dieter goes right to the handstand walk, as she's now on the right side of the screen as Jen Dieter. Her first 20 feet just about done, and now Kim Purdy will get right to work on the left side on her 3rd of 4 handstand walks.
There's so much compounding effect on the shoulders, all focusing on your ability to stabilize and walk on your hands, the upper body pulling on the rope climbs, the grip, but then the transitions, and that's where Purdy is making her move on Dieter.
Dieter on the right side stopped and took a break halfway through, and now we are dead even. Dieter on the right side, Purdy on the left, and the 2 of them back to the rope at the same time. 3 more rope climbs, 3 final rope climbs. So Jen Dieter in 12th place overall could really use a solid result here to catapult herself into the top 10 after day 1. And Dieter gets done with her first rope climb just ahead of Kim Purdy.
And again, Purdy's making her move on the handstand walks, just kicking down to kick back up. She's not even taking a break.
Well, Tia Gebbe's time at 9:04 looking pretty good right now.
For Dieter and Purdy as they both hit the deck at the same time.
So 1 rep remains for Purdy. And Dieter's still resting as well. I believe she has 1 rep. She's on the right side of the screen, long black pants, in the middle of that box on the right. And she and Purdy are pretty much dead even now.
Yeah, they just touched the top of the rig at the same exact time. But Sean, you were right, that 9:04? I mean, we're just over a minute. I think if anybody has a chance to get that, it'll be Purdy, just because of the speed of her handstand walk.
Well, Purdy is ahead of Dieter now, as Purdy, I think, is through 2 reps before Dieter gets through her first. But Purdy is now overtaken Dieter for the lead here in this heat, but Tia Gebby looking to lock up the event win. 9:04 looking pretty safe right now.
Purdy knocks it up.
It's going to be, well,
Or not.
it's going to be close.
We'll see.
It's going to be close. That bag starting to take its toll, though.
Dieter with 1 rep to go.
Purdy really pausing there with it in her lap, gets that to the shoulder. Now she has 1 rep remaining. We're about 8 minutes, 40 seconds unofficially gone by here. Now Dieter's onto the handstand walk, so Dieter's got a chance. It depends how much of a break she will take here on the turn. Dieter with 20 feet remaining. And Purdy just got hit with a no rep.
Oh,
She's got to
man.
go back. So Dieter, this is going to be close.
Coming across the line with 5 final feet. Can she do it?
And Dieter for sure is going to win the heat.
07.
It looked
About
like
9:07.
That's what I'm talking about. It was
I think she just missed, but we'll have to wait for the official results.
she saved her best handstand walk for the last round. She'd been taking pretty big breaks in the first 3 rounds. No hesitation at all on the 4th and final one. Then that got her ahead of Purdy and almost got the best time.
Well, Kim Purdy now just came across, so 2 women have now finished. As you take a look at our overall leader coming into this event, that's Cheryl Bross, who has a first and a third.
Still in the lead for third.
And now Cheryl's on to her, I believe, final handstand walk.
Sandu Taki. Taking it across the line. Heading back into this next round. Between doing the same and lane number 12 back to
Not only do they have to start behind the line, they have to stay within the lines. I've seen a couple athletes stray a little right and a little left and get called back.
And now our overall leader is across 10:29 unofficially for her.
less than 90.
You go to competitioncorner.net. We'll have all of your leaderboards and official scores.
Belladega turns.
See lane 16. That's Ro Morias.
And these handstand walks
Now looking to make it across that last.
are stopping her in her tracks pretty solidly for the last 10 minutes. I mean, she's got a couple rounds in, but
Another minute mark.
this is the thing that is slowing her a bit as you see her, she comes down again.
Pamela Gagnon in lane 8 in the background. She came across the finish line as well. So less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap.
52 the time for Pamela Gagnon. Great time.
Less than 60 seconds, ladies.
Ada Cavalier looking to finish it up under that cap as well.
Lane 13, that's Janet Black,
Cavalier is looking across the line right around 11:30.
who just came across.
Just finishing this event under the cap.
Janet Black, another athlete who's just been a fixture in the Masters division since 2014.
Shout out to the South Central region, Janet Black.
Counting down in 10.
Took 5th place in 2021. That was her last appearance at the CrossFit Games. She was in the 45 to 49-year-old division that year.
In 3, 2, 1, time.
The 50 to 54-year-old women are done, and it looks like Jen Dieter takes the heat, but not sure if she did enough to beat Tia Gebby's time from heat number 1. But regardless of how that plays out officially, both of them looking to move up the overall standings as they close out their first day of competition. We will take a quick break. When we return, the 45 to 49-year-old women coming up next as competition continues at the Masters CrossFit Games in Birmingham, Alabama. Action continues here as the opening day of competition rolls on at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. The 45 to 49-year-old women are up next, first of two heats for them. And now we go to 4 rope climbs instead of 3.
Yes, we do. If this event couldn't get any more fun, let's throw another rope climb in there. 4 rope climbs to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds for the women, and then a 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back.
Keys to success.
Grip it and slip it. And what we mean by that is, like, look, you can see a lot of grips getting taxed here. The rope climbs, the sandbags, even on a handstand walk. Everyone's good at rope climbs going up, but can you slide and slip down faster to gain that edge and to relieve a little bit of time under tension in your forearms and then pace to perfection? It's not a dead sprint. We already saw that earlier this morning with the overhead squats and the dumbbell lunges. You need a pace to perfection for your skill set. And that was definitely on display, especially in the handstand walks in the later divisions.
Looking at the odd number lanes, those will be on the right side of the competition floor. The even number lanes will be on the left side of the competition floor. And in lane 11, in the yellow top and long black pants, that's Kelly Friel, right now third place overall with 164 total points. And Friel is your defending champion in this age group. In fact, she has won 3 straight Masters CrossFit Games competition, 2 straight in the 40 to 44-year-old division, and then last year taking the 45 to 49-year-old division. And we begin with now 4 rope climbs.
Now keep in mind too, most climbs you'll see in the affiliate and at major competition is to 15 feet. This is just to 12. So even though it's a little bit less as far as distance to travel, it just means you're gonna be going faster, and you add some intensity, you add some fatigue a little bit quicker. So managing that pace, especially in this first round, where you can maybe oversell yourself, especially when it comes to these handstand walks later on.
Well, Friel looks to be one of the first women done with her 4 rope climbs.
I mean, about 40 seconds there for 4 climbs?
Laura Reed in lane 17, she's also onto the sandbag. And down in lane at number 3, Courtney Stutzman also on the sandbag, and now in lane 9.
I mean, across the board. And I saw our first touch and go in lane 14.
Charlie Good is in the yellow top, black shorts, and the headband.
Same thing for lane 7.
Well, not the headband, pardon me, but she's onto the sandbag cleans. Lane 7 is Marta Breeks.
I was questioning, will we see a couple of those in the later rounds? And touch and go's great if you should. Not necessarily as like if I have the ability to that I can.
Friel is the first woman on to her handstand walk, as you see Laura Reed kicking up. With Friel on the right side of your screen now working her way back to close out round number 1 in the first of 2 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old women. And now she will start round 2 with 4 more rope climbs with Kelly Friel. 13 career event wins at the CrossFit Games for Friel. And she's coming off a 12th place finish in event 1. Remember, these athletes doing events a little out of order today, but at the end of the day, they all will have done 3.
She wasted no time getting up that rope. She's already on her 2nd climb. Her first round was done in right about 1:45. She did her first climbs in the first round in 40 seconds. I like how she's not stepping back from the rope. She's keeping a hand on that, and all that does is it keeps you connected to the movement that you want, whether it's a barbell, a sandbag, or in this case, a rope. It just keeps her right there and keeps her on pace.
Martha Breeks in the white top and long black pants. She's in lane 7, right side of your screen, now just hopping up to the rope. She is behind Friel, but in the battle for the lead right now, if she can pick up the pace just a bit, as Friel now moves to the sandbag, 100 pounds, 6 cleans at the shoulder. Here in her second of 4 rounds, 12-minute time cap in this event. And already we're starting to see some separation as the handstand walk starting to really slow down some of the athletes.
I think we'll still see a bit of that in this round with the 45 to 49, and it's going to be less and less, especially when we get to those 35 to 39 divisions.
There's Martha Breeks, who's onto the sandbag, trying to creep up on Friel and go and touch and go through her first 3 reps now. Is Friel, I think, is done with her second set, and she's on to the handstand walk, but Breeks is starting to cut into that lead just a little bit, making quick work of the sandbag here in round 2.
And that might be the thing you need to do, because maybe you don't have the fastest climbs or the handstand walk, but you can handle a sandbag better than everybody. You can make up 10 to 15 seconds if you can sustain that pace of touch and go, as long as it doesn't take away from the thing that you're bad at. Because if you go touch and go here, you might make up 10 seconds, but if that's going to cost you 20 on the handstand walk, we just saw her hold a handstand for nearly 3 seconds. So there's a little pro and con there.
Friel in lane 11, right side of the screen, now in the middle, is halfway through. So she's on to round 3 of 4. Back to the rope for 4 more rope climbs as she continues to stay out front here. And again, coming in 3rd place overall with 164 points. She's only 6 points back of Val Voberl for the overall lead. Voberl will be in heat number 2.
2:15 on that second round. First round is 1:45, only 30 seconds off pace. And with the type of movements we have, slow, grinding movements, that's not too much of a drop-off from round to round.
And Marta Breeks is now just closing out her handstand walk. So whatever ground she gained on the sandbag, she lost on the handstand walk, as Friel has just 2 rope climbs remaining.
And I'm curious to see is maybe we can do some mid-event adjustments, and let's just do quick singles and see if that frees up a bit more time on the back end on the handstand walks. Another point here, though, is that these events have been released with enough time to tinker and play and strategize and see what's best for me as an athlete leading into what happens here on the competition floor.
Friel is now done through with her 3rd of 4 sets of rope climbs. Back to the bag for 6 more cleans at 100 pounds. She's on the left side of your screen, all by herself in first place right now.
We saw this in the last heat, is that the sandbag looks like it takes its toll a bit more as we go on. And I talked about how the rope and the sandbag might affect the handstand walk. The same thing's going to happen all the way around for all these particular movements, because the rope climb, the pull, the upper body pull is going to take away from the pull from the floor and getting it speed through the middle as you're bringing it to your shoulder. So a lot of interference here in this particular event, which I really like. It's very JT-like. If you think about JT, 21-15-9, push-ups, handstand push-ups, and ring dips. Same movement patterns in different planes. And it just that calculated risk of where's the push too hard, where's it take too much time on a certain movement, and how do I manage that when things start to change out of your control in the middle of the event.
The right side of your screen, Friel onto her handstand walk. This is her 3rd one, lane 12. Left side of the screen, that's Jen McKesh. With now 1 rope climb remaining, and what I believe is her 3rd round. Now Friel has taken a break after her first 20-foot handstand walk. And Marta Breeks once again made some quick work of that sandbag. In lane 7, she's on the right side of the screen, white shirt, long black pants. She's kicking up, and she and Friel will pass each other now on the handstand walk, as Friel is into her 4th and final round once she gets across that final white line. Now 5 minutes remaining before we hit the time count.
She's 4 minutes at the halfway point of the 2 rounds, 7 minutes there. So 30-second difference between round 1 and round 2, 45-second difference between round 2 and round 3.
For the final 20 feet of round number 3.
There's Marta Breeks out of Spain, making her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games. And she is now into round 4, 4th and final round for her.
7:30 on the clock.
Friel is through 2 of her 4 rope climbs. Middle of your screen, making her way up the rope for the 3rd of 4 times here in her 4th and final round. First of 2 heats here for the 45 to 49-year-old women. Their 3rd event of the day.
Creeping up on that 8-minute mark again. One of our athletes in this heat going to set that time to beat.
Left side of your screen in lane 6, that's Charity Payne.
Already staged up and ready to take the field.
Kelly Friel just completed her final.
Payne also making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games out of Jacksonville, Florida.
40 feet of handstand walk between her and the finish line.
It's like Friel's picking the pace up a bit on this fourth and final round of sandbags. Was moving much slower in the third round. Sometimes you'll see that with athletes. That light at the end. The third round of 4 is always tough. The fourth round of 5 is always tough. Those kind of situations. And once you see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, it helps you pick up the pace just a little bit.
Like 2 reps remaining on the sandbag for Friel. And then the final handstand walk. Now here comes Marta Brix in lane 7. Long black pants, sleeveless white shirt. Now she's been able to go touch and go. She's going to do it again here. And now Friel back on her haunches, resting up for that final handstand walk. Now Briggs is making really fast work of that 100-pound sandbag, but will this take a toll on her for the handstand walk? Now Friel is taken off on her first 20-foot length.
Still looking to wrap those sandbag cleans up.
So she's got
Friel's
20
halfway
feet,
done.
20 feet on her. It's a bit of a staring contest between the two. Who's going to kick up first?
And as soon as Briggs kicks up, Friel's back on her hands. This is her final 20-foot trek to close out the event.
5 final feet.
And she is in right around 9:44 unofficially. So Friel with a heat win as Marta Brix looks to be the second woman across the finish line. And now she is in 10:02 unofficially for her.
Still 2 minutes before we hit that 12-minute cap. Here's the benefit, though, of being in the second heat is now you have the time to beat. Now you know, okay, I've got 10 minutes to spread across 4 rounds. How am I going to manage that? Where am I going to push the pace, or maybe where am I going to pull back? Because the first round of Friel took 1 minute and 45 seconds. At that pace, that'd be a sub 8-minute event. We didn't get that. So where do maybe I just do 2 minutes per. Where do I sprinkle in those 15 seconds per round? It's the fun cat and mouse game you have from heat to heat.
We still have some women who are now just starting round 4.
Number 2.
On the left side of your screen in lane 17, that's Laura Reed. She's on her 4th and final set of rope climbs. We have about a minute to go before we hit the time cap.
Lane number 4 for Nichols.
So far, it looks like only 2 women have finished in this heat. That's Brix and Friel. Friel at 9:44 unofficially, and Brix about 18 seconds behind her.
Looking to make the last trip as well.
Lane 3, Courtney Stutzman.
As a coach, you're in the background, especially if you got an athlete coming up. 9:45 or 10 minutes to say that's 2:30 per round. We know the fastest someone can go is sub 2. So I was like, all right, Sean, I know we said 1 rope climb every 10 seconds. Good news. 1 every 15. Then you can do that for all 4.
Anytime someone tells me to go slower, that is not a problem.
Sold.
Finisher in lane 6, Charity Payne.
3,
Came across the finish line. She's in the yellow there, left of center screen, signing her scorecard. But it's going to be Kelly Friel who sets the mark to beat. 9 minutes, 44 seconds unofficially for her. As Friel looking to defend her 45 to 49-year-old championship and pick up her 14th career event win at the CrossFit Games. Final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women coming up next. One heat down, one remains for the 45 to 49-year-old women here on the opening day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, here on this Thursday in Birmingham. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 2, 3 movements, and it's all about pacing this one correctly.
Definitely is, and it's also all about the handstand walks at the end of each round. But 4 rope climbs to start, 12 feet to the bar, or that crossbar. 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder, 100 pounds for the women. And then a 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back, does not have to be unbroken. And when I look at the keys to success here, I would say for this division, I'd probably change the first one a little bit. I say, grip it, don't slip it. That's about the rope climb. Can you be fast up, but can you be fast down? Can you do that little slip down the rope? But pace to perfection sticks with this. But it's going to come down to how you manage these first 2 movements with the rope climb and the sandbag clean, and how that goes into the handstand walk, because that has been the deciding movement in this event for at least the last 2 divisions.
The lane 9 handing out fist bumps is our overall leader, Val Voberl, who picked up just her second career event win earlier in event 1, 170 points, but she is nowhere near safe in that top spot. Only 6 points separate her from Kelly Friel, who has our top time at 9 minutes and 44 seconds, and Friel's in 3rd place coming in here.
Going in 10. In 5, 3, 2, 1. Go!
Second and final heat is underway. Val Voberl, who started her CrossFit Games career in 2009. She took 70th that year. It's another year where if you just showed up in Aromas, you got to compete.
True, but arguably one of the greatest female rookie classes ever to compete at the CrossFit Games, with just the success they had and the longevity that they had throughout their careers.
A 2-time podium finisher as an individual, 2010 and again in 2013. The last time we saw her compete at the CrossFit Games was 2017 as an individual. She took 32nd that year, qualified as a master in the 40 to 44-year-old division in 2020, but of course that competition was unable to be held. And Voberl is now on to the sandbag along with Jessica Kassa in lane 7. Lane 15 is also there. That is Mariska Muissen.
Saw some touch and go in the last heat for the sandbag. A lot of singles out here, and I think that's the way to go, especially if you're decent on your hands. You don't want something to take away from what seems to be the biggest decider of success in the event so far.
And there is Jessica Kassa out of Buenos Aires, Argentina. This is her first appearance at the CrossFit Games, on the left side of your screen. And she and Val Voberl are going to be the first 2 done with a handstand walk, but Voberl is faster on the turn, and she is now on the left side of your screen as Val Voberl, and this will close out round number 1 for Voberl. One of my favorite stories about Val Voberl, back in 2012, she's at the Games. She was a school teacher at the time. I think she was teaching 3rd grade. Her kids were in the stands watching her, and in between events, she was underneath the StubHub Center grading papers.
Oh, so that's why they were cheering so loud.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Extra credit.
See, watch Val Voberl at the top of your screen in the green and black. Watch how big of a clamp she'll do with her feet. She'll lay back, reach those feet over her head, and then climb up the rope. Now, that's going to limit the number of climbs you do. It also allows you to keep your arms straight while you climb. A lot of times you'll see athletes climb with clenched or bent elbows, which when we're talking about the upper body interference here, the way Val's doing it, and it's saving that arm extension and that pull, it's going to help on the sandbag clean. It's going to help on the handstand walk. So a savvy move by Val Voberl.
Voberl back to the sandbag as she is now starting to put some space between herself and the rest of the field.
Bring it up on 3 minutes.
Yeah, Voberl is on the right side in that box, lane number 9, long black pants. And next to her in lane 7 is Jessica Kassa. She's trying to keep pace with Voberl here as they work their way through their second of 4 rounds. 9:44 the time to beat from Kelly Friel. in Heat 1.
Val's having a little bit of trouble controlling the bag. It's not necessarily that it's too heavy, but on that one, it just looks like she pulled a little bit too much.
Kasa is now pulled even with her, the two of them with just two reps remaining on the sandbag, 100 pounds on that bag.
Now, I want you guys to watch. If Val can do the same thing she did on the last handstand walk, no hesitation, and at the turnaround, it was just a kick down to turnaround. It wasn't even to take a break. Kick down, reset, right back up. That's awesome.
Now this is where she's been able to separate herself.
Number 7 doing the same, keeping the pressure on Val. As we hit 4 minutes on the clock.
So this little cat and mouse game between these two athletes where fairly even on the rope, one will gain some time on the sandbag, and the other on the handstand walk. Val's about the same pace, though, as Friel was in the first heat, right around that 4-minute mark. Val was about 7 seconds ahead of Friel's pace, and now back to that same pace that she had in the previous heat.
We're at that 4.5-minute marker. Athletes were at that.
Vobril now on the left side of your screen, making the touch on her rope climb with 2 reps remaining. She is into round number 3. And if she can keep this pace, she's going to win this event because the time to beat is 9:44 once again from Kelly Friel in the opening heat. We're approaching the 5-minute mark here.
Remaining, followed by lane 7. Is right there with her. That is Jessica. So she's got 2 more rope bombs.
Val to still those big clamp chunks on the rope. She's in that center lane.
Well, Jessica Kasa can really use a solid event here because right now coming in 34th place overall. Started with a 40th in the opening event, which was 24.3, so event number 3. But then got the ship righted, 4th place in event number 1.
And that could have come down to just not having the ability to have a good overhead squat.
And the amount of time could be just mere seconds.
Yes, exactly. And an event like that, even if it's a weakness for you, not the inability to be able to do it, that's a big separator when it was that fast.
Val Vobril in lane 9, still your leader. That's Jennifer Kinsella in lane 8. I believe now she is moving into round number 3. That handstand walk closing out her second round. Now Kasa is onto the sandbag. Far right side of your screen, white tank top, long black pants. She has been sitting in second place behind Vobril so far throughout this heat. Vobril is now done, and she will start handstand walk number 3 and gets right to work.
Time check here with Friel was 7 minutes after this third round. Val walked actually too far. She walked to the line that's actually just underlining the Masters 2024 tag. So she extended her walk about 2 feet on accident.
And continues to minimize the rest on this portion of the event as now she is done and Vobril moves into her 4th and final round. And here comes Jessica Kasa. And now a no rep for Kasa, and this could be extremely costly for her. But still solidly in second place in the heat.
Handstand walk again. Val's already on the rope climb, about 15 seconds ahead of the pace by Friel in the previous heat. Now we know that last round took about 245 to 250 for Friel. So she was a bit faster on her 4th round than she was her 3rd. And Val's about the same. They're pretty even so far as pacing. And they're not even, I mean, they're separated by an entire heat.
And you mentioned how key the descent is. Vobril is wasting no time getting down that rope.
The descent can tax your grip more than anything. If you have a loose grip, you might have to grab to control yourself. And that's when you get that grip stretched out on you, and that's where most people have an issue, is that they're clamping and then they try to grip and then that rope gets pulled out of your hands. That's where it's going to mess up your forearms the most.
The top 2 women in this event right now in this heat on the screen, Val Vobril in lane 9 and Jessica Kasa in lane 7, and Vobril is now done with her 4th and final set of rope climbs. Right side of the screen, those are the even number lanes. And all of them right now chasing the 2 women on the left. And Vobril, final 6 reps on the 100-pound bag.
The boat, but right now, only 3 remaining for Larson.
As you said, Sean, Val is just so fast down the rope. And that, I mean, that is a tool in your tool belt that is so beneficial when it comes to high volume rope climbs. I mean, 16 climbs in this event, especially when you add in the sandbag cleans and the handstand walks.
We're coming up on that 9-minute mark. We're just over 8.5 minutes in.
Now Kasa getting to the sandbag for the final time. The lane 14. Keep an eye on Jenna Larson. Starting to creep up here as well. Larson now just completing her handstand walk.
She's up and moving, heading back. Larson looking to place forward into Vogel's.
And this may be it for Larson.
Will she get it?
And Larson is going to get it. So Larson is going to get the event win at 9:05.
Now back to Vogel. Val turning and burning.
And it just came down to that last round and moving just a little bit faster on the sandbag for Larson.
She eclipsed that 9:45.
Now Val Voberl,
She will.
good news for her, she's going to take second in the event at 9:27, so she will maintain her hold on the top spot on the overall leaderboard. Now Larson, meanwhile, was in 16th place overall. 100 points for her will help move her closer to a spot inside the top 10.
We'll have a lot of movement on day number 1, 3 events, but it's going to be a long weekend, Sean. We've got 10 total events in this division over the next 4 days.
Here comes Jessica Kasa, who's trying to finish third in this heat
Jessica turn around in lane number
and
7.
might have a chance of winding up in the top 5. Because the second best time from heat 1 is passed. That was 10:02. And now she is in.
90 seconds.
And Jenna Larson, the event win, and as you said, Chase, it just seemed like it came down to that sandbag for her.
Moving a bit, and we saw that early on for Val, though. It wasn't that she couldn't do the bag. It just looked uncomfortable enough to where it gave her some pause in between reps, or she had to walk back and forth to stabilize the bag. And if you have good control, you're talking about 6 reps, maybe 2 to 3 seconds per round, 10 to 15 seconds, times 4. You can add a whole minute on just being more comfortable on the bag.
A little bit more than a minute to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Jenna Larson is going to have the event win right around 9:05, and Val Voberl takes second to maintain her overall lead heading into day 2. So 4 total days of competition. Only 1 event, though, on day number 3, or day number 4, pardon me, which is on Sunday. As you take a look at lane 17, Olivia O'Hara looking to finish up.
Less than 45 seconds.
Mariska Mewison also came across the finish line. Danica Rolfe is also in.
Not finish it in the next 30 seconds.
And there's Olivia O'Hara coming across the finish line. Less than 30 seconds to go. Lane 13 is Sonia McMillan.
They've been finishing up in lane number 1.
15 seconds
And
to lane 3, making back. She's got 15
she is in.
seconds.
Nielsen time.
Still a handful of athletes on the floor trying to get their final reps in here before we hit that 12-minute time cap.
We're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1. Time.
And that'll do it for the 45 to 49-year-old women. And Jenna Larson
Hats off.
picks up the event win, making quick work of the bag,
Taking it home here in heat number 2.
making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games since 2019 when she took 4th in the 40 to 44-year-old division. That'll do it for the 45 to 49-year-old women, but we still have a lot more to come here in event number 2 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games 40 to 44-year-old women. Coming up next. Let's set it up and do it again. Action continues here on the opening day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The 40 to 44-year-old women taking on event 2, their third and final event of the day.
Fill it up again, Sean. Fill it up again. 4 rounds for time, 4 rope climbs at 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder, 100 pounds for the women, and then a 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back, done in 5-foot increments. Now, as far as my keys to success, I know we've seen 2 sets of rounds where it comes to the handstand walk. I think as we get closer and closer to these other younger divisions, the handstand walk is going to be vital, but your speed and consistency on the climbs on the way up, but especially the slip it part on the way down. We saw Val Vobro with those fast descents save some of that grip, and then pace to perfection. Run your race, know when to go, know when to hold back, because a lot of things can change over the course of 4 rounds.
Lane 5, middle of your screen, that is Jamie Latimer. She comes in second place overall with 167 total points, and coming off an event win in event number 1. That was the second event.
And with that
these
one, it
women
was 4 rounds for time, 600-meter run, ascending reps on deadlifts from 5, 10, 15 to 20. So we've had some sprints in the overhead squats. We've been some pulling from the floor. So these athletes aren't exactly fresh coming to the final event of the day.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Jamie Latimer making her first career appearance at the CrossFit Games. She has competed at the Legends Championship in the past. She's at a Grand Trunk CrossFit in New Hudson, Michigan.
4 rope climbs. We've seen some of the fastest time splits for the first set of 4 as south of 40 seconds. Now, that definitely changes as we go from round 1 to round 4. But the speed is there. We've seen a lot of athletes take it out pretty quick, pretty early.
Waiting to see which of our ladies
Final rope climb here for Latimer.
Lanes 10 and 15.
Other side of the floor, the even-numbered lane, Sarah Laxonen onto the sandbag clean, 6 reps at 100 pounds. And also in lane number 12, Carly Delmonico was one of the first women there. And now just about the entire field, with the exception of maybe 3 athletes, onto the sandbag here in the opening of 4 rounds.
Now this sandbag is to the shoulder, not over the shoulder. It adds some element of control and stability at the top. It makes it more difficult and slows the rep down just a little bit.
And Sarah Laxonen is the first woman onto the handstand walk, and she's through her first 20-foot portion, and she's immediately making the turn. She's in lane 10. You're going to see her coming into view here in just a second on the left side of the screen, as in lane 12, Carly Delmonico getting a little hung up here on the beginning of that handstand walk.
Very fast first round, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15 seconds faster than any round we've seen so far.
It's the first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women. And Loxonen in lane 10, left box on your screen, making her way up the rope for the first of her 4 rope climbs here in round 2. Second of 4 rounds for her is Carly Delmonico gets done with her first 20 feet on her handstand walk. Lane 16, for the bottom of your screen, that's Raquel Farias working her way back.
Right there with him on those ropes.
Time split for some of the best times we've seen so far would be 4 minutes after the second round. I know there's different divisions, but it does give you an idea of how fast some of these athletes have been going. They're doing the same work, they're just not the same age.
And Sarah Laxonen, her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games out of Turku, Finland, on her final rep on the rope climb here in round number 2. Working her way back to the sandbag after this.
And what I love to see is that she's standing there and waiting. She's not rushed. She's not panicking. She's running her race and knowing that how fast she was on those handstand walks, she's going to conserve a little bit of time, a little bit of energy on these rope climbs, knowing we've got 16 total.
A couple athletes in the odd-numbered lanes. Lane 5, Jamie Latimer, and in lane 9, Heidi Kirchhoff. They're towards the front here as well, along with Laxonen. Taking a look at them now on the left side of your screen. They're towards the right. lane 9, Kirchhoff is in the white sleeveless top and the black shorts, now just hoisting that sandbag to her shoulder. And Latimer is a couple lanes down from her towards the right side of your screen in the long black pants. This is their second round of sandbag clean. So the two of them have pulled ahead of Loxonen for the lead here in this first heat.
Very efficient on her hands for these handstand walks. Going just about 40 feet unbroken.
Oh, wow, now you got 3 ahead.
Looks like we have some switches going back and forth on these handstand walks, Miranda. Coming up on that 4-minute mark.
Heidi Kirchhoff making the turn. And now in lane 13, Katrina Leclerc in the long black pants.
That's a great looking handstand
She and
walk.
Latimer are neck and neck. Latimer's at the far end of the floor. She's also in the long black pants.
Okay, right around the 4:05 mark. So a little bit slower on this second round than the first, but we've seen that every heat so far. This is the round. This is the round where you realize if you made good choices or you made bad choices.
Just over 4 minutes in.
Leclerc got right to work on the rope climbs in lane 13. The red hair, long black pants, now middle of your screen. This is her second appearance at the CrossFit Games. First time we've seen her since 2018 when she took 14th in the 35 to 39-year-old division. And her best finish that year was third in a handstand walk event. So no surprise to see her doing well here. Now in round 3 of 4 with 1 rope climb remaining. She's on the left side of your screen in lane 13.
Athletes with that 5-minute mark. Athletes
On the right side in lane number 12, Carly Delmonico trying to work her way through the handstand walk, getting called back to that last line. If you come down, you have to retreat to the nearest line and start again. So 5-foot sections that need to be completed here.
We got lane 13 joining her, Miranda.
And I think Carly's finishing up her second round.
Joining her on this.
And she's been having trouble with the handstand walk. The left side of your screen is Leclerc, who has 4 reps remaining on the sandbag. You also want to keep an eye on Heidi Kirchhoff in lane 9 and Jamie Latimer in lane 5. They are also on the sandbag here in round 3.
We're trying to pull that halfway mark.
It's like everybody's got 2 reps to go between their 3 leaders. And if it stays close like this, it's coming down to the handstand walk as we've been talking about.
3 with no one really in sight, and she will start her ascent on her 4th round.
Lane 5, Jamie Latimer, right side of your screen, is now into the lead onto her 3rd of 4 handstand walks.
And Jamie has pulled ahead each time on the first handstand walk.
But here comes Katrina Leclerc as Latimer works her way back. Leclerc now back to work as Latimer is in the lead here heading into the 4th and final round.
And the best 3rd round split we've seen so far of any heat, of any division, right around that 6:30 mark. So she was right about 4:05 at the halfway point. Just 2 minutes and 30 seconds on that last round. We've seen the fastest so far be right around 7 minutes. So Jamie's holding on a much better pace for 3 rounds than we've seen so far by anybody.
Latimer now through 2 of her 4 final rope climbs here, and again coming in 2nd place overall. She's just 18 points back of Carleen Matthews for the overall lead. Matthews will be in the 2nd and final heat here for the 40 to 44-year-old women.
Number 3.
1 final rep remaining for Latimer. Katrina Leclerc in lane 13, meanwhile, she also has 2 remaining.
Battling it out for 2nd place in this heat.
And Heidi Kirchhoff, she now has 2 remaining. So Kirchhoff in the middle of your screen, just jumped down off the rope. She's in the white sleeveless shirt and black shorts. This is her 3rd of 4 rope climbs as she makes her way up. I believe Latimer's on her final rep. Latimer's down at lane number 5.
Jamie's just doing awesome this last round.
Yeah, Latimer's now onto the sandbag. So she has moved ahead of both Katrina Leclerc and Heidi Kirchhoff. Now Leclerc in lane 13. Red hair, long black pants. Onto the sandbag for the final time. And Joyce Rodriguez in lane 11. I think she's closing out round number 3.
And it looks like lane 5.
Lane 7. Left side of the screen, Sarah Blunk is on to round 4. And here goes Latimer on her 4th and final handstand walk. And she's all by herself right now, as both Leclerc and Kirchhoff are still on the sandbag.
And she really pressed the pace here on the second half of this. 4 minutes at the halfway point, 5 minutes on the second half.
Call it 9 minutes even for Jamie Latimer winning heat number 1, as Katrina Leclerc looks to finish in second place. She's through 20 feet of that final 40-foot handstand walk. So Latimer, what a great day 1 for her. Started out with a 12th place in 24.3, event number 3. Won the last event and now is in contention to win event 2 here, the 3rd and final event that these women will do, as Katrina Leclerc came across the finish line.
Latimer basically had the same splits for the last 2 rounds, averaging a 230 on those. So that's what we've been looking for. That's what we've been waiting for, being able to hold on to that pace that you start with, which just means don't start too fast.
The right side of your screen, far end of the floor in lane 4. That's Joris Oscarsdottir, who is done in the green pants.
And she's going to finish it up. Unofficial, 9:59.
Now more women coming across the finish line, as we have less than 2 minutes to go before we hit that 12-minute time cap. One more heat remains for the 40 to 44-year-old women after this.
I believe we have lane 18.
And Jamie Latimer, meanwhile, is hoping to pick up her second career event win and her second win of the day here.
10:31, unofficial for Olympic.
Lanes 10 and 12, that's Sarah Laxonen, who was out front early here.
Please less than 90 seconds.
And lane 12, Carly Delmonico, who's really running into trouble on this handstand walk, as Laxonen got herself across the finish line.
And the more I see this event unfold, on paper I thought the walk was a little short for 40 feet down and back. Seeing it unfold now, they nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Our ladies 40 to 44.
Lane 7, right side of the screen, Sarah Blanc moving out of view. She's on her final handstand walking. In lane 19, that's Chelsea Hansen, bottom left-hand part of your screen, making the turn, heading back, looking to get inside that 12-minute time cap.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
The final 20 seconds here. So you take a look at lane 20, that's Meg Garrett.
Get out here on the floor, let them hear you. 15.
And Garrett trying to get across inside that 12-minute time cap as well, and she's going to kick down. Still has time if she can hurry.
3, 2, 1. Time.
And that will do it. But it's Jamie Latimer, 9 minutes flat, setting the time to beat with 1 heat remaining here in the 40 to 44-year-old division. We will see if that time will stand. So stay with us as action continues here from Birmingham, Alabama, and the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Taking the floor, everyone chasing down Jamie Latimer, who had the top time from heat number 1 at 9 minutes. Event number 2, rope climbs. You got a 100-pound sandbag in there and some handstand walking.
Some handstand walks, but it seems like it's the biggest part that's holding everybody up. 4 rope climbs to start to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 100 pounds, and then I would say just a 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back. But the way these things are combined with the rope climbs and the sandbags, it's all coming down to the rope. And if I look at my keys to success, I was wondering if it was going to be the rope climb itself. It is, but it isn't. It's not how fast you do them. It's what they do to you while they do them. But pace to perfection. Take breaks between the climbs, steady singles on the sandbags, and you're going to have to race the handstand walk if you want to be successful here.
Even number lanes on the right side, odd number lanes will be on the left. And in lane number 9 is Kelly Jackson, who is tied with Jamie Latimer, who has the top time from heat number 1 for second place at 167 points. But Latimer has the tiebreak because she won event number 1. Now, Jackson is one of the very few athletes who has competed in every single division at the games, individual, team, and masters.
The trifecta.
Best finish as an individual came back in 2014. She took 27th place overall. Her last appearance at the CrossFit Games was in 2021 when she moved to the Masters division, took 6th place in the 35 to 39-year-old.
3, 2, 1, go!
Really excited to see where athletes decide to make their move on this. And now they are flying up the ropes. I'm looking at Becca Voigt, lane 17, just blasting her way up the top.
This lineup, and we're giving the full heat here. Renee Martin in lane number 1, Casa Ohala in lane number 2.
Now, Becca Boyd is already halfway through her rope climbs in lane 17 as you take a look at Kelly Jackson, who's looking to close the gap on Carlene Matthews, who's also in this heat for the overall lead. Matthews with 185 points. Jackson and Latimer coming in with 167.
Becca Voigt done on the left side of your screen in 35 seconds. Very fast down the rope, so that's what I was hoping to see when I made these keys to success. But Becca Voigt's making a big move on those climbs. Now, I know it's just round 1. A lot can happen over the course of this event.
This is Becca Voigt's 16th appearance at the CrossFit Games. At this point, she's just showing off.
I mean, I haven't even been doing CrossFit for 16 years, and I like to think I was around in the earlier days, and not only had she been doing it longer, but she's been competing at the games at many levels for the last 16 years.
Have some women already taken off on the handstand walk. Becca Voigt is one of them, and then you have about 6 women in the even-numbered lanes that you're looking at just a second ago. Is Becca Voigt is going to be the first woman back, along with lane number 2, Kaja Ohala, and in lane number 4, Delanina Snyder. Delanina Snyder and Kaja Ohala trying to keep the pressure on Becca Voigt, who is now into round number 2. That's your overall leader, Carlene Matthews, in lane 5.
Now, she had a very fast back half to the last round. It was Becca Voigt early. She was early off the rope. She was early off the sandbag. Matthews was probably in 5th or 6th to the handstand walk and blew by everyone as she's already making her way into one of her last rope climbs. Now, she had a little slip up on her second climb, but that's what we'll see. We got strength and weaknesses programmed all the way through this, because as Matthews getting done, Voigt is off the rope and onto her first sandbag clean.
Well, Carlene Matthews with 2 finishes inside the top 5. She took 2nd in event 3, 5th in event 1 to grab the overall lead.
And this is where she made up her move. She was one of the later ones off the rope, but Matthews on the left side of your screen is going touch and go.
Now watch lanes 2 and 4 on the right side. They're on the far end of the floor. That's where Kaja Ohala and Delanina Snyder are. They were towards the front in that opening round, as Matthews is now by herself in the lead here in round 2. 9 minutes even. That's the top time from Jamie Latimer, and that's something that Matthews needs to keep in mind, because Latimer is second place right behind her in the overall standings is Becca Voigt. And lane 8, Amanda Cummins onto the handstand walk. As you look at Carlene Matthews getting back to work on her third round of rope climbs.
Now, it was Latimer's second half to this event is where she made her move on the field. But Latimer was done with her second round at the 4:05 mark. Matthews is 45 seconds ahead of that pace. Now, the question is she ahead of that pace because she over-raced the first half of this?
Lane 8, Amanda Cummins. Now, middle of your screen. She's in round 3. She's in the top 3 right now in this event. 22nd place overall coming in with 83 points. The right side of your screen in lane 17 is Becca Voigt. She's in the long black pants and white shirt. And then at the opposite end of the floor in the sleeveless white shirt, black shorts, knee sleeves, and I think pink shoes is Carlene Matthews. She's the leader right now in the heat. They're in round 3 of 4.
Matthews is done with her rope climbs. She's been touch and go for the last 2 rounds. She's on the right side of your screen in lane number 3 in the white and black, going for touch and go again.
Here comes Becca Voigt, left side of your screen, onto the sandbag, but Carlene Matthews continues to go touch and go. Now she's going to take a break. And Becca Voigt now giving it a try.
Realize that maybe not.
Yeah.
Now Voigt's faster on the rope, but Matthews has been faster on the bag and the handstand walk. Now combined, those take the same amount of time, the 4 climbs versus sandbags and the handstand walk.
Amanda Cummins, Andrea Pinheiro, and Carly Newlands in the even number lanes. They are also onto the bag for the 3rd of 4 rounds here. So keep an eye on them. They're on the opposite ends of the floor, but so far, Carlene Matthews has been able to hold off everybody as Matthews is making the return trip on the handstand walk. In lane 8, right side of the screen, that's Amanda Cummins taking off. Now here comes Becca Voigt battling Cummins for second place in this heat as Matthews is now done, back to the rope for the final time.
Done right about that 5:38 mark. Slower on the 3rd round than Jamie Latimer's was, but like we said earlier, she already had a 45-second cushion on her.
Becca Voigt Miller, left side, trying to cut into Carlene's lead.
Matthews with 2 rope climbs remaining.
Lane 13, that's Kelly Holm.
3 to go.
Closing out round number 3.
For Cummins.
2 reps to go for Becca Voigt Miller.
Now Becca Voigt is on the left side of your screen in the white and black with the long pants.
Now her and Matthews will
Carly Matthews is on the right side. Becca Voigt has moved ahead of Matthews as she has 1 climb left to go. So Voigt is moving ahead of her because her climbs are faster, but can she stay ahead of her on the sandbag? Because Matthews has a faster handstand walk. She's had a faster one for 3 rounds. Voigt needs to make a move now if she wants to stay ahead of Carlene Matthews.
Becca Voigt Miller is in the box on the right side of your screen, lane 17. She just finished her final rope climb. She's onto the bag ahead of Carlene Matthews. Matthews is heading up the rope for the 4th and final time here in the final round. So Voigt Miller has a chance to put a little bit of distance between herself and Carlene Matthews, as now Matthews is going to the sandbag right side. So keep an eye on her pace here, because this is where she's been the most effective.
Can she and will she hang on to all 6 as she takes a little bit of a break there in a reset? So that's good for Voigt.
Well, 9 minutes is the top time from Jamie Latimer.
1 final rep, she'll hold on to the bag.
And Becca Voigt Miller is now done and onto the handstand walk and has a chance to pick up the event win here.
I talked about 16 years of games experience. That transition was a veteran move of veteran moves. So drop the bag, don't outthink yourself, and get upside down and race to the finish line.
Becca Voigt Miller heading across the finish line, and she will get the event win. 7:57 unofficially for Rebecca Voigt Miller.
That should be good enough to take that time of 8:15 from heat number 1. Matthews done on the first half. Carlene making her way
Well,
back.
Carlene Matthews still has a chance to lock up second place in the event. And that would allow her to hang on to the overall lead, and she is in.
At the same time, unofficial, 8:21.
And we also had in lane 12, I believe, Carly Newlands finished up.
Cross the line first.
Now in lane 10, Andrea Pinheiro, right side her screen, just finished up. So 8:20 for Carlene Matthews.
And over here.
So close.
And I believe it was 8:21 for Newland. So that was a close race. Going by what the floor announcers are telling us, and when Larry Moss tells me something, I believe it.
It's a trustworthy individual.
Ladies, 3 minutes to go.
Rebecca Boyd Miller, 13th place overall coming into this event, but she's going to pocket 100 points,
Lane 13. Kelly Hall.
and she could find herself well inside the top 10 courtesy of that effort.
It's great pacing. Rebecca Voigt climbs all looked good. Pretty much the same pace, so fast on the way down to save her some time and energy. But be able to sustain that for every single round that's where she pulled ahead of everybody else in the field. She was falling behind after the second round, but we found out that everybody went out a little too hot on the first one. And there's old 16-year-old vet Becca Voigt just waiting in the weeds.
And Carrie Mail just
48.
finished up, as we have more than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. So it looking like every athlete's going to be able to get inside of that. Still have a few working on the floor. Lane 14, that's Janine Shillington. Lane 18, right side of your screen, is Julia Kenyon. And then on the far end of the floor, in lane 4, in the yellow top, is Delana Snyder. She was towards the front early in this heat, but has fallen off that pace.
For her final set of handstand walks, 20 feet.
Shillington getting set for her final handstand walk.
90 seconds.
She qualified as a master in 2020, qualified in 10th in the 35 to 39-year-old division, but not able to compete that year. This is her first appearance at the CrossFit Games.
10:46 unofficial.
Oyama on the time, 10:04 in number 2.
Kaja Ohala is across the finish line now. Far into the floor in lane number 2. Less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap.
Kelly Jackson, no reps on her
And
final
Kelly
5
Jackson,
feet.
meanwhile, who came in second place overall, tied with Jamie Latimer in points. Jackson, third place because of the tie break. She just finished, so she's looking to maybe fall out of the top 5 depending on what some of the other athletes did. I mean, Carly Newlands, who was right behind her in the overall standings, has already finished. So Latimer looks to be all by herself in second place as Carly Matthews hangs on to the overall lead after day 1.
Say is how strong that finish is for Latimer, knowing that these heats have not reseeded all day long. And that will change going into tomorrow. So Latimer doing what she's done so far today in the first heat should find herself in that second heat, which is very important when it comes to competing out here on the floor.
And that will do it for the time cap as Rebecca Voigt Miller, 7 minutes, 57 seconds in her 16th appearance at the CrossFit Games, picks up the event win to close out her day of competition. 35 to 39-year-old women coming up next. Day number 1 rolls on here in Birmingham, Alabama, as the 35 to 39-year-old women take the floor for event number 2. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got rope climbs, got a sandbag, and we got some handstand walking.
And we got a lot of it. It doesn't look like it on paper, but man, it adds up because of how fast these athletes are going to have to navigate this event. 4 climbs, as you said, at 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 100, and then a handstand walk 20 feet down, 20 feet back. And I'm just going to say shout out to Becca Voigt-Miller for finally making my keys to success make some sort of sense. Grip it and slip it, meaning keep that strong pace on the rope, but if you have the skill to slip down and slide down or fire pole your way to the bottom is such an important part of this event. And then pace to perfection. Take your breaks where you should, manage your fatigue, and you work where you can, but leave a little bit in the tank those last round and a half to try to keep the pace to the finish.
First of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women, 20 women on the floor. Make that 19 women on the floor as lane 17 is empty. That's where Ksenia Trubetskaya would be competing, but now we are down to 19 women. Lane 12, middle of your screen, that's Andrea Nisler. She's in the long black pants and the white sleeveless tank top.
30 seconds.
An athlete who we are used to seeing compete in the team division, winning a couple championships with CrossFit Mayhem.
And she's thrown her hat in the ring in several individual competitions over the years as well. 2020, she went for it since the team competition was happening, and she's done Dubai several times too.
In 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
First of 2 heats has begun for rope climbs to kick things off.
12 feet should be about a climb and a half for a lot of these athletes. All these athletes are used to 15 feet, so the 12 is a nice little reprieve. However, it just means you got to go faster. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be any easier.
And if you're just joining us, we have the odd numbered lanes on one side of the floor and the even number lanes on the other.
Some of the faster first rounds we've seen are somewhere between the 135 to 140 minute mark.
Andrea Nisler and Elise Andriani among the first 2 women to that 100-pound sandbag. Sammy Scorzelli is also there. Scorzelli, 3rd place overall. She's had a good day 1. 5th in event 3. Remember, we started with that. Then event 1 was 2nd. She took 3rd in that. Now we're closing things out with event 2.
Haley Murillo in the bottom lane in lane number 20, making quick work of those sandbags. Very fast on top of her hands. I was actually talking to her earlier before this event. She's like, hey, listen, the first one, fast and furious over at squats, not my bag. Second one's okay, but this is the one I'm excited about.
And Murillo actually just stopped short. She has to get across that final 5-foot line, and she is in. So it's Murillo in lane 20 and Scorzelli in lane 13. They're at opposite ends of the floor. They're towards the front. Andrea Nisler is there as well, and also in lane 16, Alize Andriani.
125 on that first round split. That's the fastest first round split by 13 seconds we've seen by any athlete up until this point.
You're not able to see Murillo on the right side of your screen. She's in lane 20, so she's out of view, but she is your leader. She is through 3 of her 4 rope climbs here in round number 2 of 4.
Just like Nisler's just behind her in the center lane in the black and white. But Haley was very, very quick on the sandbags and faster transitions when she got to get inverted for the handstand walk.
Now Nisler and Murillo to the sandbag at the same time, and down at the other end of the floor in lane 13, Sammy Scorzelli.
Ooh, and Scorzelli just got a no rep on her first one because she dropped the bag without extending the arm out.
Have to show control at the top for the rep to count. Much like a strongman competition, if you watch when they do a stone to shoulder or something like that, you have to show control and put your hand out for the rep to count.
Something I can totally not relate to.
Murillo's onto the handstand walk, and Nisler now kicking up as well as Scorzelli's fallen back a little bit, but Scorzelli now in 3rd place as she is on to her 2nd of 3 handstand walks. Murillo makes the turn. She's heading back, And here comes Andrea Nisler.
And he said in the first round, Marilla came down early just because she thought she was done early. But watch this transition. She'll come down and go right to the rope. It's a nice, good, quick transition right at the 3:05 mark. So very quick first round, or first 2 rounds for Haley Murillo.
Nisler is going to be the first woman to the top here on her opening rope climb here in round 3. So Nisler now in the lead just ahead of Murillo. This opening heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men. Sammy Scorzelli down in lane 13. She just made the touch and is coming down. She's the only woman on that side of the floor on her 3rd round of rope climb. She is in 3rd place behind Murillo and Nisler right now. And important for Scorzelli is that she's in 3rd place overall. She's only 12 points out of 1st place, occupied by Caroline Klutz.
It's like 2 climbs left for Scorzelli, 2 climbs left for Haley.
Nisler not wasting any time.
Nisler is done.
Making yourself in the lead as we hit 4
Nisler back to the bag for round 3. The 6 reps here are 100 pounds. Murillo is on her final rope climb, so Nisler is starting to pull away. Scorzelli is also on her final rope climb, so Scorzelli has a chance to surpass Murillo now for 2nd place in the heat.
Now, I know it's not the same division, but in the 40 to 44 women, we saw a lot of touch and go from our top athletes. We have yet to see that with Nisler.
Now Murillo onto the bag on the far right side of your screen, and she's starting to pull even. Now 3 reps remaining as Nisler's onto her 3rd of 4 handstand walks.
We're going to complete that first 20 feet, and she glides through and makes the turn.
See Haley on the right side of your screen. I think might have gone out a little too fast. Sometimes the ones you love are the ones that burn you the most.
And Nisler's done. She's into round 4. 5 minutes gone by here. Sammy Scorzelli in lane 13, meanwhile, still in 3rd place in the heat as Murillo is making the turn. See Scorzelli, far right side of your screen, long black pants, white top. Trying to put the pressure on Murillo for 2nd place in the heat. Scorzelli a 5th and a 3rd so far today.
And she's just about 5 seconds behind Haley for that 2nd place position in the heat. But her pacing is getting faster, where Haley's is getting a little bit slower each and every round.
Thus far. And Nisler.
Andrea Nisler, that's her 4th and final rope climb here in round 4. And she is all by herself now in front, back to the sandbag for her final set.
That last round of 4 climbs took about 45 seconds for her. And that's been some of the faster ones we've seen in round 1.
She goes back up the rope, giving Sammy about a half rep ahead of her.
In the battle for 2nd place, Sammy Scorzelli has now pulled ahead of Murillo.
Oh,
But now no rep for Nisler. She dumped that bag over her shoulder. She'll have to do it again. There it is. That'll count. She's in the middle of the screen. Is Andrea Nisler.
And it's not a weight thing. It's not a strength thing. It was just a stability thing. She over-pulled through the middle a little bit. And sometimes you'll see that, Sean, is that your fatigue level will make you want to put maybe a little bit extra through the middle of the sandbag, and then it goes over the shoulder.
There goes Nisler on her 4th and final handstand walk. Nisler in 5th place overall, coming in with 161 points. She's only 9 back of Julia Holm for 4th and only 21 back of Scorzelli for 3rd. And Andrea Nisler flirting with a sub-7 time here. And she is in right around 7 minutes even for Andrea Nisler.
Sammy and Haley Murillo both have one final sandbag lead.
Now the fight for 2nd place is going on opposite ends of the floor between Murillo and Scorzelli. Murillo is on the right side of your screen. She and Scorzelli are making the turn at the same time. And this is going to be close. It looks like Murillo's got her. Murillo's in. Scorzelli's in. Oh, Murillo thought she got a no rep, but she finished. That one's going to be close. I have no idea who won between the 2 of them.
And a good hard close for Haley, though. I thought she was falling off the pace a bit, but much stronger 4th round than she had that 2nd and 3rd one. After that 2nd round, I was a little bit more worried that Haley wasn't going to be able to sustain the pace, let alone fall off the pace completely.
But judging by what the floor announcers are telling us, Corzelli won that race by less than a second.
Jeez. They said it was close. Couldn't tell who had it across the line first.
Still plenty of time before we hit that 12-minute time cap, but Andrea Nisler, 7 minutes.
4 minutes to go. Heading towards the finish line. Rachel Lyon.
Well, this is the race we were expecting to see once we got to these certain divisions, is that early on it could be, hey, play to your strengths, minimize your weaknesses. Now it's just, hey, we're racing now. Who's the fittest, fastest person out here?
Lane 15 in the long black pants and yellow top. That is Sonia Karaskova.
Katie Shar at 8:40.
Looking to close things out, and she is in.
Jana Pope.
I believe that's just round 3 for her now. She's on to round 4 as Karaskova. The Chelsea Hughes is now in lane 14. She's sitting back on her haunches in the all black, middle of your screen. As in lane 16, Alize Adriani just came across.
9:04 unofficial.
In lane 10, that's Laura Stevenson. In the long black pants, yellow top. She just kicked down on her final handstand walk as she closes out her event.
And it's really good to see Chelsea back in competition. She's at the 14 mark on the right side of your screen. Since the last time she's competed at the CrossFit Games in the Masters Division, she's had 2 shoulder surgeries, 1 on each side. And to see her recovery in the back here on the competition floor, couldn't be happier for her.
Now, lane 11 sitting on her sandbag. That's Emily Morin, who just came across the finish line as well, as we still have more than 2 minutes to go. Sonia Karaskova, pardon me, is in lane 15, right side of your screen, and on the left side of your screen. Whatever angle you prefer, just watch that one.
Fiore is looking to finish up. 2 minutes, ladies, 2 minutes.
And down in lane 9, that's Nadia Gracio, who's still working here.
Last representative, lane number 8.
It seems like an eternity since Nisler came across the finish line. I feel like this event is full of a lot of things that Mayhem used to do ad nauseum.
Okay, yeah, rope climb, check. Sandbag, check. Handstand. All we're missing is a GHD. Which honestly, if I want to get my programming hat on, wouldn't be a bad thing to throw in here. A little posterior midline, a little anterior midline, a little pull, a little push.
And Nadia Gracio is in the all black in lane 9, right side of your screen. Should be her final handstand walk. We still have 3 athletes. Make that 4 athletes on the competition floor. Opposite side is.
She will cross that line right around just under the 11-minute mark.
Another finisher. And in lane 9, that's Nadia Gracio who is in. Haj Bell was the woman who finished up down in lane number 8. Now 2 women left on the competition floor, one of whom is on the middle of your screen is Sona Karaskova, trying to finish up this final handstand walk. And then on the right side of your screen is Francesca Marchiori, who is now in. And Karaskova's got to get past that final white line. She's in. And the entirety of Heat 1 finishes inside the 12-minute time cap. But no one does it more quickly than Andrea Nisler. 7 minutes flat to set the time to beat with 1 heat remaining for the 35 to 39-year-old women, and we will have it for you next. Final heat coming up for the 35 to 39-year-old women as we wrap up the opening day of competition for these age groups. Everyone trying to chase Andrea Nisler's time of 7 minutes in an event that was more or less in her wheelhouse.
Ladies and ladies, search your engines because you're going to have to chase down Andrea Nisler's time, as you said, Sean, and you're going to have to. It looked way too easy for Andrea, but we know it's anything but that. But here's what they got in store for him. 4 rope climbs to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 100 pounds, and then a handstand walk. Now, Andrea did this time without doing any touch and go, and we've seen some athletes do that to try to get ahead. So how are you going to find some seconds here? Well, one of those could be how you're doing your rope climbs. We know all these athletes are great up the rope, but how fast are you down the rope? Grip it and slip it. Can you slide down the rope quick, save yourself some time, save yourself some grip, and save that for the sandbag and the handstand walk? But you're going to have to pace to perfection. We already saw that on display in that 7-minute time by Andrea put down. It is going to be like the margins for error now are super slim.
20 women on the floor for the second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-olds. Our overall leader will be on the right side in lane 6. That's Caroline Klutz, who's making her first appearance as a master. She has a first place finish in event 1 and a third place finish in event 3 for 194 total points. She was at the games last year with CrossFit CLT. They took 29th overall in the team competition.
Going in 10. In 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
Second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women has begun. We start with those 4 rope climbs, and Caroline Klutz making quick work of that first rep.
Staying on the rope, keeping her hand on that to limit its swaying and just to show some control to it to climb right back up for the next rep.
Already halfway through is Klutz.
So the faster times we've seen off the rope is about 35 seconds for 4 climbs.
Lane number 5, Caroline Klutz, lane number 6. Anita Longo, lane number 7.
Now in lane 18, you got Julia Holm moving to the bag along with lane 14. Jasmine Sheehan is there. Lane 12, MD Gooch.
Now, like we just saw from Caroline, that it wasn't touch and go, but it was drop and stay over the back.
Pretty even here for the most part in the early stages of this event, and now it's Klutz in lane 6. She's going to be the first woman onto the handstand walk. Left side of your screen making the turn, and now bottom of your screen in lane 18, that's Julia Holm.
Jeez. 35 to 39 ladies are completing 4 rounds.
Lane 14, Jasmine Sheehan making the turn and heading back to close out round number 1 as Caroline Klutz is back to the rope. She's in the background there in the all black. Now middle of your screen, that's her first rope climb. Right side of your screen in lane 18, that's Julia Holm. She's onto the rope as well. So the leaders now in the even lanes.
Klutz about 8 seconds ahead of the pace set by Andrea Nisler, but Andrea just relentlessly kept the pace she started with for all 4 rounds. Haven't even got to the 2-minute mark yet.
Here in lane number 6.
The battle for first is going on in lanes number 6 at the far end of the floor, and lane 18. That's Caroline Klutz and Julia Holm.
Holm on the right side of your screen, very quick down the rope. Tap, fast descent, drop right to the bottom.
This is Holm's first appearance at the CrossFit Games in any capacity. She's getting to the bag, and here's Caroline Klutz, who's already halfway through her second set of 6 cleans at 100 pounds.
Look how she stays over the bag. She doesn't step back. You'll see that sometimes when athletes get tired. They'll drop the bag, I call it a pity step. They'll take a little pity step back away, and then they'll come back and waste 2 or 3 seconds. She's not doing that at all.
I feel attacked.
I was looking directly into your eyes as I said that. You could at least blinked when you said something like that to me.
I call it a pity stroll.
There's the pity step, there's the pity chalk, there's the pity untie your shoe on purpose. We've seen it all.
The pity leave the gym and get in your car, go home and cry. Klutz is now through 2 rounds as we are just 3 minutes through, and she's right back onto the rope.
Now, as fast as she's going at that 3-minute mark, 120 on the first round, 140 on the second round, she's going to have to average 2 minutes per round, which, if we're dropping 20 seconds per, to keep pace with Nisler's time of 7 minutes.
She's already 2 rope climbs into this set of 4 in round number 3. Klutz, your overall leader, coming into this event with 194 points. Started the day with a 3rd place in event number 3. Remember, we're doing these out of order. Then went to event number 1, won that. And now here she is in front here in the second final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women in event 2.
33 seconds on the first round of climbs, 38 on the next one, just only 45 on that 3rd set of 4 climbs, which is about the same pace that Nisler had in the previous heat.
We still have women closing out the second round here, as Klutz on the left side of your screen now has 2 reps remaining on the bag. On the right side, those are the odd-numbered lanes.
Klutz wrapping up the last of 6.
Some of those women trying to fight for 3rd place in the heat, as in lane 18, Julia Holm is still solidly in 2nd place.
As you start to get fatigued, there's a level of confidence you need, knowing that you can trust your body regardless how it feels. An interesting part about just going 20 feet is that typically we'll see those down and backs in 25-foot increments. So not only are you used to maybe a higher rope, but you're also used to a longer distance to travel at a turnaround on the handstand walks.
Well, Klutz is into round 4, and we're not even at the 5-minute mark. 4:51 unofficially has gone by here as Julia Holm is closing out her 3rd handstand walk, and she's into her final round. Now, Caroline Klutz is just assaulting this event right now.
10 seconds ahead of the pace by Andrea Nisler, but her climbs have yet to slow down. A little bit of a slower rep or each time she grasps, but that grasp locks in so tight is that she's climbing the rope with her legs rather than just her arms. Her hands are just there as a placeholder. It's the legs that she's using to get herself up the rope.
Julia Holm on the right side in the log black pants and white shirt, moving up. This will be rep number 3 for her. As Klutz left side now on the final 6 reps on that 100-pound sandbag. So 7 minutes is the time to beat from Andrea Nisler. And Klutz has got a really good chance of chasing that down here.
I think Klutz, barring a disaster, has it, but Holm on the right side of your screen, done with the rope climbs, has an opportunity herself to get underneath that 7-minute mark.
And that would be big for Holm because she's in 4th place overall with 170 points and would finish ahead of the 2 women immediately ahead of her in the overall standings. There goes Caroline Klutz. On the left side of your screen in the long black pants, kicking down and making the turn immediately. And Caroline Klutz, what a day 1 for her. She's going to wind up with 2 firsts and a 3rd and will sit solidly atop the overall standings heading into day number 2.
Now, Klutz is under at 6:30, but watch out for Holmes. She has a chance.
Julia Holm now trying to finish in 2nd place, as that now belongs to Andrea Nisler at 7 minutes flat.
Oh, you got to go.
Holm making the turn. Looks like she's going to make it. We're at 6:50, and she is in. So Julia Holm's going to take 2nd place in the event and looks to put herself inside the top 3 going into day number 2. So trying to figure out now who is in 3rd place on the floor, because those 2, Klutz and Holm, were so far ahead.
I think it might be Mackenzie Riley in lane number 5 in the yellow and black.
Mackenzie Riley's on the right side of your screen in the long black pants, black top, and the weight belt. And she just dropped the bag. I believe this is her 4th and final handstand walk. And we had another woman finish in lane 14. So that's Jasmine Sheehan who came across. So she's done in third place in the heat. And now Riley's making the turn. Riley, another woman who has competed in every division at the CrossFit Games, who's on a team in 2016. She's competed 4 times as an individual. And this is her first foray into the Masters, and she is in.
We'll get there at the same time. 8:08 unofficial for both Mackenzie and Angelica.
And lane 13, that's
Nice job navigating
Carol
around the
Castellani.
bag. She finishes up right around 8:20.
And she is in. As about half the field is still working here.
Across the line ahead of Angelica by 0.1 of a second.
Lane 11 picking up the sandbag in the middle of your screen is Tammy Giorgos.
Just 5 feet away from the finish here. And the finish.
And Christelle L. Debs, lane 19, bottom of your screen in the long black pants and yellow top. Onto the handstand walk. This should be her final trip up and back. More women starting to come across the finish line. Lane 8, Lacey Truelove is in. And Kelly Clark in lane 16, she's also in.
Across the line, 9:11 unofficial.
Amy Morton finishing up.
Amy Morton is done.
Just behind her.
Christelle L. Debs on the left side of your screen in lane 19. She is now finished.
Across the line, 9:30
And lane 7 in the
unofficial.
background there, that's Antea Longo. And now this is Tammy Giorgos trying to close things out. Still more than 2 minutes to go before we hit that 12-minute time cap.
Casey Ware looking
It's
at
incredible to see the
physical
separation of athletes and skill levels in an event like this. There's a lot of high skill in here with the rope climbs and your technique. Sandbag not so much, but it's incredible to see what a 40-foot handstand walk is doing to these athletes. Now, it's because of the 2 movements prior to that. We said that multiple times on the broadcast so far, but it's really interesting to see it unfold here on the competition floor.
And she will get across the line, 10:11 unofficial.
You said it less than 2 minutes.
Less than 2 minutes to go is Tammy Giorgos finished up in lane number 12 on her hands. That's Mde Gooch.
In lane number 2, lane number 12.
She's out of the United Kingdom, making her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games.
Finish this up. Less than 90 seconds to go. Ware done with the back.
And towards the back half of this division, 39 years old.
Less than 5 to go.
And she is in.
Finish it up under the 10:50 mark.
And we still have 2 women out on the competition floor. Down in lane number 2, that's Kelsey Ware, and in lane 20, Vivi Aiello.
Getting it done.
Aiello's on the left side of your screen, and then in the background on the right side,
Lane 20.
that's Kelsey Ware.
Close out in the last 45 seconds.
A little over 30 seconds remaining.
Aiello is
Yeah, we'll
in.
get across the line, 11:27 unofficial.
And now Kelsey Ware, left side, looking to be the last woman across the finish line here. Looks like everybody's going to get in inside that 12-minute time cap. And Ware is done. Phew. But day 1 for the 35 to 39-year-old women belongs to Caroline Klutz. 2 event wins and a 3rd place finish, and she will be solidly atop the overall standings heading into Friday. Women are done. Men coming up next. The 50 to 54-year-olds take the floor as we wrap up day number 1 here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Day one rolls on here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex as the men are set to take the floor for their third and final event of the day here at the Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. We saw the women take on this event earlier, and now it is the men's turn. Rope climbs, sandbag cleans, and a handstand walk.
And that sandbag clean is a little step up on the men. That jump to 150 is pretty significant when you see what's in store for these guys. 3 rope climbs for this division only, the 50 to 54. 12 feet will stay the same, and the 40-foot handstand walk will also be the same. And if we look at the keys to success, I'm curious to see if we'll see some of the same things we saw on the women's side. It actually ended up being the handstand walk, not how fast you can navigate the rope climb up or down, which is the grip it and slip it, be able to slide down the rope. But pacing to perfection, that's definitely going to play. And I'm very curious, as I said at the top of this, how that sandbag is going to be a factor.
It's the first of 2 heats for the men. We'll have 15 athletes on the floor here, as only 30 men were brought to Birmingham, Alabama to compete in the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games in the 50 to 54-year-old age group. And lane 8, a guy who's been around for a long time. That is Chad Augustin. He's competed on a team all the way back in 2011. He was on the podium with CrossFit Rockland, and he's competed as a master 3 times. Best finish was 3rd in the 45 to 49-year-old division in 2019. He's a firefighter now in Pasadena, but spent a lot of his time really in Northern California. And when I was first getting into CrossFit, really getting into the sport, Chad Augustin was a guy in Northern California that everybody knew about.
It's just to see that rich history we have with the competitors here this week, and Chad obviously being one of them, going all the way back to the Carson days.
3 rope climbs to start here, and in lane number 10, it's Todd McKinnon, first man onto the sandbag, 150 pounds.
And you'd ask me what do you think the difference could be between how these men are going to handle this event and the women of the 50 to 54. And I was going to say, look, the rope climbs will be faster, the sandbags will be slower, and it's just the nature of 150. Like 150 to 100 is a big difference, and anybody that's used a sandbag can probably feel the same thing when they try to pick that up off the floor. 6 times they're going to have to do it. Controlling on the shoulder, too. I think a lot of times people may be, traditionally, if they're using this in the gym, they'll do a sandbag over the shoulder.
Now, as we've seen throughout the day, if you're just joining us here, we have action going on opposite ends of the floor. The even-numbered lanes are on our left side. The odd-numbered lanes that you're looking at now, those are on the right side of the floor, even on the right, odd on the left. I think I misspoke there.
20 feet down and back for this 40-foot handstand walk. Now, these 5-foot sections can be broken up, so it does not have to be unbroken.
The Steve Selman in lane 6 looks to be the first man done with his handstand walk. Selman took a break. He's in the white shirt and black shorts now, just coming across the finish line towards the left side of your screen, and he'll be done with round number 1. Selman, a Games rookie, coming in 10th place overall after 2 events. Even though this is event number 2, it's the 3rd event that these men will do today to close out the first day of competition. They started with event 3, then it was event 1, and we closed with event number 2.
And the things that they had to do in those events, in event 3, which was the first event of the day for them, was the 25 overhead squat, dumbbell lunge overhead squat sprint, and now they're coming off the 4 rounds of runs and deadlifts with ascending reps. So they have been taxed in a couple different ways coming into this particular event.
On the left side of your screen in the white shirt and black shorts, that is Steve Selman, who is the first man done with his first handstand walk, but now he's fallen back behind the man next to him in lane 4, Nathan Ora, H-O-R-E, and that's how I'm going to pronounce that one.
Hey, that's the better safe than sorry. Better careful than canceled, Sean.
We are just 3 minutes into
However, at dinner, I will be saying it my way.
And it looks like lanes 13 and 7.
And there is Nathan in lane number 4. Going through his second of 4 sets of the 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. He's out of Auckland, New Zealand, unaffiliated. He just aged into this division, 50 years old. A 12-minute time cap here in this event, and Aura's got now 1 rep remaining on that 150-pound sandbag. Next to him in lane 6, now without his shirt, is Steve Selman.
So at about 4 minutes on the clock.
And we'll see the same thing as we're reaching basically the halfway point of this event after the 40-foot handstand walk. But what happens in the first 2 rounds, as we've seen on the women's side, is drastically different than what can happen on the last 2 rounds.
Ramirez back to the bag for his 3rd round of sandbag.
Iric Solon in lane 12.
Already through 1.
The backwards hat, left side of your screen. He is now on his 2nd handstand walk, and he is in the lead here as he will return to the rig to start round number 3.
As a better handstand walk he had in the first round. He actually, and we've seen this a couple times because the lane markers are in the first square of the 20-foot handstand walk. And what he did in the first round is he stopped at the lane marker versus finished through the lane marker. Much better on the second round.
Solon on the left side of your screen in his 2nd CrossFit Games. He was 4th in this age division in 2022. Won an event that year as well at a CrossFit Jessheim in Jessheim, Norway.
The other end of the floor, lane 17, Robbie Davis starts his 3rd round. Lane 11, Richard Stevenson up on the rope.
Solon now through his 3rd round of rope climbs, and we'll move back to the 150-pound bag for 6 more reps.
Ramirez back and going to work the rope, looking to close this out as we approach the 5.
Solon in 22nd place overall after 2 events. His best finish was to start the day in event 3. He took 15th place overall. He was 27th in the running deadlift event number 1 that was not shown.
And the thing that this sandbag is doing to you, other than just being a weightlifting movement in the middle of this, is that it's taxing your arms and your core in a way you're probably not used to, because not only is it lifting a weight from the floor, which they just did in the deadlift event prior to this, but you're bending early, you're pulling with your arms, you're throwing on top of your body, offset from your midline. So the amount of control and stability your midline needs to have, as well as stability in the shoulders, takes away from the handstand walk.
Robbie Davis in lane 17. He's moving to the sandbag. I believe he's in round 3 as well. Also in lane 11 is Richard Stevenson onto the sandbag. There's no round markers out there on the floor, so we're taking our best guess sometimes as to where these men are. Davis on the left side, trying to catch up with Iric Solon. Davis has been to the CrossFit Games multiple times. I haven't seen him since 2018, but in that year he finished 1st in the 45 to 49-year-old division. He was a back-to-back champion in that division, 2017 and 2018. That was before the Jason Grubb reign started, I believe.
We had actually Bob Jennings, who's one of the 2. Him and Joe have been putting this competition on for a long time, and they took the reins to take over the Masters CrossFit Games competition, and we might be having a pretty good race on the 45 to 49 men with Jason Grubb, who's won 4 consecutive times. Not in his particular division, but that's still yet to come in a little bit. So excited to see how that race shakes out.
Iric Solon, meanwhile, is in his 4th and final round. In lane number 12 with the backwards hat. That was his first of 4 ascents here to close out round number 4, as he is looking to set the early time to beat with 1 heat remaining for the 50 to 54-year-old men after this.
And what I like to see from Solon is that he takes a long break in between, but he makes short, quick work of the rope. And it's just a bit of a preference when it comes to this. We saw earlier Val Voberl would take a huge foot grab over her head, and this is nearly exactly the opposite. He'll only pull the knees to his chest, wrap his feet quick, and then climb fast. That's going to take less time under tension on the body, where he'll rather take the rest when he's off the rope and then move the rope as quick as he could.
Wrapping up round number 3, lane 17 and lane 13.
Solon is working on his final set of sandbag cleans.
Daniel
Middle of your screen in the backwards hat, no shirt. And Robbie Davis is struggling a little bit here on what I believe is his third handstand walk. He was the man that was pushing Solon for first place in this heat in round 3, and Davis on the left side of your screen in lane 17 chalking up his hands there.
Round number 4.
We'll start round number 4.
The only thing really slowing down Solom is just the sandbag cleans themselves. He's already got 4 of the 6 done, but his rope climbs are fast. His handstand walks have been very solid.
Solon with 2 reps remaining here on the 150-pound bag, and then he'll have one final handstand walk. And he is again trying to make up ground in the overall standings. 22nd place overall after 2 events.
Approaching 10 minutes on our time clock. And they're with 2. Make that 1 to go in lane number 4, and then the handstand walks to finish up.
Well, Solon looks to be done now with his sandbag cleans. He's got 40 feet between him and a heat win. No problem on the first 20.
2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm more impressed with the handstand walk, or the fact that his hat doesn't come off. Is Sean even done? What is he doing? Is he just like coaching
people? I don't know if Ramirez is done or not.
floor?
He's in the middle of the floor. Maybe he is.
Halfway done. 20 feet in, 20 to go between Nathan and a time on his card.
Richard Stevenson.
Yeah, Ramirez is just standing there in the middle of the floor. Usually when you finish, those guys congregate under the rig. But yeah, he's just wandering the floor as Sean Ramirez. Well, Eric Solon is done.
25. Nathan with 5 feet to go. He'll have to reset. I'm sorry, Miranda.
All good, Larry. Lane 11, Richard Stevenson, 15 final.
Solon, I think, was done at about 10:30. We're trying to figure out what the deal with Ramirez is.
Nathan finishing up lane number 4, 10:40.
And he will get across the finish.
Meanwhile, lane 17, Robbie Davis, left side of your screen, looking to finish up.
Stevenson, 60 seconds out.
Stevenson is done in lane 11. We're trying to figure out what's going on with Sean Ramirez. So he smoked that event, did Sean Ramirez, in 7:23. So clearly we whiffed on that one. We apologize for that. 7:23 for Sean Ramirez.
I thought he was just
wandering
He's
around.
not even
Was he hurt?
breathing hard. I was like, are you just coaching people? Are you taking the event off? What are you doing?
So 7:23 is the time to beat again. We apologize. We have no round markers. We have no live scoring. We're just going by what we see on the floor, and that guy was so fast we missed it.
Listen, Sean, it's been a while since you've been back. We all know why. you deserve that
It's
one.
because, yeah.
And now you're back, so congratulations, and we'll call it even.
Glad I could screw that one up for everybody.
3, 2.
So Sean Ramirez at 7:23. That is going to be it. Now let's keep in mind, they only have 3 rope climbs. I would not be shocked if that's a time that holds up with some of the divisions that have 4.
They're all doing the same thing, and yes, with 4, but like,
For heat number 2, it's 7:23.
I can't tell you the last time I got off headset and yelled at an MC to tell me what was going on in the competition floor.
Sean Ramirez at 7:23. 3rd place overall coming into this event. He's got a 3rd and a 6th so far, and that one could be good enough for 1st place. Well, hopefully we will not miss the winner of this next heat. 2nd and final heat of the 50 to 54-year-old men coming up next.
Professionals, everyone.
All right, let's see how we can screw this one up, Chase. Second heat of the 50 to 54-year-old men coming out onto the floor. Everyone's going to try to chase down Sean Ramirez, who won that last heat at 7 minutes and 23 seconds. So nowhere to go but up for the old broadcast team right now.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't put anything past me these days. My goodness. Sorry, Sean.
I don't want to get fired again.
All right, 4 rounds for time. 3 rope climbs in this division. This is the 50 to 54 men. 6 sandbag cleans to 150, and then a 40-foot down and back handstand walk. 4 total rounds. I'm assuming this is what Sean did, was pay attention to my key. He probably paid attention to my keys more than I pay attention to him, but grip it and slip it, meaning slide down that rope, get down quick. All these guys can climb ropes well. Up, can you get fast down the rope quickly? And then pace to perfection. Manage your workloads, manage your rest time, and fit that to your skill set for this event.
Our overall leader is out on the floor. He is in lane number 12. That's Jamie McGarva, as we have 15 men on the floor for the second and final heat. And McGarva comes in with 194 total points after a first and a third in events 1 and 3. And he is trying to hold off Justin LaSala, who is just 3 points back. Now, LaSala is in this heat. LaSala, though, will be on the other end of the floor in lane 11. So we'll watch that battle play out here as we are set to start the second and final heat.
Well, they're moving right towards each other, back and forth the entire time.
This is McGarva's first appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Just aging into this category. He's from Fort de Fort CrossFit in Langley, British Columbia.
In 5, 3, 2, 1, go!
Round 1 of 4 underway. We start now with 3 rope climbs for this age group.
12 feet's the height, 1.5 climbs for most of these guys. A big jump, too, will also help. Be quick with your feet, be light with your hands. You want to get up and down the rope and try to save that pull for the sandbag.
In lane number 7, Dustin Beckwith in lane number 8, Jason Levy's lane number 9, Joel Hughes in lane number 10, Justin LaSala in lane number 11.
Number 10, Joel Hughes, one of the first men onto the bag. Other end of the floor, Justin LaSala, who's in second place overall. He's onto the bag as well. And Dustin Beckwith, left side of your screen in lane 8. He's there. And in lane 12, our overall leader, right side of your screen, Jamie McGarva. So every man now onto his first set of sandbag cleans at 150 pounds.
Guys went very quick on these sandbag cleans. Can't fall into that round 1 trap, though. 4 rounds is a lot. 24 total sandbag cleans at 150.
Jamie McGarva, the first man, we're sure about that. On his handstand walking in round 1. Right behind him is Justin LaSala, and in lane number 10, Joel Hughes. Top 3 men here closing out round number 1. McGarva working his way back. And LaSala's taking a quick break.
In lane number 10, Joel Hughes.
LaSala on the right side of your screen, upside down in the white shirt. He actually had a fumble on one of his rope climbs as he had a stumble there on the handstand walk. And we've seen this happen. Those lane markers are in the first square, so a lot of these athletes are getting a little confused, and they'll stop 5 feet early from their handstand walk.
McGarva is still your leader right now in the heat. I say that with relative certainty.
Like I trust nothing anymore after what we just did in the previous heat.
I don't think, I mean, you know, you miss things every now and then, but we were just saying that's probably the biggest whiff of our careers on that one.
I mean, technically it's Tia Toomey in 2015 is our biggest miss.
Yeah, there you go.
Of course, that was
count
that was you, Sean, not me. Yeah. I was doing teams that year. I blame Bill.
McGarva in lane 12 is back on the bag. Justin LaSala, you just saw him in lane 11. He's on the bag as well. So your top 2 men in the overall standings, the top 2 men in this heat. Sean Ramirez has the top time at 7 minutes 23 seconds. You see Jamie McGarva working through these reps. He's got 2 remaining. LaSala has 4 remaining.
The 50-54 division for the women, it was clear and away the handstand walk. That was the separator for them, and it was like that for about 2 or 3 divisions in total. I can see this sandbag, we've talked about this before. That sandbag, I think, will be the biggest separator for these guys because they're all going to be able to climb ropes. 40 feet isn't that long of a handstand walk. But that bag, if you can handle that bag and hold on to the skill, you're going to have a lot of success in this event.
And McGarva kicked up and got through 5 feet and had to kick back down. So LaSala's got 1 rep to go on the sandbag. He just looked up to see what McGarva was doing. So McGarva and he got a no rep there, so he's got to retreat to that last line and complete that final 5-foot section. So depending on how proficient LaSala is on the right side of your screen, he has a chance here. Now, meanwhile, in lane 10, Joel Hughes has overtaken everyone for the lead. Hughes in no shirt, left side of your screen in that box, is going to be the first man into round number 3. But here comes McGarva right behind him. And now LaSala is taking a break as he's back now to work to close out his second of 4 handstand walks.
And we'll see that when all things being equal in the fitness realm is having a clean run, not making mental errors, like coming down early, not getting across the line before your feet come down, hopping up on a rope and slipping your foot grab.
Joel Hughes is a former CrossFit Games champion. He was first in the 45 to 49-year-old division in 2019. Won 3 events that year. And trying to chase down Sean Ramirez, his time is 7:23. He's got 1 rep remaining here in round number 3.
I'd give you time splits on Sean's 7:23, but I don't have those.
At 7:23 by Sean Ramirez in number 1.
Ooh, all right.
And Joel Hughes just throwing caution to the wind, and
my body would explode if I were to
I'd come down with a big case of knee surgery if I did that.
Hospital immediately.
Is gonna get a rep ahead of Malcolm Cook.
Just past the 5-minute mark.
Jamie McGarva now is onto the bag on the right side of the box on the left. And it looks like he has pulled even now with Hughes. Justin LaSala's on the right side of your screen. He's in the white shirt. He's touching his sandbag right now, leaned over in the middle. He's in 3rd place.
He's halfway through his 3rd round, so he's got 3 sandbag cleans left to go.
Well, it looks like, I mean, Sean Ramirez has got a really good chance of picking up the event win here. I mean, his time was 7:23. We still obviously have about a minute and a half to go before we hit that, but
Athletes, you are just to the halfway mark of the 12.
Ramirez, depending on what happens here, could find himself in the overall lead. He was only 15 points back on McGarva for first.
And Malcolm Cook and Corey Digg in lane 13.
We're going to shuck at the bag aside. Up in his
We'll make that
we're going to complete round 8.
25 points back. Math is, no, 15. Math is hard.
Lane number 10, hanging tough.
Man, maybe we need some caffeine
Doing that
or
in my
something.
head. I don't know what's going on here.
Looking to make up
There's
some
Joel
ground.
Hughes,
Who's making
who
the mound?
is in the lead,
LaSala doing
but not by much, as Justin LaSala on the right side of your screen is done with his first 20 feet here in round number 3 as Hughes gets back to work, and he'll be into round number 4. So Sean Ramirez, I think it's safe to say he's going to win the event at 7:23.
as we approach 7 minutes on
I mean, they couldn't even beat him in 3 rounds.
Justin
Did he do 3 rounds?
11 will cross the line. Lane 13, Corey Digg crossed the line.
Now, Hughes is making up a lot of time on the bookends of this event, on the rope climbs and the handstand walk, especially on the handstand walk. The rest of the 2 guys are catching him on the sandbag cleans, but he's efficient enough and fast enough on the handstand walk to get ahead of both of them.
Hughes is now halfway through his 4th round. Now Justin LaSala right in the middle of your screen just made the touch on his rope climb. I think he has 1 left. As does Hughes. So Hughes is making his final ascent. And now here goes Justin LaSala. LaSala coming in 2nd place overall. He's 3 points back on McGarva for 1st place.
Hughes taking a big rest after those 3 climbs before he starts his first clean.
Gets to the bag along with Corey Digg in lane 13.
He actually moves the bag very well. He's quick to the hip, uses his body to launch it up to the shoulder. He's just been a little bit slower in the first first 3 rounds.
Joel Hughes, no shirt on the left side in lane 10. He's trying to hold off Justin LaSala, who's on the right in lane 11 with his hands on his knees. Now getting back to work on the bag. 3 reps remain in this final set for Hughes. I mean, Ramirez was done for more than a minute.
I'm starting not to feel as bad as I didn't see him once. With the speed at which he's going, although you think that would draw a lot of attention with how fast he was going.
He will flip up on his hands for one final time. And that's a no rep for Corey Day over the back.
LaSala's now got 1 rep left, as does Hughes. This sandbag is really taking its toll on these athletes. Less than 3 to go before we hit the time cap. Left side of screen, final rep for Hughes, and on the right, Justin LaSala just completed his final rep.
LaSala's going out first, but Hughes has been faster each round. I'm curious to see if LaSala's going to take a chance here.
And LaSala kicks down, and he's going to go right back to work. So Justin LaSala looking to win the heat here as Hughes is taking a break. So it's clear for LaSala, and he is going to win the heat at 9:30 unofficially. And now Hughes is done. Now LaSala should be in the overall lead because he's already got Ramirez with the win. And now he's got to get Hughes between himself and McGarva to make up those points.
McGarva's closing in on Hughes, and Hughes had a rough go on that 20. Now he's going 5 feet at a time.
Corey Day is going to take a heat win.
Well, Corey Day won the heat. So we have no luck with the 50 to 54-year-old man. Corey Day, who was right next to Justin LaSala, got in ahead of him. LaSala will take second.
90 seconds remaining. Bringing it across the line in lane number 12.
Be writing a personal apology letter to all the 50 to 54 men.
In lane number 10.
So Corey Day,
I swear we're watching you guys compete.
who takes the heat. LaSala's going to take second. He can still make up that ground on McGarva for the overall lead. The Daig was in 5th place overall. That's going to help him move up the overall standings.
Where's Barkley Dale when you need him?
I mean,
I need your sticky notes, Barkley.
well, 1 minute to go before we hit the time cap. I think I'm right about that. And Daig edged out LaSala by 1/10 of a second, so now I don't feel so bad.
All right. I was feeling like we missed.
I think we should have it dialed in by the 40-year-olds. Once the 40 to 44-year-olds come out, we will have this thing dialed in.
We'll get half of the 40 to 49. Dial it all back in for the 40. 35, 39.
There's a look at Nathan Wantanta in lane 16.
Justin Lees will get across the line. Simon Hope
Making his first appearance here at the CrossFit Games out of CrossFit Oakland in Emeryville, California.
15 seconds.
We got a couple athletes in the odd-numbered lanes working as well. That's Clint Paddock in lane 15. And down at the far end in lanes 3 and 5, both Rocky Norton and Craig Robinson will get time capped. But Corey Daig and Justin LaSala separated by 1/10 of a second. Daig's going to get the heat win. Sean Ramirez is going to pick up the event win.
Well,
we're going to go ahead and just reset. Take a breather.
Don't take your spotters for granted, everyone.
No, you should not. 45 to 49-year-olds coming up next. Action continues here as we wind down day number 1 at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex, as the 45 to 49-year-old men are up next in event number 2. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 2, we are sure that this is what is going to happen.
4 rounds for time, 4 rope climbs. We had 3 in the previous heats for the 50 to 54. We are back up to 4. 12 feet is the height, 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, and then that 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back. Keys to success: if you're great at everything, you got to be good at climbing the rope, but you need to be better at getting down from it. Grip it and slip it. Get up and down the rope as quick as you can, and then pace to perfection. Manage your workload, know what you're good at, know what you're bad at, play to your strengths, and minimize your weaknesses.
20 men on the competition floor here in the first of 2 heats for the 45 to 49-year-olds. And Jason Luukkonen in lane number 10 comes in 12th place overall. He's got to right the ship, though. He's coming off a 32nd place, or pardon me, a 25th place finish in the last event, which is event number 1.
Got a text from our good friend Bill Grundler. It says, I coached him in wrestling when he was in high school in Arizona. So I don't know who that ages more between him or Bill, but a little connection there between the old Grundlerine.
One thing I know about wrestlers, they know how to suffer.
1, go!
This is the event for it.
Gentlemen, a 45 to 49-year-old man.
We open now with 4 rope climbs. So keep that time of 7:23 from Sean Ramirez in mind here.
He only had 3 though.
He only had 3, and that's what I'm saying. Just want to see how any of these younger groups compare to that.
David Levy, lane number 5. Gerard Garcia, lane number 6. Lane number 7.
Luukkonen now with 1 rep remaining.
Number 8. Byron Schillen, lane number 9.
The lane number 11
Number 10.
is Marcos Bonato. He's on to the sandbag. David Crossan is onto the sandbag in lane 14.
In lane number 13. David Crossan, lane number 14.
And taking a look at lane 11, that's Marcus Bonato in the middle of your screen. Next to him in lane 13 is Justin Olazaman.
Doust, lane number 18. Joe Royce, lane number 19. And Dustin Owen, rounding out this heat in lane number 12.
6 reps at 150 pounds here.
Our gentlemen are doing.
And it's just going to take a major toll on your midline, your grip, and your arm strength. And then you got to kick upside down and walk on your hands as fast as you can.
Olazaman and Martin Doust, the first 2 men onto the handstand walk. Doust makes the turn in lane 18 in the yellow shorts and white shirt. And good news for him, he's only going to go back 5 feet. That's the start behind that last line, and Doust is in.
Quick on the transition with Doust on the right side of your screen. 145 is first round. Pretty on par with what we've seen some of the faster rounds on both divisions so far.
And one of the taller athletes in the field, he's 6'1". Helping to make quick work of those rope climbs.
As I say, good on the rope, not so much in the sandbag. Push on the handstand walk.
He's got 1 remaining here in the second round.
Lane 3, Chris Cable also.
14th place overall after 2 events. He's got 108 total points. Coming off an 11th place finish in event 1. Again, these athletes did the events today out of order. They opened with event 3, then they went to event 1, and now they're closing out with event number 2.
Shout out to the do-wins, man. That's some old school lifters right there. Shout out to the suede black do-wins. Salute that. Fantastic.
It's hard to let things go that you really, really like.
Hey, listen, man, a telltale sign of a Masters individual. Just, you're either a hoarder or you're a percher. And there's no in between.
Those things are broken in.
Looks like the original laces, too.
The Dows in lane 18, left side of your screen is, or pardon me now, the right side of your screen.
I believe in lane number 13.
has 1 rep remaining. Lane 13 on the opposite end of the floor is Justin Olassaman. And he is towards the front as well. There goes Douse on his second of 4 handstand walks. He's halfway through that.
And he's just alone on the middle of the floor at the moment.
A lot of single fingers in the air.
Douse is making his return trip. Now he is into round number 3. So we will say with a, high degree of confidence that he is your leader right now in the heat?
I'm pretty sure he's winning. And if he's not winning the heat, he's winning at life, because I love your do-wins. I'm going to say it again. The first pair of lifters I ever wore was a red pair of suede do-wins, where I was gifted the opportunity to know what it was like to squat in lifters, and it totally changed my life.
And Justin Olassaman now making the turn back. He is in second place in the heat. Down in lane 3, Chris Cable is also towards the front. Lane number 10, there's Jason Luukkonen in the black shorts and that long white sock on his right leg. He's into round 3. Douse, meanwhile, is now done with his 3rd round of rope climbs. He's on the right side. 6 reps now on the 150-pound bag for Douse here in the first of 2 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old men.
Douse is just making quick work of those 4 climbs, and that's what's giving him the edge here. Consistent enough on the sandbag cleans on the right side of your screen, but also great on the handstand walks. Just had that one misstep earlier in the round, and sometimes that's just more of a sighting issue than it is an actual handstand walk issue.
And Douse continues to lead. Right side of your screen. He's halfway through his 3rd of 4 rounds here on the sandbag. Lane 13, opposite side of the floor. Justin Olassaman was sitting in 2nd place. I think Angel Cardenas down in lane number 1 is starting to creep up as well. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's on the far side of your screen, the far right side, in the back with a headband on. Angel Cardenas at one time was part of the broadcast team.
Yes, that's right. Shout out to Angel. I remember him at some of our broadcast camps for a play-by-plays, colors, sideline. We all got a little taste of each role to get a better understanding of how the whole machine works together. Awesome to see him out here on the competition floor now.
He's a guy who's been really trying hard to make it to the CrossFit Games. Missed it by like 1 spot, I think a year ago, and now he is here as Martin Douse is across to begin round number 4.
Done at 6:20, so his pacing still pretty solid. He started out at about a 150 in the first round, so he's been averaging 210 since. So not really slowing down too much round to round, which is what you want to have in an event like this, just because of the nature of the movements they have programmed.
And Douse is in lane 18, left side of your screen. Lane 13 on the right now, just picking up the sandbag. That is Justin Olassaman. And then at the far end of the floor in lane 1, Angel Cardenas. So keep an eye on Angel as he's starting to gain some ground here.
Just past 7 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock.
The final rope climb in round 4 is now done for Douse. And he will start his final set of 6 cleans at 150 pounds. Lane 13 on the right side of your screen is Olassaman, and he's on his handstand walk, and I believe this is round 3 for him.
And Douse on the left side of your screen, he's just moving so much faster than everybody, and it's just a little bit in each section.
13 is Alan Bates. Alan Bates, lane 13.
So we've been misidentifying Alan Bates. So Alan Bates is lane 13. Our heat sheet is wrong. It has it listed as the wrong person. So that's Alan Bates in lane 13. There comes Douse on his 4th and final handstand walk. So Alan Bates again is the man in lane 13. So now we get a name wrong. So at least we moved into other categories.
a time to beat.
Douse is going to come across the finish line and take the heat, though. 8:22 unofficially for him.
Great time. Fastest round since the first one. So second and third, this fourth and final round was faster than his second and third one. So good closing speed on the fourth round for Douse.
The Angel Cardenas far side of the floor. He's on his fourth and final round in the headband on the far right side. I'm just looking for judges clutching their stopwatches. That's usually a good sign of who's done. And Martin Douse just annihilated this event. So 8:22 unofficially for him. Given the fact that he did 4 more rope climbs than Sean Ramirez, that's a hell of a pace at 8:22.
Yeah, and it just shows you how fast Sean was going in the previous heats, and that's pretty on par. It's +4 on the climb, so it's still within a minute of the time.
2 reps for Allen, 2 reps for Angel. Lanes 1, lanes 13, round number 4.
Most of the athletes out here in their fourth and final rounds.
And it looks like Angel is going to take off first.
Angel Cardenas just looked down the floor and flipped the double bird with a smile to Alan Bates. And Angel is now done with his first 20 feet, and he got a bit of a laugh from Bates on that one. The right side of your screen, you're going to see Angel Cardenas coming into view, and there he is in lane number 1. And he is in the 10:17 unofficially for Angel Cardenas.
And they're putting a bit at home panics that are not used to male bonding in a competitive setting. It's actually a term of endearment to a fellow competitor.
Yeah, I'd be offended if you didn't give me the double bird during a competition. I mean, I guess he doesn't like me anymore. A little more than a minute to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. We've had some more athletes finishing up. Lane 10, Jason Luukkonen is in. And now in lane 5, David Levy, another former individual competitor at the CrossFit Games. He was 36th back in 2012 and 32nd back in 2013. He's one of those guys who took on that Pendleton event.
Sure he's got a toenail left on the hill somewhere out there. Next to the live ordnance.
Someone should write a book about that event one day. There was so many great stories that came from Camp Pendleton in 2012. As we are now inside 20 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Here in the third and final event of the day for the 45 to 49-year-olds. This is the opening heat for them. And it's Martin Douse who's going to have the time to beat at 8 minutes, 22 seconds. As now more men are trying to sneak in inside that 12-minute time cap. As Gerard Garcia, you just saw.
Well in that time cap.
So 8:22 is now the time to beat after the opening heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men. Second and final heat coming up next.
Understatement.
Second and final heat coming up for the 45 to 49-year-old men as we close out day one of competition here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 2, it's the third one they're facing. Rope climbs, sandbags, and a handstand walk.
Final one for the day here on day number 1. 4 rounds for time, 12-foot rope climbs. They'll be hitting 4 of those, followed by 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 150 pounds, and then a handstand walk 20 feet down and 20 feet back. The things we're looking for here for these athletes as we're getting fitter, as we progress in these second heats, we are going to be fast up the rope, but you got to be fast down the rope. Grip it, slip it. Pace to perfection. When you get to a certain point, you got to manage that fatigue. You got to be efficient on your rope climbs. Can't waste time on your sandbag cleans because it's going to come down to your efficiency on the handstand walks.
1 minute.
20 men on the competition floor for the second of 2 heats. They're all chasing Martin Dowse, who has the top time of 8 minutes, 22 seconds. And your overall leader is Richard Vint. He's going to be in lane 15. What a day one this guy's having. He finished second in 24.3, event 3, which was the opening event of the day. And then he won event number 1 by 30 seconds. He has 197 out of a possible 200 points right now.
And it's a close race. I know we're just 2 events in, but from second to fourth, they're only separated by 3 points, which are 12 points or 15 points back. And then you have Jason Grubb sitting in 5th overall, just 9 points behind them. Not a guy you want in 5th, trying to get back into contention here after this event.
Now, Richard Vint hasn't been at the CrossFit Games since 2019, but that year he finished second in the 40 to 44-year-old division.
1, go!
And he finished second to the man he's beating right now, Jason Grubb.
Now,
Grubb is trying to become the first man to win 5 straight Masters gold medals.
And this is a much different event than we've seen so far today. We talked about the first event of the day, the overhead squats, dumbbell lunges, and overhead squats. Sub 2 minutes are the time guys are putting up for that. And then we had running and deadlifts with ascending reps. This is a much different event than those other 2. You've got high volume rope climbs at the intensity which you're trying to do, heavy sandbag cleans, and then that skill. I know it's only 40 feet, but the rope climbs and the sandbags have taken their toll enough to make that 40 feet feel like 80.
The lanes 8 and 10, Nuno Costa and Kane Hayes are the 2 men to get to the sandbag first.
Jason Grubb, lane number 11. David Johnson in lane number 12.
And then they were followed closely by David Johnson and Robbie Perovich.
And lane number 14. Lane number 15.
Jason Grubb, meanwhile, on the other end of the floor is
16.
now 4 reps into his set of 6, but in lane 10, Kane Hayes is the first man onto the handstand walk, followed closely in lane 14 by Alex O'Brien, and now in lane 12, here comes David Johnston. And Nuno Costa, he's onto the handstand walk as well. Quick turn for Kane Hayes. But Alex O'Brien, lane 14, is going to be the first man done. Now Jason Grubb has made the turn, and he is heading back. As David Johnston in lane 12 is the first man to start round 2. He's on the right side of your screen now, making his way up the rope for the second time. Lane 10, middle of your screen, or pardon me, on the left in the middle is Kane Hayes.
Very, very fast first round for your top 5 athletes, between 1 minute 20 to 1 minute 30 seconds.
Good touch.
The 1 rep remaining.
1 rep to go as he pushes through round number 2.
In lane 12 for David Johnston. He's right side now, right side of that box on the left, belting up for his second set of 6 on that 150-pound bag. Johnson was last at the games in 2021, finished second in the 40 to 44-year-old division. Jason Grubb now onto the bag as well. He's on the right side in lane number 10, no shirt, black shorts. And he's had a pretty good pace so far on the sandbag. He's halfway through his second set. But David Johnson has 2 reps remaining, and he's looking across the floor to see where Grubb is with every rep.
And that sandbag, it's going to start taking its toll after this round. First round, the adrenaline's pumping, everybody's fired up. Probably feels lighter than the deadlifts that they just did in the previous event. However, Once you compound the fatigue of the rope climbs, the bag, and the walk and get into that third round, that's when the event really starts to take hold.
David Johnson and Jason Grubb are your top two. And then in lane number 10, with no shirt on and the belt, that's Kane Hayes. He's in third place. Now Johnson makes the turn to head back. That's Jason Grubb making his way back to start round number 3. So Grubb is now just about even with Johnson. The two of them kicking down at the same time. And they are moving into round number 3. 8 minutes, 22 seconds. That is the time to beat from Martin Dowse in the prior heat.
The good thing for Grubb is that Vint is still on his sandbag cleans as Jason Grubb is into his third round of rope climbs.
Well, Kane Hayes is another man we need to keep an eye on when it comes to that race for the lead. He's only 18 points back of Vint for first. The 2 reps remain for Jason Grubb. He's on the left side of your screen. David Johnston has 2 reps remaining as well on his rope climbs. Kane Hayes with 2 reps remaining. The final rep for Johnson. 1 rep remains for Grubb as well.
Vint might be falling into the bottom 5th of the 20 athletes in this heat. And Kane Hayes, he has 179 points after 2 events. The 2 athletes chasing him, Robbie McCord and Nuna Kosa, are just 3 points back. And then you have Jason Grubb, who is just 9 points back of them.
Well, Grubb is about a half a rep ahead of David Johnson here in round 3. Grubb on the left side, no shirt. David Johnson on the right side, black shorts, no shirt. In lane number 12, now picking up his sandbag again. So 3 reps remain for Grubb, and Grubb and Johnson are looking right at each other after every rep.
And it would be great for Grubb is that if he can push the pace with Johnston, but edge him out at the end. Johnson's sitting down in 16th place overall. Grubb needs athletes to middle him and the 4 athletes that are above him.
But Johnson now onto the handstand walk along with Grubb, but Grubb is in the lead by about 5 feet. But Johnson was a little faster. Grubb just making the turn to head back. Johnson still has not started the return trip. And Grubb is going to make it cleanly.
What a move.
And he's into round 4.
I was just going to say, it's like, oh, it looks like Grubb's struggling. He's slowing down. Oh, no, you turned around and went back. Okay. This is why you're here and I'm here. This is why you're on the field and I'm on the mic.
And that's why you've won the games 4 straight times. But David Johnson on his rope climb, looking across at Jason Grubb. The 2 of them both done with their first of 4 reps here in the 4th and final round. Grubb on the left. David Johnson is in lane number 12 on the right side. So right in the middle of that box on the right of your screen.
And we talked about saving seconds, being quick on the way down from the rope, staying over your bag and you do the cleans. When Grubb is doing that turnaround at the halfway point and not coming down, he's saving himself 8 seconds on the rest of the field on a movement that takes about 20 seconds, which is a huge chunk of time when you think relative to the movement that they're doing.
Final rep for Grubb on the rope climbs here. And David Johnson was done just ahead of Grubb on that final set. The 2 of them getting to the sandbag. Johnson's going to start first. Grubb now just picking it up. So Johnson now back in the lead, but not by much. This one could very well come down to that final handstand walk. And every time Johnson puts that bag down, he looks right across the floor at Jason Grubb to see what he's doing.
But Johnson's got to know what Grubb just did on that last one. And if he wants to have any chance, unless he can do a turnaround himself and not come down, he has to get about 8 seconds on him. And that's a clean and a half.
Well, this is fun to watch from our vantage point because they are locking eyes after every rep. The final rep for Grubb, final rep for Johnson, and now it comes down to the handstand walk. Grubb is on the left, Johnson's on the right. Johnson got done just ahead of Grubb. Johnson is through his first 20 feet, and he's going to go for it. Johnson and Grubb are going unbroken. Grubb's got to retreat. Johnson looks like he's going to take it. David Johnson will edge out Jason Grubb and win the event at 7:44 unofficially. Grubb comes in second place, as Martin Dowse will take 3rd in the event.
Whoa!
What a move from David Johnston. That's the first time this entire event he's gone unbroken on the handstand walk, and it paid off.
What also pays off, and this is what you see with some of the best athletes in the field, is that they are visually aware of the competitors around them. Johnston knew Grubb could make the turn, so he knew if he wanted the win that he was going to have to try it himself.
But now the good news for Grubb here in the bigger picture, as he is well ahead of Richard Vint. And Kane Hayes, who just finished, and Robbie McCord. So Grubb has a chance to make some ground up here in the overall standing. So he did lose this battle, but in the bigger scheme of things, David Johnston was not really a man he needed to worry about in the overall standings, and the two of them now embracing on the right side of the screen. What a battle between those two.
Awesome. And then you think of the times we had in the previous heat, now coming into the factor. 8:22 is the best time we had coming in.
So 7:42 for Johnston.
The 7:42 officially for Johnson is going to be the winning time. So he edges out Douse by 30 seconds, and he just edges out Jason Grubb. But Grubb's going to pick up 97 points as he looks to move inside the top three heading into day number 2. Grubb had 167 total points, and as you heard Chase mention earlier, he's only 12 back of Kane Hayes for second. And Richard Vint is still working here. The old announcer jinx.
Well, you know, we've been doing pretty terrible so far. Why not just continue the...
Why not ruin someone else's day?
Yeah. Oh, you think you're bad at your job?
At least we can laugh about it.
Oh, well, we may be the only ones, but we are having a good time. We're glad we're here.
This has been a cool environment here. It does feel like a big kind of community event.
I tell you what, Sean, you couldn't have said it any better because we forget that it's a Thursday. If you guys were here in person, it is loud, it's packed, it's surrounded. The environment is absolutely electric, and this is a Thursday of the Masters CrossFit Games, feeling like a Saturday.
And there is Richard Vint in lane 15, middle of your screen, white shirt, black shorts, picking up the sandbag, and he is really struggling with this implement. Now 1 rep remaining. I believe this is his 4th and final round, so he's got to get a little sense of urgency if you want to get inside that 12-minute time cap, and there's a good chance he falls out of the overall lead. Kane Hayes could vault in here, and Jason Grubb is going to be close as well heading into day number 2.
That's what you want from the programming. You want to have enough variance in the programming, and remember, this is just one day. We're going to have 7 more events after this, but you want to see a well-rounded program that tests those that aren't well-rounded, and when you get exposed like this, it's just a part of the test.
And Michael Cox in lane 18, right side of your screen, he's continuing to work. On the left side in the yellow shorts, that is Andrea De Salvatore, who is in. And Richard Vint is
30 seconds.
still on the competition floor, working his way back. He's looking like he's going to get inside that 12-minute time cap. He close out this 20-foot handstand walk, but after a first and a second place finish in his first 2 events, he's going to be towards the back of the pack here in the final event of the day.
From what I saw, it looked more like the rope climbs really took its toll on him that made the sandbag cleans tougher. But he got a first, and he's got a second, so there's something there. And maybe he'll have a few more opportunities coming through after that. But
David Johnston edging out Jason Grubb for the event win, but Grubb really doing himself some favors as far as the overall standings are concerned as he looks to move into the top 3 with a second place finish, 97 points with that effort. 40 to 44-year-old men coming up next. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. 40 to 44-year-old men taking the floor here as they will face their third event of the day, the second event in the order of things. Rope climbs, sandbag cleans, and handstand walks.
4, 6, and 40. 150 pounds on the sandbag cleans, stabilize to the shoulder, extend the arm out to show control. And we had a hell of a race in the previous heat. I know it's a different age division, but between Jason Grubb and David Johnson, where all of a sudden now turns are going to be needed if you want to win an event. We thought it'd be fast up and down the rope, so my keys to success might be starting to get a little outdated as the men start taking the floor. And said grip it and slip it. It's about those rope climbs. Get up quick, get down quicker, but pace to perfection. And what we saw in the previous heat was racing to perfection. David Johnson behind Jason Grubb knew he had to make a turn on the 40-foot handstand walk and just went for it and ended up paying off. I'm curious to see what we might see in this heat with the 40 to 44 men.
Yeah, there's Dustin Hart
30 seconds.
in lane number 12, getting set to start his event. This is his first appearance here at the CrossFit Games, and that battle between Grubb and Johnson is one of the cool dynamics of having athletes on opposite sides of the floor. I mean, they were literally looking at each other the entire time. It was fantastic.
It was great, and this setup is super unique. I was curious of how it would unfold, and what I've seen so far is that it's actually a really nice setup to have unique action unfold here on the competition floor.
1, go.
First of two heats is underway for the 40 to 44-year-old men. 4 rope climbs to get us kicked off here.
12 feet on the climbs, a bit shorter than what most of these athletes are used to. They should be up and down the rope in 2 pulls, no problem. But it's those 150-pound sandbags sitting underneath the rig. That is a big separator for the men.
Well, Nick Aranda in lane 13 just blitzed his way through those rope climbs, and he is the first man onto the bag, along with lane number 2, Kevin Jones. And now in lane number 17, Bermeo Morocco.
Really nice pace for Aranda in the center lane. Already 4 cleans in. Good, gets it to the hip, uses the hip more than the arms to get the sandbag to the shoulder, and that's what you want to see. You've got arm pulls on the rope, you have a potential arm pull on the sandbag, but if you're efficient with your movement, it saves you for the handstand walk.
Aranda in lane 13, now on to the handstand walk. He comes in 7th place overall. He has 129 total points. He took second in event 3. That was the first event of the day, but then had a 25th in event number 1, which was the second event.
And that first event was so fast, and if you just didn't have it all lining up for you, you could easily fall into the bottom half of this field.
Aranda, and now down in lane number 3, Bradley Alcock is on his second round of rope climbs, and he actually might be a rep ahead of Aranda. Now Bradley Alcock is down there in the yellow shorts with no shirt. Right side of your screen, now jumping back up for another rope climb. And now he is done, and he will move to his second round of 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds.
I believe we got to keep our eyes peeled for lane 3 and 13. Out of that first round of the
It's his
4 and 6.
third appearance at the CrossFit Games.
And the rope climbs.
For Alcock, he was a
Just over 2 minutes.
team athlete
2-minute mark, gentlemen.
in 2016. He took 36th that year with his team. Then in 2018, his first foray into the Masters, he was 13th in the 35 to 39-year-old category.
Number 8 looking to round out your 1, 2, and 3.
Now, part of that experience is there's one thing to just be fit, be athletic, be competitive, but to know how to compete on this stage and to have experience in multiple different arenas just all adds up to a better competition experience for your ability here on the floor.
Alcock onto his second of 4 handstand walks, and Aranda in lane 13 is hot on his heels. Aranda in the background there in the black shorts as Alcock makes the turn, and he will now be halfway through this event.
And Alcock just looks a little bit lighter on his hands than Aranda does. Aranda's not doing bad. He's still hanging tough with him, but It'll add up.
Two on this side.
Just being a bit of light, quick on your hands, stacking, as opposed to arching through the middle, especially when you have these sandbag cleans in the middle.
Well, Clint Russell, meanwhile, in lane number 8, he is now halfway through. Looks to be solidly in third place behind Alcock and Aranda.
He'll reset with that last 5-foot mark. Now he is headed to the rope.
Your two leaders on the screen right now. Bradley Alcock is in the yellow shorts, no shirt, right side of your screen. And Nick Aranda in the black shorts, no shirt on the left. He has 2 reps remaining on this third of 4 rounds of rope climbs.
Park making the turnaround himself at lane number 4. Lane number 6.
Now Bradley Alcock is done and onto the sandbag, right side of your screen. 6 reps here at 150 pounds. Got to get it to your shoulder and show control. You don't throw it over the shoulder. You have to rest it on the shoulder, release that hand, and then put the bag down for the rep to count.
And Alcock on the right side of your screen, he said he has about a 1-rep lead on Aranda.
Lane number 8 on the opposite side, also
Cycling that bag just a little bit quicker. And Alcock, what he's doing is he's staying over the bag. He's staying engaged in the movement that he's doing, where you can see Aranda in the black shorts, no shirt. He'll do his clean, bring it to the shoulder, and then when he drops it, he takes a couple steps back or a half a step back, and that's just that extra second or two that starts to add up over the course of 6 reps times 4 rounds.
Alcock now onto the handstand walk for the 3rd time, far right side of your screen in the yellow shorts and no shirt. And now Aranda is onto his hands. Alcock taking a break. Aranda with 5 feet to go. And Alcock right back to work.
Also lane number 8, done with the cleans. He's up in his hands.
First of 2 heats for the 40 to 4-year-old men. 40 to 44, I should say. Now Aranda's done. As Alcock's there in the background, right side, chalking up his hands into his 4th and final round along with Aranda.
On that next round.
And lane 8, other side of the floor, Clint Russell is still in 3rd place.
Alcock's got a rep on him. And this is that round where you save, maybe you saved or hopefully you saved just a little bit extra here so you can push that pace a bit, knowing you're not going to have to return to the rope again after you're done here, or return to the sandbag again, but making sure you haven't blown out your upper body so much that you're going to lose that stability and stamina on the handstand walk.
Well, Ronda's got 2 reps remaining. He's on his 3rd right now. Alcock should be on his final rope climb on the right side, and then he'll get to work on 6 more sandbag cleans at 150 pounds before a final handstand walk. Alcock, 23rd place overall. His best finish today came in the prior event, 13th place in event number 1, the running and deadlift event. So he's moving his way up the standings. On the left side of your screen, now halfway through his set of 6, 2 remaining now. Aranda's got 4 left.
Alcock with 1 rep to go as we pass 7 minutes on the clock.
Past the 7-minute mark, 12-minute time cap here in this event. Alcock is done. This is his final handstand walk there in lane 3.
He's easy to spot. And Bradley will cover all 20 feet before he turns to head back.
So Alcock looking to lock up a heat win here.
He is done on his way.
And he is on his way back. Now Bradley Alcock is in 7:33 unofficially to take heat 1.
Until you push it right to the limit, you should be reaching near absolute failure on your last handstand walk. That means you paced it perfectly. If you had another 5 feet, he was probably coming down.
Now Aranda is looking to hold off Clint Russell, who is now ahead of Aranda. So Russell is now across, and Russell is done. So Clint Russell's going to finish 2nd. Aranda got called back on his final handstand walk.
Yeah, he came down early on the number. That's not the finishing mat. That is the lane number.
So now Aranda is in, but Clint Russell is going to get in at 7:56 for 2nd place in the heat. Aranda is going to finish 3rd.
Lane 14 on the sandbag. That's Rocky trying to finish up. 3 reps remaining in lane 12.
So 3.5 minutes to go before we hit that 12-minute time cap. And 3 men have finished.
8:30 on the clock. Athletes 8:30.
In lane 19, we just saw Danny Burke get a no rep. His hand went outside the line. And the good news for him is he only has to retreat to the nearest line, so just 5 feet. And now he's making the return trip, is Danny Burke. And he's in. So 8:57 unofficially for Danny Burke.
Looks like we're going to lane 10 finish up.
And Rolo Gomez in
He's trying to
lane 10,
catch his breath there.
trying to finish up his sandbag cleans to get into his handstand walk. As you take a look at lane number 11, Gregory Patier.
9 minutes and 30 seconds.
And he is in.
2.5 minutes. Remaining similar athletes ahead of that finish line.
Really
Top time
like-
once again, Bradley Alcock at 7:33.
Really like this sandbag clean handstand walk combo. Just an underrated, underappreciated blend of fatigue. That upper body taxing and that just upper thoracic part, and then having to force your body to be in a stable position while dynamically moving across the floor. It's just a great combo of movements in this event.
We just saw Dustin Harth come across the finish line. Now 2 minutes remaining in the allotted time. Lane 14 in the white shirt, that's Rocky Gagne.
Athletes, you got less than 2 minutes.
And now Gagne's in.
2 minutes remaining.
Gagné finishing up in lane number 14. Right across the line.
That's David Santana Cruz Borgstrand, who's
90 seconds.
trying to get himself situated for that
90 seconds.
handstand walk.
Gomez across the line. Around 10:32. Chuck Burke will finish up.
And I believe that is the end of round number 3 from Borgstrand. Oof. Now lane 18 in the yellow shirt with the black sleeves is Yuri Menendez Lopez.
Round 10:52.
And also in lane 20, Antonio Bruno on his handstand walk. 1 minute left. Lane 16 and 18 on your screens now. Lionel Burin and Yuri Menendez Lopez are now both coming in.
11:08.
And in lane 20, Antonio Bruno making the return trip on his 40-foot handstand walk. And he is across. Leaves a couple men still on the floor working, one of which is in lane number 9. That's Josh Boonstra. He's on the right side of your screen. Now just finishing up the first length of his 40-foot handstand walk.
That's 30 seconds to go.
It's interesting to see the same level of discrepancy and disparity on time from the top times versus the bottom times. I mean, getting capped in a 4-rounder event like this with movements that are not that high skilled. It's just a rope climb. It's not even to 15 feet. Yeah, it's a 150-pound sandbag, but it's not an uncommon movement to have in training like this, and it's only a 40-foot handstand walk. But this combo is so potent. It's throwing a lot of guys for a loop in this event.
It did not throw Bradley Alcock for a loop, as he now has the top time heading into the second and final heat. 7 minutes, 33 seconds, heat 2 for the 40 to 44-year-old men. Coming up next. Only 3 heats remain before we close out day 1 of competition here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men up next in event 2.
4 rounds for time, 4 rope climbs to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 150 pounds, and then that 40-foot handstand walk. 20 feet down, 20 feet back, 5-foot sections if you need to break it up, but if you need a win, that ain't on the table.
Keys to success here. What has changed for you after watching now men and women go through this?
I mean, I thought the handstand walks weren't going to be as big of an issue as they have been, so I thought it was going to come down to the only other movement where you can make up time, and that would have been the rope climb, where I'm saying slip it is just slip down the rope as quick as you can. But now it's managing good, efficient movement on the rope climb, good technique and quality movement on the sandbag clean so that it doesn't take away from the handstand walk. I realize it's only 40 feet on paper, but what these 2 movements of the climb and the sandbag are doing are absolutely blowing up these guys' upper body and shoulders, and they can't stabilize inverted just for a simple 20 feet going forward.
The 20 men will be on the competition floor for this second of 2 heats, and our overall leader, Julian Cerna, has a first and a third today. He's got 194 points, but he's only 9 up on Jonathan Edel, who sits in second place.
We saw the same thing happen with Richard Vint in the 45 to 49, where he was crushing it, and then this one took him for a loop. See if Cerna doesn't get the same treatment as far as our announcer's curse is concerned, but we're batting 1,000 so far on cursing this entire competition in this event.
This is Julian Cerna's first appearance at the CrossFit Game as an individual. The last time we saw him compete on this stage, that was 2018. He took 8th place on a team. So 4 rope climbs to kick things off here. The time to beat belongs to Bradley Alcock at 7 minutes, 33 seconds.
And what Bradley did really well, he was quick climbs on the rope, good technique on the sandbag clean, but his body positioning on the handstand walk, I think, is what saved his energy as it goes through. What you'll see a lot of guys start to do when their midline goes, because they've already done a lot of deadlifts under intensity, they've got a lot of sandbag cleans, is they'll start to bend or flex at the midline, which puts their upper body in a less stable position for the handstand walks.
The lane 18, Paco Bravo in the white shirt, now right side of your screen, was the first man to the bag. But now in lane number 12, that's James St. Leger, who is done with his handstand walking into round number 2.
Lane number 17, Jonathan Edel.
Leger out of the United Kingdom. And he's in lane 12, the far left side of your screen, in that white shirt, black shorts. Lane 14 next to him is Alexander Jolivet in the yellow shorts, no shirt.
Alexander made a name for himself when the 35 to 39 division first came online. I think it was right around 2018. And that was when he first made the CrossFit Games, and he's had decent success in that, now obviously aging up into the next division.
He has never won a Masters competition. He's been there for 5 years. This is his 6th Games appearance. His best finish was in 2018 when he took 2nd place in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Now, since his debut in 2017, he's never finished lower than 4th overall. And Jolivet continuing to work here through round number 2. He's in lane number 14 in the middle of your screen in the yellow shorts, no shirt. But it was James St. Leger who is the first man into this second of 4 rounds. Now lane 17, Jonathan Edel, looks like he's wrapping up his second round. Edel, wow, into round 3, and this is big for him. He's in 2nd place overall as Edel, and only 9 points back of Julian Cerna.
And those are 2 very fast rounds. He was done in under 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Jonathan Edel, left side of your screen, lane 17, black shorts, no shirt on. He's got those yellow wristbands on, making his way up the rope. This is rep number 3 of 4 here in round number 2. So he is now your leader in this second heat. 7:33, the time to beat from Bradley Alcock in heat number 1.
He's moving so fast on the climbs. It only took him 40 seconds to do those 4 climbs, and this is the 3rd round.
Edel making his first appearance at the CrossFit Games. A spry 40 years old.
Now, as efficient as he was on the rope climb is about as deficient as he is on the sandbag cleans because he's just muscle cleaning through the middle. However, if I had as much muscle on my body as he did, it probably wouldn't bother me in the long run anyways. But if you're watching at home and you want to know how to do a good technique sandbag clean, don't do it like this.
Yeah, this guy's a wide-arm thunder compound at 220 pounds just ripping through that sandbag.
Sometimes people can just do things we can't.
Edel through his first 20 feet, makes a quick turn, kicks back up, and now he will be through round number 3, going into his 4th and final round here.
And averaging a 130 per round, which 130, Sean, is one of the fastest single rounds we've had in competition over the last 10 heats we've had, and he's averaging that for 3 rounds.
And keep in mind, the first group that we saw, they only did 3 rope climbs.
Well, we didn't actually see that one, Sean.
No, we heard about it.
We heard about it.
We told people about it. The Jonathan Edel, left side of your screen, he's your leader now in the heat. Second and final heat. In lane 10, right side of your screen, that's Julian Cerna. So Cerna is trying to stay close to Edel right now.
But if you have the ability to just muscle clean a 150-pound sandbag at will, there's not a lot of other rooms you can try to take this guy down in this heat.
Jonathan Varela in the headband on the box on the right side of your screen. He's also closing out his 3rd round as Edel just continues to manhandle that bag.
I feel like that guy needs a handlebar mustache, by the way he's throwing these weights around.
Going to engage in some fisticuffs afterwards. One of those old-timey photos.
Time to beat is 7:32 from the heat before.
Got Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary.
Final handstand walk for Edel is he could be your overall leader after this event.
And that's just, it's a good stack position. I like how his hands are directly underneath his shoulders. You'll see athletes that are a little bit wider and out of control.
Second win of the day for Jonathan Edel and 100 points, and he could be your overall leader going into day number 2.
Cerna was run up, rope climbs and up on this round.
Now we will see who will be the second man to finish, and we got to keep in mind Bradley Alcock's time at 7:33.
Sandbag cleans.
Now Julian Cerna is in lane 10. He's in the yellow shorts, no shirt, middle of your screen. He's got 5 reps remaining on his 4th and final round here. So Edel's got to get at least 2 more people between himself and Cerna to erase that 9-point deficit that he had coming in to this event. And there's a very good chance he's going to get Alcock in there at 7:33. The 2 reps remain for Cerna. Lane 16, meanwhile, Jonathan Varela is on his 4th and final handstand walk. He makes the turn. The Varela looking to lock up 2nd place in the heat. And Varela is in, so that's going to help Edel as there goes Julian Cerna. Lane 15 on the far side of the floor. The other side of the floor is Bruno Militao. Now he's now done. So Jonathan Edel is looking like he's going to be your overall leader as Cerna is now done.
Berger finishing up at lane number 11.
Lane 14, you got Alexander Jolivet finishing up.
We're finishing up at lane number 2 with a time of 7:39.
Casper Myrup is in.
These boys is fast.
Rudolph Berger finished. still have a handful of athletes working through their fourth and final rounds. James St. Leger in the white shirt and black shorts now closing out his event. He was in the lead early after round number 1. Comes in at about 8:33.
Some of our masters, 40 to 44 men, still working.
McMaster wrapping it up. Cerna finished. Trinidad done with the bag.
We still have more than 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. So there's a very good chance that every man in this heat could finish inside the 12 minutes.
I'm still trying to figure out how Ito went so fast.
That was crazy.
And it never looked out of control.
Aaron at the turnaround.
Didn't look like he was sprinting as hard as he could. It was just constant movement with no stopping, which I guess is how you go faster, but it was just so smooth and methodical, even with the sandbag cleans and how he could just muscle that to his shoulder.
Guido Trinidad and Aaron Bielefeld just finished up. They're in lanes 4 and 6 respectively on the right side of your screen, now the left side of your screen. Guido Trinidad on one knee there in the white shirt in the background.
He will get across the line.
Now it's Michael Walsh in lane 20. He's across. And Paco Bravo in lane 18 is in. And that looks like just about everybody. We have one man left on the floor. Make that 2. Lane 19, Matthew Axman. And lane 13, John Hasdevac.
On his cleans, 4 to go.
Hasdevac with that headband on in the middle of your screen. And Axman's in lane 19. They still have a minute 50 to go. Now Axman's onto his 4th and final handstand walk. You see Jonathan Edel there in lane 17 with his hands on his hips. 2 event wins today.
Lane 13, John Hasdevac.
He also won, this is scary, the running deadlift event. A man that size with that much running, the weight's not going to be a problem, but the fact that he won that event, be afraid.
Rolling on his hands. Pops down right back up.
There's John Hasdevac. He's going to get in with plenty of time to spare. And with that, every man in this second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-olds will finish inside the time cap.
I mean, that time is just going to be a hard time to beat, period, for the next 2 heats. I know they're in different age divisions, but I don't see where you can go that much faster unless you just put yourself in a position to blow up. Now, they don't need to because they're not going to compete against each other, but that was very impressive from Jonathan Edel.
A fantastic day 1 for him. He looks to be your overall leader heading into day number 2. 2 heats remain. The 35 to 39-year-olds coming up next. We are down to the final two heats of the day as the opening day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games comes to a close. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 2 is the third event that these athletes will face, and we're going to close it out with 3 different movements here.
4 rounds for time. Last time we'll see for the next 2 heats. 4 rope climbs at 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans to the shoulder at 150 pounds, and then a 40-foot handstand and walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back. And look at the keys to success. Depends on what time you're trying to get. But I know this is the second heat or the first heat of 2, but if you want to move fast, you got to be efficient. And with the movements that we have, grip it and slip it, fast up the rope, faster down. Try to get through as quickly as you can, but pace to perfection. We just saw that with Jonathan Edel, where it was just constant, like never took breaks, never took rest, but was never out of control. So that pace that he found just seemed to be the perfect for him.
The 20 men will be on the competition floor first of 2 heats. And a man that we've seen compete in the individual competition before, Easy Muhammad, will be in lane number 4. This is the first time we've seen him compete as a master. We saw him twice as an individual in 2015 and then again in 2017. His best finish was his rookie year in 2015 when he took 15th place overall. And
30 seconds.
Easy taking some time to
He's over there somewhere.
say hi to his family. He's going to wander back into his lane here.
Now, if you talk about rope climbs, especially legless rope climbs, Easy Muhammad is one of the names that, if you know your regionals history, where he made a name for himself, where it all but jumped, grabbed the rope, and tapped the top bar. A 15-foot one, mind you, so 12 feet with the gets to use your legs. This stacks up well for Easy Muhammad.
2, 1, go!
The first of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men, and Easy's going to make
That's
one
it.
pull
Look
and
at
make
that.
his way up there. And he's going to get right back to work on that second rope climb.
If you have the ability to jump as high as he can, when you can take a foot or 2 out of the climb, he does it in one pull. That means half the energy that all of these athletes are doing, Easy can do in one jump, 1 foot grab, and 1 tap.
And he's going to be the first man to the sandbag, followed closely by Gary Helmick in lane number 9. He's another former individual CrossFit Games competitor, so now 6 reps at 150 pounds on the sandbag.
Oh, and Easy. I'll be curious to see how his handstand walks stack up, but this guy is powerful, he's strong, he's athletic. The guy knows how to battle out here on the competition floor, and he just looks so good out here. This is what he's going to need to try to get a top score here in this particular event.
Easy's the first man to the handstand walk. He's being pursued closely by Mike Egan in lane 20. Also, Michael Hernandez and Adam Vincent are right there. As Mike Egan in lane 20 never put the sandbag down, so we'll keep an eye on him as Easy gets back to round 2.
And Easy's never resting. He just went a 108 on the first, a 108 on the first round, and then he jumped right up into his first climb.
Easy Muhammad leading here in round number 2, but keep an eye on lane 20. That's on the far right side of your screen. That's where Mike Egan is working, and he was not nearly as fast as Easy on the rope, but he was very quick on the sandbag cleans.
That's a fun part of how these events unfold. If everybody's good at the climbs, you got to be good at something else. And I think if you were given your choice, the sandbag clean is the last place you want to be racing anybody in this particular event.
Easy Muhammad is onto his sandbag cleans. He's still your leader. There's Mike Egan on the left side of your screen. He's going to join Easy on the bag. Michael Hernandez is also there, and now Gary Helmick getting to work.
Back to the back first, lane 19.
Easy Muhammad's done. He's getting right to his handstand walk. You can see him towards the middle of your screen, that box on the right.
Looks like Kevin's gonna go touch and go.
And he will make the turn, working his way through his second of 4 rounds, 20 feet back for Easy Muhammad.
This guy's got a great stack position. He's not arching at the back trying to change and manipulate his body position just to get forward movement on the handstand walk.
Now Michael Hernandez has moved into second place in lane 19 as Easy Muhammad is on to round 3 of his rope climbs. And there is Hernandez on the left side. And now he is into round 3 of 4. Now Mike Egan falling off the pace a little bit as he took a significant rest between the sandbag and the handstand walk.
That sandbag takes its toll on these athletes. in all the best ways if you're trying to throw interference in this handstand walk. We've seen it before. We've seen it all day long with this particular event. 40 feet. 40 feet is very short. It is very short. In 20-foot increments, it's even shorter. However, with these combos, it is devastating going into this. So your efficiency with your movement, trying to keep time and attention at a minimum on the rope climbs.
Easy Muhammad is onto the sandbag for round number 3. 6 more reps at 150 pounds. It's got to go to the shoulder, then you have to show control of the top by releasing that arm. He is on the left side.
And here's what I really like from Easy. Watch what he does. He's on his 4th clean. He's going to throw it to the one shoulder, and he's been alternating each side. And sometimes when you're tired, you just throw to the shoulder that you're the most comfortable with. But he's been switching back and forth, possibly to offset the fatigue, because if you throw it only on the right side, you're going to fatigue one side a little bit more than the other.
Well, he went 3 straight on his left to close that out, so he found something he liked there, and now he's onto the handstand walk for the 3rd time. Meanwhile, Michael Hernandez, who was in 2nd place behind him, is on his final rep of the sandbag, and I just looked over to my left and saw Hernandez take a look at Easy Muhammad, and there was a little bit of dejection on his face where he saw where Easy was right now. Now Hernandez is getting to work on his handstand walk.
A little bit slower handstand walk for Easy Muhammad on this 3rd round, so it's not over yet.
Hernandez is on the right side of your screen, lane number 19, no shirt and the black shorts, and this will be the end of his 3rd round.
Easy's working on his 2nd climb. There's Hernandez on the right side of your screen, bottom left corner, sitting down to chalk up. So Easy has a 2-rep lead on him.
Well, Easy's starting to slow a little bit here now on these rope climbs. He has 2 remaining. Hernandez has 3 left.
And that's the first double pull we've seen Easy Muhammad do in this event.
Final rope climb here in round 4 for Easy Muhammad. Hernandez has 2 left as well. Hernandez now is taking a break on the box on the right side of your screen. You can barely see him there on in the middle, very middle of your screen. And now Hernandez, with 1 rope climb remaining, as Easy Muhammad on the left side of your screen is onto his 4th and final round of the 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds.
It's 3 reps in. Hernandez is done with his last climb. So Easy trying to pick up the pace once again on this last set of sandbag cleans.
Will Kane on the left side in that white headband. I'm not sure if this is his 3rd or 4th round, but we'll keep an eye on him because he's also on the cleans with Easy Muhammad. Easy Muhammad now onto the handstand walk for the final time. In lane 17, you got Kevin Schutz as well on his handstand walk. This looks to be his final round. Easy Muhammad making the turn, so Kevin Schutz in lane 17 is putting on a late charge. Kevin Schutz is going to get in just ahead of Easy Muhammad for the heat win at 6:36.
And here's how he did it. He went unbroken on his sandbag cleans in the 4th and final round. Knew where Easy Muhammad was. Easy wasn't looking for anybody. Kevin had his eyes on him the entire time. When he got to the bag, he held on it for the cleans. When he finished his first 20 minutes, he looked over where Easy was. So Kevin scanning the field, knowing who he had to chase down and where they were.
Well, Kevin Schutz, 8th place overall coming into the event. His best finish of the day was 5th in event 3. That was the event that started us off here. A late charge from him, catching Easy Muhammad in the latter parts of the 4th and final round. And high five for catching that one.
Hey, there we go. It's only 7 p.m.
Finally got it.
Finally knocking the rust off.
There's still plenty of time to go before we hit the time cap. 12 minutes in this first of 2 heats of the 35 to 39-year-olds. So Kevin Schutz is going to have the top time at 6 minutes 36 seconds.
7:59 unofficial
And that's Julian Lopez coming across the finish line in lane 15. And now in lane 12, Jimmy Woodard is in.
Kyle Rouge comes down. Lane
And now in lane number 18, Adam Vinson, right side of your screen.
across the line, 8:22.
He is done. And lane number 10, that's Blas Ruiz Gonzalez, who closes out his first day of competition. We still have a couple of men working. Lane 16, Jason Lucas,
Left on the clock.
middle of your screen,
Away a few reps. The
on
lane
his final handstand walk.
Fyodor Miosarek looking to close out.
Lucas, one of the many Canadians competing this weekend at Orleans CrossFit in Ottawa, Ontario.
Jason
And he is done.
will come in 9:02 unofficial.
6:56, the time for Kyle Rouge. These guys just breezing.
A couple men are left. Lane 13 now kicking up for his handstand walk. That's Peter Miljarek.
Gonzalez with a time of 8:18.
Now you can see Dex Hopkins. He's on the far right side of your screen with a backwards hat. He's got a wrist injury. So he got through his rope climbs and his cleans and is not going to do the handstand walk.
9:34.
It's a long weekend. Manage what you can. Still plenty of events where, I mean, he'll be very, very good in. I mean, we have a snatch ladder coming up. That's going to be great for Dex. So just managing
Well,
something.
assuming his wrist can handle it.
Yeah,
8:23.
I think with the weights they have here, he'll be just fine.
Tape it up and go, Dex.
Looking to finish. 20 final feet on his hands.
Calio Carvalho in lane 3 getting set to finish up.
He will come down the lane, 5 final feet.
And he is done.
15.
And that means every man except for Dex Hopkins finishes inside
And it looks
the
like
12-minute
that's
time
a
cap.
wrap.
The Dex Hopkins there on the right side of your screen, lane number 1 with the backwards
Round of
hat,
applause for our 35 to 39 men.
is going to settle for the time cap. 6:36. Kevin Schutz, who did 4 more rope climbs than one Sean Ramirez and nearly beat him by a minute.
Just the speed he closed with was one of the more impressive things we've seen so far. And we've seen some pretty amazing things for both the men and the women. Maybe we'll see one more.
The final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men. Final heat of the day. Coming up next. We are down to the final heat of day number 1 as the second heat of the 35 to 39-year-old men is set to get underway in event number 2.
4 rounds for time. One final time. 4 rope climbs to 12 feet, 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, 40-foot handstand walk, 20 feet down, 20 feet back. And they have a tough time to beat. Keys to success here. Maybe scrap the first one because it is everything involved in this. You got to be fast up and down the rope. You got to move the bag with some haste and then be quick on the handstand walks. We haven't seen anybody go unbroken since the 45 to 49 division between David Johnson and Jason Grubb. However, that might need to come into play here if they're going to best that time to beat set by Kevin Schutz.
20 men in this second and final heat. Lane at number 13 is a guy we will be watching very closely. That is Bronislaw Alenkowicz, as we're looking at, I believe, the wrong lane assignments on our screen right now.
Well, Bronislaw is sitting in lane 13, and if you think about what he's great at, the guy's, I mean, look, he's just brute strong. He's about farmer strong, Polish strong, pick one kind of a strong, that's what he is. He's just strong. But he's also very, very good on his hands. The semifinals this year, the French Throwdown, he had one of the fastest times in the row handstand walk event. So this actually stacks up pretty well for Bronislaw Alenkowicz if he can manage his pace well throughout all 4 rounds and not come out too hot on the first one.
A 2-time competitor as an individual at the CrossFit Games, his first appearance as a master. And we've seen some pretty big guys have an easy time with that sandbag. And as you mentioned, Chase, Bronislaw Alenkowicz, the second we saw his name, was like, yeah, this is where he can do some damage.
And you're not going to win it on the first 4 rope climbs, not the second, not the third. But when you get to the bag, if you can handle it better than anybody, especially when you're fatigued, that is a massive advantage for an athlete in this particular event.
Well, Kevin Schutz has the top time at 6:36. Will Morad on the other side of the floor in lane number 10, along with Gary Jones in lane 12, were the first 2 men to the sandbag. And now Bronislaw Alenkowicz is one of the last men off the rope, but now he's got his hands on that sandbag. And he's going to go ahead and drop it and regrip it very quickly. But it's Will Morad, right side of your screen, lane number 10, no shirt on, and the headband, who gets through his 6 cleans, right along with lane number 12, Gary Jones. You also got lane 19, Stefan Cassette. Lane 15, Nick Anapolsky, a former team competitor at the CrossFit Games. And it's going to be lane 19, Stefan Cassette, onto the rope for round number 2, along with Will Morad. So the battle for first place on opposite ends of the floor. Will Morad on the left side of your screen, and Cassette in lane 19 on the right.
Now, not out quite as fast as we saw Easy Muhammad do, who ended up taking or losing that lead to Kevin Schutz in the final event, but everybody was pretty much within 10 to 15 seconds of each other. Bronislaw Alenkowicz is actually maybe the last 2 guys done with that first round.
Well, Stefan Cassette, lane 19, getting to the sandbag ahead of Will Morad, as Morad and Gary Jones start their second round of cleans at the same time. But Cassette is trying to hang on to that lead now. First appearance at the CrossFit Games for Stefan Cassette. And he is through his second round of 6 cleans at 150 pounds. First man to his second handstand walk. Will Morad will be second, as Morad now solidly in second place, and now in lane 5 as well. Hudson Frick has moved ahead of Morad. The closest heat we have seen so far here through 2 rounds. 3 men all on the lead pace, just separated by a few seconds, as Stefan Cassette and Hudson Frick are into round 3. Frick down in lane number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, are working through 4 rounds out here. 4 of those rope climbs, 6 sandbag cleans, followed by that 40-foot handstand walk.
It's like Will Morad has maybe just a half rep edge on Stefan Cassette.
Well, and in lane 5, Hudson Frick is on his final rope climb as well. He could be your leader here in round number 3. He's looking to be the first man back to the bag in round 3. He and Morad walk into the bag, and here comes Cosette. So Frick in lane 5 is now in the lead.
See Morad trying to keep pace with Frick on the right side of your screen, center lane. About rep for rep there. Morad snuck just ahead of him, so Morad made up about 5 seconds on the cleans and pretty dead even on the handstand walks.
Well, that's Hudson Frick on the left side of your screen making the turn to get into round number 4. He's 22nd place overall. Started the day with a 20th place finish and then finished 21st in the deadlift running event, which is event number 1, the second event they faced. So it's Frick and Will Morad.
Morad up on the rope just ahead, so they're just exchanging leads as they go from movement to movement. Now Will Morad looks like he's trying to put a little pressure on him, hopping up a bit quicker for that second rep.
6 minutes, 36 seconds from Kevin Schutz in heat number 1. That's the top time, as we are now 5 minutes in, but the leaders are in their 4th and final round.
And they finished their 3rd round at the 4:30 mark, so still averaging that 1:30 pace to get underneath that time by Kevin.
Now Will Morad is now in the lead, as Morad on the right side of your screen, no shirt, black shorts, and the headband is onto the sandbag cleans. Now here comes Hudson Frick. So Morad got 2 reps in before Frick got his hands on the sandbag. Stefan Cosette has fallen back into 3rd. He's got 1 rope climb remaining. So it's Will Morad in lane 10, trying to hang on for a heat win here. And Morad comes in 2nd place overall. He's 15 points back of Mitch Wagner for 1st, and now Morad on his final handstand walk. 6:36 the time to beat. Morad not going to have any problem chasing that down. So Will Morad is going to close out day number 1 with an event win. 6 minutes, 1 second for Morad.
One of the fastest rounds he's had outside of his first one.
Hudson Frick is now in as well in lane 5. The Stefan Cosette has fallen way off the lead pace, and he's got 1 clean remaining on the bag in lane 19. Meanwhile, in lane 15, Nick Anapolsky is onto his handstand walk. He was at the games last year on a team, finished 24th. He's out of Kitchener, Ontario, CrossFit PSC, and he is done. And now Stefan Cosette in lane 19 is in. Now lane 13, Bronislaw Alenkowicz finishing up. He gets inside 7 minutes.
Top 4 in this heat for Bronislaw, and started the first round nearly dead last, so picked up the pace a bit after that first round.
In lane 16, Stefano Migliorini is now done, a guy that we've seen compete a lot as an individual back in the old regional days out of Europe. Made the games in 2019, finished 125th that year. That was another year where they let just about everybody in.
He's gonna come on in. Unofficially 7:39.
Well, still plenty of time to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Left side of your screen in lane 17, that is Paul Tremblay. Lane 6 right side, Andrea Barbati, another staple at the Old Meridian Regional. And Paul Tremblay on the left side, the guy's been around forever. He before he got into CrossFit, he did a thing called crashed ice racing, which is like Mad Max on ice skates.
It is one of the cooler things I have ever seen. I guess on skates is that sport is absolutely wild.
If that guy came at me full speed on skates, I'd curl into a fetal position and just turtle the whole time. I do not want to take that body check. The Tremblay's in. You know, Dominic Marici in lane 20 is looking to close out his event. And down in lane number 2, Brandon Pastoric is across. And that will do it for day number 1. And it is Will Morad who looks to be your overall leader after 3 events. He picks up the event win, a huge day 1 for Will Morad. Never finished lower than 5th place in an event. And with that, day 1 is in the books.
We got 3 more of these?
3 more days, 7 more events for most of the age groups. And we'll be back bright and early tomorrow to bring you more action from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex as the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. Thanks so much for joining us here on day number 1 for Chase Ingram, Tommy Marquez, Lauren Khalil, and our hardworking crew here in Birmingham. I'm Sean Woodland. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
8 a.m. We'll see you.